Dragon Ball, with enough preparation, I can defeat anyone. Chapter 1. Ye Feng woke up from the chaos and found that he had turned into a baby. When he looked carefully, he found that he had a furry tail on his butt. Then he observed the surroundings and was surprised. I transmigrated and became a scion baby. This is the cultivation chamber of planet Vegeta. Before transmigration, Ye Feng was a die-hard Dragon Ball fan and knew every detail of Dragon Ball. This environment made him think that he had transmigrated and became a scion. Now it is still the period of King Vegeta's rule. Ye Feng learned from the scientific research and medical staff who passed by that he was only a few days old and his combat power value was 20 points, which was considered a good level among the lower level fighters. At least it was stronger than Son Goku's initial combat power, but compared with Vegeta's 1000 combat power at birth, it was far behind. Suddenly, the scientific research and medical staff outside became nervous, and they were still talking about this. If Prince Vegeta had 1000 combat power, sure enough, King Vegeta came to the nursery soon, happily lifted Vegeta up and said that Vegeta was the hope of the Scions. To be honest, Ye Feng still recognized Vegeta. His spirit of never giving up had a great influence on Ye Feng. And his character only became a good person after fighting with Majin Buu and protecting the earth by self-destruction. Before that, Vegeta could turn evil at any time. Don't think too much now. Since Vegeta is born, the destruction of planet Vegeta should have entered the countdown. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave planet Vegeta. Soon, half a year passed, and Ye Feng could actually walk. He was worthy of being a fighting nation. It was only half a year. Ye Feng could walk. It was also Cabros who was taken to the Scion recruit training camp because his parents had died in an attack on an intermediate planet. In the training camp, Cabros began to receive basic combat training from the Scions. Through training, Cabros discovered that the Scions used energy, that is, the energy in their bodies, very roughly, and relied entirely on their powerful talents. The instructor here is called Crazy, with a combat power of 1200 points. He is also a lower-level soldier. His training for newborns like Cabros is to beat them up constantly, and he didn't even teach basic exercises such as push UPS and sit UPS. Cabros also asked the instructor if he could train his physical fitness by running, but Karaz looked at him strangely and said it was a waste of time. Fighting also consumes physical energy and can increase combat experience, so why should he train by himself? I am convinced. Cabros is really convinced this time. No wonder the Scions use the energy in their bodies so roughly. It is entirely their own fault. No basic training, always in actual combat, are you kidding? If you don't practice an action thousands or tens of thousands of times, the strength, direction, and force of the move will never be perfect in actual combat. Not to mention perfection, without basic training, you can't mobilize the whole body's strength in battle. This is also why Raditz has a normal combat power of 1500 points, but was killed by the duo of Goku and Piccolo, who only had more than 900 points after aeration. The Scions ignored the basics, which is why Vegeta always loses to Son Goku. Cabros asked when he could go on a mission, and Karaz told him that he would be at least 3 years old. Fortunately, it was only the 732nd year of the Age of Ages, and the Vegeta planet would be destroyed by Frieza in the 737th year of the Age of Ages. 3 years later, that is, the 735th year of the Age of Ages, there were still 2 years before the destruction of the planet. In 2 years, if he went out and did not come back, he would not be suspected. Perhaps at that time, Beerus had not yet given Frieza the order to destroy the Vegeta planet. At that time, Frieza might not have decided to destroy the Vegeta planet, and he still wanted to use the Scions to do things for him. After 6 months of training, plus his own growth and the basic training that Kabulo secretly did, his combat power has reached more than 40 points, which is doubled. The newborns of the same period have not even increased by 1.5 times. Seeing that Kabulo's strength has improved quickly, Kareza trained him as a genius and arranged all kinds of meat food and nutrient solution. After another 2.5 years, Kabulo's combat power has increased to 150 points. Kareza and other instructors were very surprised, because the strongest of other lower-level warriors of the same period had a combat power of more than 60 points, while Kabulo's combat power of 150 points has exceeded some intermediate warriors. You must know that the intermediate warriors have 50 points of combat power when they are born. Now the strongest is only over 200. Kareza even asserted that if he is given time, he can surpass all intermediate warriors and reach the level of senior warriors. Of course, the other instructors were also skeptical. After all, senior soldiers were born with more than 200 points of combat power, and now the weakest senior soldier has more than 700 points of combat power. It was time to carry out the mission. Kabulos directly chose a more dangerous planet. The strongest person on that planet already had 2,000 points of combat power, while Kabulos, who transformed into a giant ape, only had 1,500 points. Karaz had advised him, but Kabulos said he wanted to learn from Bardock, challenge strong enemies, and surpass superior warriors. Karaz could not persuade Kabulos and had to let him carry out this mission. There is a reason why Kabros chose this planet. He has done some research. This star field is relatively close to the Earth, and there are also commercial planets nearby. When his dormant period is over, he can quickly go to the Earth. As for why he is obsessed with going to the Earth, of course it is the use of blood and chi. Kabros guessed that there is a trick to the luck of the Earthlings. He has been groping for a long time according to what is said in the animation, but he has only got a little fur. This must be the lack of the core luck method. Otherwise, he has trained according to the original animation, and there is no reason why the combat power is still so slow. More than 3 years, the combat power has not even increased tenfold. You know, after Xiaogaku met Master Roshi, it increased by 20 times in more than 3 years, and more than 30 times in 7 years. This gap is too big. His qualifications may not be as good as Son Goku, but it should not be so much worse. After all, Kabros has done weight training and seawater simulated gravity training, so he can have this improvement speed. At this rate of improvement, even if it takes another 10 years, it would be good if his combat power can be improved. You have to know that this is under the condition of simulated gravity training. Son Goku's combat power increased to 8,000 in half a year with King Kai, and to 9 in 5 days. This gap is too big. Kabros knows that if he wants to improve his training speed, he can't just rely on the experience he saw in his previous life, but must learn the core luck method. Soon, Kabros came to this planet called Rocky Star. This planet is a bit like Marvel's Earth. It has advanced technology, but it has not developed space travel technology. Kabros found that there are iron armors similar to Iron Man and genetic mutants like the Hulk. After some planning, Kabros challenged the second-ranked person on Rocky Star, who is called the Magnet King. From the detector, this person's combat power is only 900 points, less than. After Kabros transformed into a giant ape, he once suppressed the Magnet King, but he didn't expect that the opponent had special abilities and accidentally cut off Kabros' tail by manipulating the iron sheet, causing him to directly cancel the transformation. Now his strength has dropped greatly and he is no match at all. Damn it, ah! Kabros screamed and fell into the forest. Then, he held his breath and left quickly. As soon as Kabros left, the forest was completely destroyed by the Magnet King. After leaving, Kabros immediately removed the battery of the detector and shut it down permanently. The next step was to wait for 5 or 10 years until Frieza and the others had forgotten about the seance. 3 months later, on planet Vegeta, Karaz looked at Kabros who had never returned and sighed, "The more talented you are, the faster you die. What a pity. Not everyone is Bardock's." 2 years later, Kabros received an order for all Scions to return to planet Vegeta. The order also stated that Scions who did not return would be considered traitors. Kabros, hey, it was this order that almost made the Scions extinct. If I have the chance, I will definitely avenge the Scions and teach Beerus a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Kabros was shocked. How could his mentality be like this? This is not the time when he watched cartoons in his previous life. This is the real world. Compared with Beerus, he is not even as good as an ant. This mentality must be changed. He doesn't have much power, but he wants to fight against God. It's the same as seeking death. The most important thing now is to avoid the crisis of Frieza's extermination of the clan. Although after 2 years of training, Kabros's combat power has improved a lot, because he dare not open the detector, Kabros can only estimate that he estimates that his combat power should be more than 200 points. This combat power may be a master on Earth, but in the universe, it is nothing. Kabros estimated that his combat power must have exceeded 200 points, but he was not sure whether it exceeded 300, because he clearly felt that after reaching a certain combat power, the speed of cultivation decreased. This is like Son Goku on Earth, who was stuck at a few hundred points for 4 or 5 years. Without new ways and methods of cultivation, it is too difficult to make rapid progress. Chapter 2. Kabulos looked at the starry sky. He knew that at this time, the scions of planet Vegeta were fighting bloody battles, and he was a deserter this time. But there was no way. With his current strength, he could not even be considered cannon fodder in the battle. Cannon fodder still had 1000 combat power. And he didn't even know if he could reach 300 combat power. He didn't dare to open the detector, so he could only buy a bottle of good wine and build a cenotaph for his instructor Crazy. Master, let's call you that. Although you have been beating me up for so many years, when I know that you value me, I swear that one day, I will kill Frieza to avenge you and all scions. In 737 AK, Frieza started his war against the scions. 3-year-old Kakarot was sent to Earth by Bardock and Jin, Kakarot's biological parents. Bardock died in the battle. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Kakarot arrived on Earth. On planet Vegeta, Bardock made his final resistance and rushed towards Frieza's spaceship. And Karaz murmured to the sky, "You are not dead yet? Avenge us!" Before this, he always thought that Cabros died, but today, he suddenly remembered that Cabros accidentally mentioned that if Frieza attacked the scions, what should we do? He replied at the time, "No, Frieza needs scions." Cabros, what if Frieza is determined to exterminate the scions? Crazy, you are so young, what's the point of thinking so much? Just go and train. Cabros murmured, "I don't want to die, at least I don't want to die now without any resistance. Even if I die, I want to die on the way to the battle. I have to go on a mission." Crazy, go on a mission. You are only 3 years old. What mission do you want to go on? Cabros, Prince Vegeta is also 3 years old, and he has already been on 2 missions. Crazy, you, okay, after the test is over next month, I will let you go on the mission. Cabros, thank you, Instructor Crazy. Cabros left, muttering as he walked. Cabros, Instructor Crazy, I really want to save you, but I am not qualified to save anyone now because I couldn't even save myself. Crazy, child, save me. I have 2000 combat power and I need you to save me. Back to the present, Karaz looked at the body with a big hole in the abdomen and prayed, Cabros, live well and live with the pride of the scions. Karaz died. At this moment, Cabros, who was far away on the planet Loki, felt a sharp pain in his heart. Cabros, farewell, Instructor Karaz. Cabros said, and released his strength to the fullest. 300 points of strength were released to the fullest, the ground shook continuously, and the nearby birds and animals were frightened and fled in all directions. It was time to move on to the next step of training. In the past 2 years, he had only been training in the wild, occasionally entering the city to replenish some salt and seasoning. Now that the dust had settled on planet Vegeta, it was time for him to move on to the next step. He set himself a 10-year plan. In 10 years, his combat power must exceed that of the strongest person on this planet, that is, more than 2000 combat power points, and then he could take back his spaceship from the center of the planet. As for why he took the initiative to expose the spaceship and send it to the people of this planet for research, he wanted the people of this planet to resist the lightning for him and resist Frieza's search team. It won't be long before Frieza's search team will come to search for any scions who have escaped. What he needs to do is to integrate into this planet, keep abreast of the latest developments of this planet, and then take the opportunity to use the technology of this planet to help him practice. Planet Vegeta exploded, and Frieza laughed as he watched the fireworks from the planet's explosion. Frieza, Dodoria-san, Subo-san, the fireworks of planet explosions are really something I never get tired of watching. Dodoria, yes. King Frieza, now the annoying Scion monkeys are finally at peace. Sabo, Lord Frieza, I think it is necessary to issue a wanted notice for the surviving scions. It would be tantamount to eradicating the roots of the problem. Frieza, Sabo, you overestimate them. They are just a bunch of monkeys who only know how to fight. However, it is not impossible to wipe them out. I leave this matter to you. Sabo, yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza turned to leave, and Dodoria looked at Sabo, knowing that he had once again stolen his thunder. Cabros ruthlessly pulled out his tail and came to a big city called Science City, where all scientists gathered. He found the most famous scientist among them, Hill. The entrance of a building. Cabros, Mr. Hill, wait a minute, I need your help. Hill, get out of the way, I have something else to do. Cabros shook his head, he is shameless and even has to use force. Hill, you dare to use force, do you know? As Hill was speaking, he discovered that Cabros on the opposite side had disappeared. Then, his eyes blurred and he found himself outside the city. Hill, you are a mutant. Cabros, I am different from them. They have weaknesses, but I don't. Hill, how is that possible? Cabros, what I possess is pure power, not abilities acquired through external forces. Cabros was also puzzled. This planet was similar to the Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe was too strange. Various abilities emerged one after another. Although the combat power was not great, they could all involve space and time, but the physical body was as weak as paper, and there were various weaknesses. Could it be that it was just for the convenience of those in power to control them? Hill, what do you want? As he spoke, he pressed hard on something like a remote control in his hand, but Cabros didn't react at all. Hill, you are not one of those people who have mutated by taking any drugs. Cabros, only a fool would obey that kind of thing. It's better not to have power that comes at the cost of damaging one's own potential. Okay, now we can have a good chat. Hill, what do you want? Cabros, I need you to help me with the gravity chamber. Hill, gravity chamber, what is that? Cabros, you don't know? Hill shook his head. Cabros, for example, on Rocky Star, 1 kilogram of something will only weigh 0.2 kilograms on its satellite moon mountain. I want you to build a room where 1 kilogram of something outside will weigh 1 kilograms or even 10 kilograms. Hill, that's impossible. Gravity cannot be changed. Cabros was puzzled. What was going on? It was so simple for Bulma's father, but the top scientists here said it was impossible. Could it be that there were only a few geniuses? Yes, only Earth had the universal capsule in the entire universe. The rest of the universe was probably just ordinary. Perhaps if it weren't for the development of the plot, other civilizations would not be able to build spaceships at all. Cabros, if you are sure you can't make it, don't lie to me. Hill, if someone can change gravity without much change in mass, I would like to be his teacher. Cabros, well, if the gravity chamber cannot be built, then you can help me make some gravity suits. They are soft to wear, similar to normal clothes, but very heavy, about 100 kilograms or 200 kilograms. Hill, that's no problem. Give me some time and I'll pick out the materials. Cabros, okay, I'll wait for your good news. 3 months later, a spaceship the size of a ball landed on the Loki planet. After visiting the Scion spaceship in the city center and viewing the battle video at that time, they confirmed that the Scions who came to this planet were dead, and then left. Before leaving, Sabo was still cursing, saying that only the Scion monkeys would be interested in such a planet. Cabros saw all this on the news. At that stop, he deliberately exposed himself to the city's cameras in order to conceal his true identity. Another month passed, and the gravity suits came out. There were 3 in total, 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, and 200 kilograms. Cabros was quite satisfied and let Hill go. Before leaving, he told him that it would be best if he could make 300 kilograms and 500 kilograms gravity suits. Hill only said that he would try his best, but it might not work. Cabros was no longer surprised by this. It seemed that except for the protagonist, the level of these passers-by was really average. Cabros started training with 50 kilograms, then 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms. Yes, the 300 kilogram suit was made, but unfortunately the 500 kilogram suit was not made. In this way, Cabros used the suit to train hard for 5 years, and his combat effectiveness changed dramatically. Although it is impossible to use a detector for accurate measurement, according to Cabros's own speculation, his current basic combat power is definitely above 800. As for whether it has exceeded, it may have, but without measurement, he is not sure. Seeing that he had less than 1000 combat power, but it took him nearly 10 years, knowing the plot, it was a disgrace to the time-traveling army. However, this power is really strong. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy an entire city. If he transforms into a giant ape, he can completely wipe out the entire Rocky Star in 3 days. At this time, Cabros was already 10 years old, and he had completely integrated into the Dragon Ball world, becoming a Scion warrior. He understood from the bottom of his heart that although combat power could be detected and calculated, it was not a set of cold numbers. It was really unreasonable to start with a basic combat power of million and then become Super Saiyan in seconds, as in other novels. To be honest, with Cabros's current combat power of 1000, if he returns to the Earth before the transmigration, he will be absolutely invincible, and the 5 great philanthropists will have to pay taxes to him. Chapter 3. Cabros has lived in the Dragon Ball world for 10 years and has gradually adapted to this world. Now he knows that combat power is really not a number and cannot be improved just by thinking about it. Over the years, he has tried every possible way, but his combat power has only increased to a little over 1000. Of course, for a 10-year-old lower-level Saiyan, combat power is absolutely unimaginable. After all, before the Z era, the peak combat power of Saiyans was only a little over. According to Cabros's estimation, if he grows normally according to his Saiyan qualifications, his combat power at the age of 10 is no more than 300 points, and this is the height that can only be achieved under the 10 times gravity of planet Vegeta. If it were on this planet, it would be difficult to reach 200 points. It is because he trained with various methods he saw in his previous life that he has achieved today's achievements. This combat power has surpassed most intermediate fighters. Few intermediate fighters can exceed 10 points at the age of 1500. In the Dragon Ball world, every race has its limits, and every training method and environmental factors have their limits. The higher the combat power, the harder it is to improve. Why don't the Jinya Force members train? It's just ordinary training, which only increases their combat power by a few points a year. It's completely meaningless for their combat power of tens of thousands. Even their own mutated physical fitness, that is, their talent, can increase their combat power by tens of thousands of points in one burst. They don't have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, so training is completely meaningless. This is also because they don't know how to exercise and how to use luck. Thinking of this, Cabros realized that if he wanted to improve quickly, he had to follow the path of Son Goku's cultivation in the Dragon Ball story. He had to learn from all the masters, including Master Roshi, Master Cat, God, Popo, and King Kai. Only by learning all the cultivation experiences of these people, would he be qualified to go further. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can we see farther. There is nothing to say. Cabros began to plan to go to Earth. The first step was to find Hill and ask him to help him make a signal jammer. He had to get the spaceship in advance. If he had to wait until his combat power reached 2000 points, it would take too long, because he himself had felt that the speed of this training method had dropped sharply. Perhaps, in another 5 or 10 years, he might not be able to win, so this battle must be fought. We can't hide anymore. Escape is not the Saiyan style. In the center of the City Alliance, there is a huge castle with strict defenses. There is a Misa, who is called the God of the Earth, in charge. According to the results of the exploration just after arriving at this planet, the God of the Earth, Misa, has a combat power of more than 2000 points, but he is not sure whether he has improved in the past 5 years. However, it should not be much. After all, even a Saiyan like him feels that it is difficult to improve, let alone others. There is nothing much to say. He directly attacked the second best player who defeated him last time, the Magnetic King. The Magnetic King is a person with special abilities, and his own strength is not that strong. So when Cabros attacked him, he did not react and was kicked in the chest. He was seriously injured. Magnet King, it's you. How come you're not dead? Cabros, of course I'm not dead. Stop talking nonsense. You will die today. Magnet King, what on earth do you want to do? Cabros, I will destroy you and your anti-League of Legends completely. Magnet King, bastard, the God on earth will not let you go. Cabros, sure enough, you are in the same group. How ridiculous. The leader of the heroic association that people thought saved them is actually connected with the leader of the anti-League of Heroes. You are in collusion with each other and fooling the world. You should have died long ago. As he said that, Cabros didn't give the Magnet King a chance, and attacked him quickly to kill him. What a pity, the Magnet King's destructive power was even higher than Cabros's, but unfortunately he was a person with special abilities, his body was weak, and he was attacked by surprise, so he was easily solved by Cabros. After dealing with the Magnet King, Cabros launched a large-scale cleanup of those who opposed the League of Legends. Halfway through the cleanup, Cabros's hair stood on end. He knew that the God of the world had already been dispatched. He did not hesitate, and after placing several time bombs as smoke bombs, he sneaked away. He asked the City Alliance Center to snatch the only spaceship. In the center of the City Alliance, a shrill alarm sounded. After entering the core circle, Cabros no longer hid. He violently destroyed the metal frame protecting the spacecraft and directly fired a skyrocket, blasting a gap in the entire base. Damn it, the other party's target is the spaceship. Quick, let the god of the Earth come back. The god on Earth has received the signal, but it will take at least 10 minutes to return. What? Damn it! You little thief who stole the spaceship, you will die a miserable death. My dream of space. With a tail flame, Cabros left the base with the spaceship and came to the wasteland outside the City Alliance. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch and got in. The spaceship took off, and Cabros breathed a sigh of relief. He had already turned on the signal jammer. Now that the spaceship was in the air, no matter how powerful the god of the world was, he couldn't catch up. When he came back for recycling next time, his combat power would definitely exceed 2000. By then, he would be the god of Loki Star. When he left Loki Star, he saw from the spaceship that the god of the world was still chasing him in the air. He was not convinced and launched an attack energy wave. Unfortunately, his combat power of points was not enough for his energy wave to break through the gravity of the planet. In the end, he could only roar helplessly on Loki Star. Cabros had learned how to operate a spaceship on planet Vegeta. After some operation, he finally set the destination of the spaceship to Earth. He looked at the fuel. Fortunately, he had deliberately prepared some extra fuel at that time. Now it should be able to make it to Earth. The Loki Star is not far from the Earth. It will take about a month to reach the Earth in this spaceship. He will have a good sleep, as a bright future is waiting for him. A month later, a ball-shaped spaceship landed on Earth. At this moment, the god in the Temple of Heaven was very nervous because he felt the amazing power of Cabrock, which was much more powerful than that of the great demon King Piccolo, and was absolutely invincible on Earth. Immortal, Bobo, there is another alien on Earth. He should be the same race as the child from 5 years ago, but his power is too strong. I am afraid no one on Earth can be his opponent. Bobo, my Lord God, the aura I felt is not that evil. Perhaps he will not destroy the Earth. God, that would be best, but the Earth needs its own warriors. Cabros did not expect that his arrival would make the gods realize in advance the need to train Earth warriors. Here, Cabros, who came to Earth, felt like he was back home. He quickly exchanged the gold and some precious metals he carried for money, and then found a restaurant to have a good meal. After eating and drinking, he set his sights on Bulma's house in situ. Of course, Bulma's father, Brief, should still be the boss at this time. When he mentioned Mr. Brief, sure enough, everyone knew that the universal capsule had been invented at that time, and Brief was the world's richest man. After some inquiries, Cabros knew the location of Brief's house and flew directly there. Brief, who are you and what do you want? Brief was still very wary of this man who suddenly appeared. Cabros didn't waste any words and directly told his reasons. Cabros, I came here because I heard that Mr. Brief has strong scientific research capabilities, and I want his help with something. Brief, let me help you, my price is very high. Cabros, I have no money. Of course, I won't give it to you even if I have it. In fact, I need you to give me some shares of your capsule company so that I can have food and clothing on this Earth. Brief, you are robbing me, you are dreaming. Capsule Group is my hard work, I will not give it to you. Cabros, come on, I only said I won't pay, I didn't say I won't pay anything else. How about using technology that's beyond this era? Brief, science and technology. What science and technology is more advanced than the technology of our Universal Capsule Group? Cabros, wait a moment. After saying this, he flew away and soon came back holding the spaceship. Cabros, this is a spaceship that surpasses Earth's technology, capable of interstellar travel. Hello, are you listening? Cabros discovered that Brief ignored him and lay directly on the spaceship, his eyes shining as if he had found some treasure. Brief, this is really a spaceship? This kind of metal does not exist on Earth, absolutely not. How do you open this spaceship? Cabros walked forward and knocked on the top of the spaceship, and the hatch opened. The moment it opened, Brief jumped in and tinkered with it here and there. Cabros, how about it? What do you think of my request? Brief, I'll do anything you ask of me, as long as you give me this spaceship to study. Cabros, really? It would have been better if you did this earlier. What a waste of time. Brief, what do you know? This is manned space technology that is decades ahead of its time. I would be willing to exchange it for half of my shares in the capsule company. Cabros, half? No thanks. I only need 10%. Chapter 4. Brief, sure, what else do you want? Cabros, I want you to build a gravity chamber. After saying that, Cabros stared at Brief tightly. He was really afraid that the other party would say that he couldn't do it. That would be troublesome. Brief, a gravity chamber? With Earth's materials, we can only build a gravity chamber 10 times larger at best. Cabros, 10 times, that's fine. By the way, my spaceship is not made of Earth material. Can you see if you can increase the multiples? Brief, let me see. Cabros, yes, this is a combat effectiveness detector that can detect the life strength of humans and organisms. Take a look, take out the eavesdropper inside, and by the way, increase its detection limit. Brief, the detector is great. It is also a new type of sensor beyond the Earth. Don't worry, I will transform it well. Cabros, Mr. Brief, you may think that my request is excessive, but everything has a reason. Cabros told the story between the Scions and the Emperor of the Universe Frieza. There was nothing he could do about it. He was also afraid that Frieza would rebel. If he didn't take out the monitoring device, the Earth would definitely be destroyed. He described it in great detail, except that he described the Scions' occupation of other people's planets as a last resort, saying that the Scions only liked fighting, not invasion, and that they had no choice but to work for Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe whose combat power far exceeded their own. But now the other party has turned against them and has exterminated all the Scions, and even the Scions' planet, Planet Vegeta, has been destroyed. Brief was surprised. Is the Emperor of the Universe so strong? Cabros told him that the Emperor of the Universe Frieza has a combat power of 1.2 million. He gave an example that an adult man holding a shotgun has only 5 combat power points. 10 combat power points can lift a car. 150 combat power points can push the moon away. More than 1000 combat power points can completely destroy the moon. After he transformed into a giant ape, he had a combat power of more than. This power can even destroy the entire Earth. Brief knew how powerful the aliens were, so he didn't dare to betray them. He had originally wanted to deliberately not dismantle the monitoring device to attract the enemy to attack Facabulos, but now he didn't dare to do that. Not to mention how powerful his enemies were, he himself could destroy the Earth. If he got angry, he would just die together. To show his loyalty, Brief took Cabros to meet his wife and little Bulma. It is now 742 AE. According to the timeline, he is 1 year older than Bulma, and Bulma is 9 years old today. Based on Baidu Encyclopedia, other information is not considered for the time being. Meet Bulma, the most beautiful goddess of the future, okay. This is number 18, Chi-Chi and Bulma tied for first place. Cabros couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Bulma was not shy. She walked up to him and asked him what his name was and what he was going to do. Cabros, my name is Cabros, an Earth name? I'll just call myself Yefeng. Next, I want to visit the martial arts god, the Turtle Immortal, hoping to improve my combat effectiveness faster. Bulma was puzzled. Why was he so anxious to improve his combat power? The Earth was peaceful. Cabros, peaceful, that's just because the powerful in the universe are not interested in dealing with low-value planets like the Earth. Once the powerful in the universe target the Earth, all the people on Earth will be killed and the planet will be sold. Cabros made it clear that he wanted to practice and become stronger, and did not agree to accompany Bulma shopping because he knew that having no sword in hand and having a sword in hand but not using it were two different things. After the Cell Games, Goku said that he had provoked so many powerful enemies because of himself, and he might as well be dead. This statement is completely wrong. Without him, Raditz, and Vegeta, the Earth would be gone, and all the people on Earth would be wiped out. Because Goku has such strong power, we can see so many powerful enemies. If he didn't have the power, there would be no chance to see the powerful enemies later, because all the people on Earth would have been gone. It was Goku's strength that gave the people on Earth a chance to survive, not that the strong power provoked a strong enemy. This is a stupid logic. Well, Son Goku's brain is a little abnormal except for fighting. Of course, it is also possible that he wanted to get rid of Chi-Chi and practice more attentively so as not to be resurrected. Cabros bid farewell to Dr. Brief and his family and flew towards Bun Mountain. From a distance, he saw Son Gohan who was ready for battle. The original work does not clearly state the time of Son Gohan's death, but there are still 7 years before Bulma and Son Goku meet, so Son Gohan is very likely still alive. Caballos came in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan, you have such a strong aura. Who are you? Caballos' tail wagged, catching Son Gohan's attention. Son Gohan, are you Goku's family? Sorry, I thought he had no family. That's why I adopted him. Cabros, Mr. Son Gohan, I have no ill intentions, nor do I want to take Kakarot away. I just came here to see my clan member Kakarot. Son Gohan, Son Goku's original name is Kakarot, right? But I still think Son Goku is better. Cabros, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call me, Son Goku or Kakarot. I'm here to ask Mr. Son Gohan for an introduction. I want to train under the martial arts god, Master Turtle. Son Gohan, although I don't want to admit it, you are too strong. It is impossible for me or my Master Roshi to be stronger than you, and it is difficult for us to give you any guidance. Cabros, that may not be the case. I am so strong because of my talent and race. As for the method of cultivation, I think I am still far from it. Son Gohan, since you are sure you want to do this, I hope you can bring little Goku with you to receive training from my master. Cabros, yes. Cabros didn't expect that his arrival would cause a butterfly effect, causing Son Goku to go to Master came to train 7 years earlier. This would cause a lot of changes in the future. However, this is the world of Dragon Ball, and there is no persuasion that cannot change the plot. As long as there is enough power, following the plot is a waste of talent and dancing on a tightrope. There have been so many battles, and that time they were almost wiped out. If you have the power to surpass the opponent, it won't be so dangerous. Cabros knew that this was a real world and there couldn't be any mistakes. His previous plan to fake his death was full of loopholes, but luckily he wasn't killed. Now that he had come to Earth and was qualified to become stronger, he wouldn't waste time. Son Goku came back carrying a big fish. The 7-year-old Son Goku looked no different from the one 7 years later. Instead, he was half a head taller than the current Son Goku. He was almost as tall as Son Goku was when he fought Tien Shinyan. Son Goku, are you my family? Cabros, not really. We are all scions. You are one of my people. I have heard of your father's deeds, but I have never seen him. Son Goku, my father? Cabros, Mr. Bardock is a rare fighting genius among the scions. Son Goku, who is stronger, my father or my older brother? Cabros, Mr. Bardock is much stronger than me. Son Goku, really? Then I want to be as strong as my father. Cabros, I look forward to your growth. Under the introduction of Son Gohan, Cabros and Son Goku came to the island where Master Roshi was. After knowing that Son Goku was Son Gohan's grandson, he was still very happy. He asked about Son Gohan and agreed to accept Son Goku as his apprentice, but did not ask for pornographic books. However, when he arrived at Cabros, Master Roshi was very shocked. Master Roshi, you are so strong, I am really not qualified to guide you. Cabros, I am so strong because of my racial talent. I am far behind in cultivation techniques. I hope to get your guidance. After saying that, Cabros thoughtfully prepared a stack of color books and a number of pornographic CDs, and looked at Master Roshi with shining eyes. Master Roshi, ahem, you want to kill me? Well, since you are so sincere, I will teach you martial arts. Master Kame wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He did this to test Cabros's sincerity. He thought that if the other party did not respect him, he would not teach him real kung fu, but he was also afraid. Cabros's energy was too strong. If he wanted to fight, I am afraid that even if his master Mutato was resurrected, he would not be his opponent. And now Cabros completely respected him and even prepared pornographic books and magazines in advance to please him. He looked like an ordinary person apprenticing to him, without the airs of a strong man at all. Therefore, he decided to teach Cabros everything he knew. In this way, Cabros practiced with Master Kame for a year and learned the Kame-style Qigong and several major moves, including Kamehameha, 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm, After Image Fist, etc. After a year of practice, Cabros clearly felt that his foundation was more solid. And his idea was not wrong. The training of Master Kame really had a luck method, and it was not as simple as seen in the animation. After the solid foundation of Master Kame, Cabros obviously felt that his strength had been greatly improved. Not to mention how much his combat power had improved, just comparing it with a year ago, it was definitely a strength that could kill in 1 second. The current me could kill the me a year ago in 1 second. Chapter 5. After completing his training, Cabros said goodbye to Master Kame and asked him about the direction of Karantat. Then he flew away. Master Roshi opened his mouth and wanted to tell Cabros about the World No. 1 martial arts tournament in a year, but then he closed his mouth again, because in his opinion, no one could beat Cabros, and it was meaningless for him to participate in the World No. 1 martial arts tournament. However, although Cabros would not participate, Son Goku could participate. For this reason, he wrote a letter to Son Gohan, wanting him to disguise himself and participate in the World No. 1 martial arts tournament, and defeat Son Goku, so that Son Goku would know that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always better things, for fear that Son Goku would become proud and complacent. Little did he know that doing so would kill Son Gohan. Son Gohan was severely injured by the gorilla that Son Goku transformed into at the martial arts tournament, and later died. Well, it was a plot kill. After all, Son Goku's son would still be named Son Gohan? Of course, it was worth it for Son Goku's grandfather to die. After all, he became Lejun's boyfriend in the underworld. How free he lived! Cabros first returned to Bulma's house and learned that the detector had been repaired. To say it was repaired meant removing the monitoring device and increasing the detection limit. Dr. Brief told Cabros that the detection limit of the current detector was increased by 200 times, and the upper limit was 100 million combat power. He also had a large detector at home, with a detection limit of up to billion. Cabros said it was amazing. He couldn't wait to turn on the detector to detect his own combat power. It had been 11 years and there was no way to know his exact combat power. Ding ding ding. Combat power, 1256 points. Cabros, 1256. Not bad. This is my current basic combat power. The improvement was huge, and he also understood why he felt that he could kill himself in seconds a year ago. He thought that through the training of Kame Senryu, Cabros not only strengthened his basic combat power, but also learned how to aerate. The basic combat power is now 1256, and after aeration, it will increase by 40%, reaching 1758 combat power. This is because Cabros's comprehension of the artistic conception is not deep enough. According to Master Kame, if the comprehension of the artistic conception of the Kame style is perfected, the combat power can be increased by 100%, that is, the combat power will be doubled. This is also why Android 20 attacked Piccolo by surprise, but was still beaten to pieces by Piccolo after he recovered. The same is true for Super Saions. It is true that ordinary Super Saions can increase their power by 50 times, but they may not be able to fully exert their power. The second stage of Super Saiyan increases by 65 times, the third stage increases by 85 times, large muscles, seriously reducing speed, and the final full power only increases by 50 times, but because the excitement has been eliminated, it is close to normal, so on the basis of 50 times, using 60% of aeration is equivalent to an increase of 80 times. Later, when Vegeta saw Bulma being slapped in the face by Beerus, he was furious and increased his combat power, which is a kind of aeration. Aeration rarely exceeds 100% of the basic strength, and King Fist is an exception. Bulma, brother Cabros, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Cabros, I want to go to Kailan Tao, which is a holy place for martial arts. But it's a very small place and I'm afraid you can't adapt to it. Bulma, I'm not afraid. Cabros, all right. If you insist, I'll take you there. Bulma, I insist. In this way, Cabros could not bear Bulma's repeated requests and had to take her to Kailan Tower. Before leaving, Cabros received the dividends for the year and bought a lot of fish and put them into capsules. Yes, he had coveted Kailan Tower's senzu beans for a long time, and he would not allow a certain tank-suited Yasuo to hoard the life-saving senzu beans. If such a thing really happened, he wouldn't mind being the bad guy and sending a certain tanky Yasuo to see the King of Hell. In 743 AI, Cabros came to Kailan Ta for the first time. On the temple. God, he is coming. Bobo, he's not a bad guy. God, I know. I have seen everything he has done in this year. I cannot say he is kind, but he is not evil either. Bobo, well, what does the god mean? God, if he wants to come to the temple to learn how to practice, I'll have to trouble Mr. Bobo. Bobo, it's okay, God, it's not a problem. The immortal thought in his heart, maybe, Son Goku, the tribe member of that strong man, can be trained to be a warrior of the earth. He watched Son Goku grow up, and after falling off the cliff, he has become a pure heart, very kind and worthy of training. Well, let's see what happens in this world's first martial arts conference first. The two came to Karantat. Bulma was very interested in a cat that could talk. However, after being introduced by Cabros, she learned that the cat fairy had lived for more than 800 years, which she found incredible. Cat Immortal, you really need to practice with me, meow. Cabros, yes, Cat Immortal, please guide me in my practice. Cat Fairy, okay, you put on this bell, and then. Cabros, what's wrong, Cat Fairy? Cat Immortal, the Immortal already knows about you, and he wants you to go to the temple to practice. Cabros, God? Cat Immortal, yes, going up from here is the Temple of Heaven where the great Immortal lives. Cabros turned on the detector and it showed that there were two combat forces on it. 322 and 1089. 322 should be the combat force of the Immortal, and 1089 should be the combat force of Bobo. Cabros has many speculations about Popo, after all, he can even transform into Super Saiyan Goten and attack together with Trunks. There are also many speculations, some say he is an angel, and some say he is at the same level as the Great Priest. Of course, these are too far away for Cabros. Now, what he needs to do is to practice and become stronger. When encountering a crisis, he can protect himself and the people he wants to protect. Cabros, Cat Immortal, please tell the gods that I will go up after I have received your teachings. The Cat Fairy nodded and said, let's start. Bulma, hey, are you just going to leave a girl like me here and not care about me? Cat Fairy, ah. Well, here, there is a water tank that can see the world. You can spend time here. Bulma, really? With an unbelievable look on his face, Cabros regretted bringing Bulma with him. It was a complete waste of time. As for saying that Cabros was just a wooden man, get rid of him. He was only 11 years old and Bulma was only 10 years old. He was not a pedophile, okay? After dealing with Bulma, Cabros and the Cat Master began to practice formally. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and he finally squeezed all the practice tricks out of the Cat Master. Although the Cat Master was also taught by gods, but after 3 years, the Cat Master has his own innovations. Ding ding ding! Combat Power 1351, very good, the combat power has increased by nearly points. A good harvest. Cat Fairy, what is this? Cabros, this is a detector that can detect everyone's combat effectiveness. Cat Fairy, really? Then how much do you think I am? Beep beep. 155. Cabros, 155 points. Cat Immortal, 155, not bad. By the way, you said 1351 just now. Is that your own combat power? Cabros, yes, that's my fighting power when I'm not aerating. Cat Fairy, that's amazing. How much can you improve aeration now? Cabros, it's almost 50%. That's right, this month, Kabulos has comprehended more of the state of mind of Kame Senryu, and now can increase his combat power by 50%. 1351 increased by 50%, up to 2026 points, which means Kabulo's combat power exceeds 2000. At this time, if he fights against the god of the earth on the Loki planet, he will definitely win. Cabros knew that it was time to end Kylan Taz's stay, so he took out a lot of universal capsules and proposed to exchange them for senzu beans. The Cat Fairy saw the determination in Cabros's eyes, and took out all the beans. Cabros counted them and found a total of 536 beans. He took out 30 beans and returned them to the Cat Fairy, asking him to use them as seeds to continue cultivating the beans. He also told him that the beans were very important and could not be eaten by people. Cat Fairy, I understand. I won't let anyone waste the magic beans. Cabros, you don't understand. What I mean is, if anyone dares to destroy the senzu beans, no matter if that person is a good person or not, I will kill him, I will definitely do it, and no one can stop me. The cat immortal felt the murderous aura from Kabulos for the first time, and was trembling with fear. The gap in strength was too big. The huge pressure made him deeply imprint Kabulos' words in his heart. After leaving, Cabros said hello to the cat fairy and left, flying towards the temple. As for Bulma, she couldn't hold on the third day of her training in Cabros. At first, she was very interested in the magical water tank, but soon she got bored. She relied on her curiosity and innocent affection for Cabros to keep her going, but she only lasted 3 days. When Bulma asked Cabros to take her home, Cabros agreed immediately, picked up Bulma on the spot and flew towards Zidu. On the road. Bulma, are you a blockhead? I'm so beautiful. Cabros, Miss Bulma, you are very beautiful, but I am only 11 years old and you are only 10, you are still too young. Bulma, when I grow up, can I be your girlfriend? Cabros, if you still want to at that time, that's fine with me. Bulma, great. After saying that, Bulma looked at Cabros with a blushing face, and Cabros also understood that he had come into contact with Bulma earlier than Vegeta, and he was not a promiscuous person, so Vegeta might have no chance. Chapter 6. Cabros sent Bulma home and was about to leave, but Bulma asked him to stay. She took Cabros to have a big meal with her. Cabros thought that it was better to practice with a balance between tension and relaxation, so he stayed for dinner. During the meal, Cabros intentionally suggested that Bulma learn some martial arts so that it would be better for her self-defense. Bulma was not happy at first, but she seemed to think of something and agreed with a red face. Then she asked Cabros where it would be better to train. Cabros first thought of Master Kame, but then he thought that the old man was too lustful and would definitely take advantage of Bulma. So he shook his head and said no. Bulma wondered why Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, couldn't do it. Cabros, apart from Master Roshi, the next one is Karen Tat. The cat master's cultivation should be not inferior to Master Roshi's. Bulma, you are talking about the place we just went to. Okay, I'll go there again and practice well this time. Cabros, forget it. If you go now, it will easily slow down my progress. In my opinion, you should invite some martial arts teachers to come and practice at home. Wait until your body is used to martial arts before talking about advanced practice. Cabros refused. Although Bulma was very good, that was based on his ability to protect her. If he did not work hard to cultivate, the entire universe might disappear in the future. What would love be like then? Love is about giving, not taking. Temporary happiness does not mean lifelong happiness. Then, Cabros asked Bulma a question, that is, why she liked him. Bulma shyly answered that she thought Cabros was very handsome when he was practicing hard, and that kind of serious temperament that controlled everything made her feel very reliable, and she felt that Cabros would definitely save everyone at the critical moment. Cabros nodded and told Bulma that he would become the strongest scion and #1 in the universe. Cabros said goodbye to Bulma and came to the temple. Fairy, hello, alien visitor. Cabros, well, it seems that the immortals are not from Earth either. The immortal was surprised and asked excitedly, do you know where I am from? Cabros, judging from your appearance, you should be a Namekian. Shenxian, Namek? No wonder I always feel that I look different from others. Cabros, maybe the gods will have a chance to return to Namek in the future. God, really? But I am now the god of Earth, I am afraid I cannot go back. Cabros, I just want to go back and take a look. It should be fine. By the way, Master God, please guide me in my cultivation. As he spoke, Cabros clasped his hands together and bowed. Immortal, to be honest, your strength is far beyond mine, and I am not qualified to guide you. However, Mr. Bobo may be able to do so. Cabros, Mr. Bobo, please guide me. Bobo, okay, I will do whatever the immortal tells me to do. Cablos, thank you. Bobo, put on the bell again and come over here. Let me see your basics. Cabros, good. As he said that, Cabros attacked, using all his moves, such as whip kick, straight punch, after image punch, Kamehameha, etc., without even touching the corner of Popo's clothes. This surprised Cabros very much. After he was aerated, his combat power exceeded 2000. After Popo was aerated, he was not weaker than him, and he was better than him in both attack and defense. Sometimes, Cabros even felt that Popo's body started to move and counterattack without even thinking. Maybe he was really an angel. Of course, this cannot be said. At least, the combat power has not reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. It cannot be said, because if you don't reach Super Saiyan 3, the angels will not look down on you. The battle between Goku and Beerus at King Kai's place, and Whis putting down the lunchbox in his hand several times is an example. Goku became Super Saiyan 3, and then Whis started to eat. Perhaps only when you reach the 6th dimension, you are qualified to be noticed by the angels. Here, the standard of combat power dimension is that below 100 points is the first dimension, 100 point is the second dimension, minus 100 million is the third dimension, and so on, 100 billion-1 trillion, that is, 1 trillion is the 6th dimension, and the 7th dimension is the dimension of God. Here we are talking about the power dimension, the realm dimension is another thing, which will be discussed later. Bobo, Cabros, looking at your movements, there are very few unnecessary movements, but it is still not enough. Your heart must be as calm as the sky and your movements must be faster than lightning. Cabros, please teach me. Bobo, okay, you remember this mantra and luck method. This is called sky aeration. If you master it completely, you can increase your strength to more than 100%. As for how much it can be increased, it depends on you. Cabros, more than 100%. Cabros was extremely surprised, this was the first time he heard of a technique that could inflate the air to over 100%. No wonder Son Goku could rely on a basic combat power of 416 to fight against Raditz who had a combat power of 1500. It turned out that the sky aeration was so powerful. Cabros nodded and wrote down the luck method and formula of sky aeration. As he changed the luck formula, he soon found that his body seemed to be redeveloped, revealing his heart everywhere. Very good, in this way, his training speed can be improved. There are still 6 years before the plot begins, and more than 10 years before Vegeta comes to Earth. There is plenty of time, maybe by then he can become a Super Saiyan. He is not the protagonist, and he does not believe that he can cross the gap from combat power to million combat power in just a few days. This gap must be overcome with time. Soon a year passed, and Cabros was still receiving training in the Temple of Heaven. At this time, he had already received training on the dummy created by the Super Divine Water. When Bobo proposed to use the gravity suit for training, Cabros said that the clothes he was wearing now were gravity suits, weighing 300 kilograms. Bobo was a little surprised after hearing this. Bobo, so you've been training in a gravity suit. Take off your training suit and see how strong you are. Cabros took off his gravity suit and increased his strength to maximum without aeration. Beep, beep, combat power 1980. Bobo, pretty good strength, let's see. Beep, beep, combat power 3366. Bobo, well, now your aeration can increase your strength by 70%. You still need to keep working hard. Cabros nodded, turned around and was about to join the battle, but suddenly felt a familiar force. Ding ding ding, combat power 1100 points. This is the Scion's energy, it's Son Goku, he's transformed into a gorilla. God, yes, Son Goku is fighting with Son Gohan in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh no, Son Gohan is dying. Cabros was shocked. This should be the 20th Martial Arts Tournament, which was 5 years earlier than the original. Son Goku's combat power exceeded 100 at this time, and his butterfly had a great influence. However, the immortal said that Son Gohan was no longer viable. Was it a plot kill? If so, I had to be careful. I had to raise my strength to the Super Saiyan level as soon as possible, and even my basic combat power had to exceed 1000 million, so that I would not die at the hands of Frieza's brother Cooler, if Cooler existed. Just like that, another year passed, and the practice in the Temple of Heaven was completely over. According to Bobo, future practice would depend on oneself. Before leaving, the immortal offered to help Cabros seal his tail, but Cabros refused. What a joke, that is the source of Saiyan power. Without it, how can you become Super Saiyan 4? Super Saiyan 3 will become a leaky Super Saiyan 3. Cabros told the gods not to seal the Saiyan tail in the end because it would affect the growth of the Saiyans. He didn't want to see Son Goku lose to Majin Buu because of a leak. Finally, Kabulos measured his combat power, the base was 2457, the aeration was 4300, and the aeration degree had increased to 75%. This improvement speed was very fast, much faster than when he was practicing on Loki Star, and he learned sky aeration, and now his strength has greatly increased. Now he is definitely better than all the intermediate warriors of the same age, and he is not afraid of even the superior warriors. After leaving the temple, Cabros first came to Kailan Tat. He learned that the production of senzu beans had begun to decline recently for unknown reasons. Cabros, then don't use them indiscriminately. Save the senzu beans and give them to the earth warriors when the earth encounters a strong enemy in the future. Cat Immortal, I understand. I will keep an eye on the senzu beans in the future. Cabros left and came to Bayazai Mountain, where he met Son Goku who lived alone. Cabros, Kakarot, Grandpa Lunch is dead? Son Goku, yes, my grandfather said he was trampled to death by a big monster. He also told me not to go out on full moon nights. Cabros laughed in his heart, that monster is you. At this time, a voice sounded. Cabros, why are you here? Cabros, Bulma, why are you here? Bulma, I'm here to collect Dragon Balls. I heard that if you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can make a wish come true, any wish can come true. Cabros, so what is your wish? Bulma hesitated. Cabros, how about making Bulma young and beautiful forever? Bulma surprise, why didn't I think of that? Love you. Bulma said as she kissed Cabros. Son Goku, can you give me this wish? I want to revive my grandfather. Bulma and Cabros looked at Goku in surprise. Chapter 7. Cabros glanced at Bulma and said weakly. Cabros, how about, Bulma, you can make your wish come true next time. Bulma, why? I want this wish. Cabros, but Goku is his grandfather. Cabros, Bulma, you are too young now. If you stay young forever, what will happen if you stop growing? Bulma, ah. Bulma looked at her chest, which was just a small bun, and her face suddenly turned panicked. Bulma, here you are, this wish is yours, I don't want it anymore. As she said this, Bulma actually started to cry. Looking at Bulma, who was only 13 years old, I felt a headache. It was only the 746th year of the Aki era, 4 years before the Nd Tenkaichi Budokai, and 3 years before Bulma's first appearance in the original novel. Was Bulma so fragile 3 years ago? Or was she only fragile in front of me? This is what Cabros thought. Cabros, okay, after we finish collecting the Dragon Balls this time, I'll go shopping with you. Bulma, really? That's great. Seeing Bulma like this, Cabros realized that she was only vulnerable in front of him. Just like that, several people began their journey to find the Dragon Balls. Just like the original, they first met Oolong. Unlike the original, the current Son Goku has a combat power of more than 130 points. You must know that without aeration, Master Roshi only has a combat power of 139. Now Goku is no weaker than Master Roshi. Relying on the Scion's physique of becoming more and more courageous in battle, it is really hard to say who will win the battle between the two. Although Master Roshi has many years of experience, Son Goku is a Scion and the protagonist. With the same level of combat power, it is basically impossible to win Son Goku. So, facing Oolong, Son Goku just showed his aura and scared him away. Don't say Oolong is timid, aura is really something that exists. Remember the beginning of the story, when Son Goku was looking for the lost Son Gohan, he met a tiger. The tiger was baring its teeth at first, but Son Goku just glared at it and slightly raised his aura, and the tiger was scared and ran away with its tail between its legs. After passing the Oolong level, they met Yamcha next. This time, Bulma saw that Yamcha didn't have much experience, so she just said handsome guy. Instead, Yamcha fainted. Several people waited for Yamcha to come and invited him to join the team to find the Dragon Balls. When Yamcha learned that they had practiced with the martial arts god Kame, he immediately decided to become Kame's apprentice. Cabros also thought it would be better for Yamcha to become a disciple early. In the original novel, he wasted his best years in cultivation and began to become a disciple of Master Kame, but was rejected. Now it is several years earlier than in the original novel, and Yamcha is still young. At this time, perhaps Master Kame will be impressed by his qualifications. However, Cabros still reminded Yamcha and told him Master Kame's preferences. Now, Yamcha is full of confidence and feels that he can definitely become a disciple of Master Kame. Cabros was also curious, if Yamcha had not wasted his best training time, who would be the strongest earthling between him and Krillin. After meeting Yamcha, they came to a desert. Because Pilaf and his gang had not started collecting Dragon Balls at that time, the Dragon Ball appeared in the desert. Bulma, Cabros, how far do we have to go? It's so hot. Cabros took out a capsule and opened it, revealing a refrigerator. He took out a bottle of iced drink and handed it to Bulma. Cabros, it's around here. Nonsense, if they weren't almost there, he would have just carried Bulma and flew over. As for Son Goku and Yamcha, let them run in the desert. The desert is just right for training. Son Goku, I want to drink too. Cabros, stop talking. We are almost there. Let's get the Dragon Ball and leave the desert first. Son Goku, you are biased. Cabros, I admire you. This is what a pure heart is like, right? Cabros was convinced. What could he say? Is it normal to be partial to your girlfriend? Maybe someone else would say so, but Son Goku was the only one who made people hate him. Of course, if it were someone else, they wouldn't ask such a stupid question. Cabros, here we are, right down there. Son Goku looked at the yellow sand under his feet. Son Goku, but, there is sand underneath. Cabros, go away, Goku, and help me watch Bulma. Son Goku nodded. As the others left, Cabros raised his energy to the maximum and began to spin. Soon a tornado formed around him, which rolled up the yellow sand under his feet. Soon, a Dragon Ball was revealed. It was the 7-star Dragon Ball. Ah! Help! Cabros turned around and found Bulma was blown into the air, so he flew over to catch her. After landing, he found that Son Goku and Yamcha were blown far away, and half of their bodies were buried in the yellow sand. Cabros pulled the two out. Cabros, are you okay? Son Goku, Cabros, you are so awesome, so strong. Cabros, I'm just older than you. You will be as strong as me in the future. Son Goku, really? Then I must practice hard. Next, the few of them experienced an attack from the violent group Rabbit Group, but were easily defeated by Son Goku. It is worth mentioning that when they arrived at the fire on Pingdipan Mountain, Son Goku and Kikai met in advance. With the friendly reminder of Cabros, the Bull King hid part of the treasure under the mountain. After all, Cabros didn't want to see a useless Son Gohan. And with the money, Chi-Chi should not hinder Son Gohan from practicing. The last Dragon Ball was on the island where Master Kame lived, and several people came directly to the island. Master Kame saw Bulma and wanted to take advantage, but after Cabros coughed a few times, he calmed down. It was really terrible. He felt a terrifying power from Cabros, which was much stronger than 2 years ago. Kabulos thought that if Kabulos wanted to, he could kill him in an instant. Ha! Kabulos sneered, overestimating himself. With Kabulos's combat power of 139, anyone with a combat power of more than 300 points can kill you instantly. Why did he raise his combat power so high? It was because Kabulos had lived too long and had too much experience. Kabulos estimated that after Kabulos's eration, his combat power would definitely exceed 200 points. In addition to his hundreds of years of experience, his martial arts understanding was amazing even to the angels. It would be fair to him to increase his combat power a little. Of course, Cabros's combat power exceeds 2,400, and after eration, it exceeds 4,000. This gap cannot be made up by experience and understanding of martial arts. For example, Bruce Lee competed with a 3-year-old child who had just learned to walk. They were both unarmed. How could the 3-year-old child win? The child could have lasted 1 second longer because Bruce Lee was letting the child win. Therefore, after Kabulos's warning, Master Kame became much more honest. Of course, Kabulos was not reassured, because he knew that Master Kame was so bold that he dared to take advantage of Android 18. He was really not afraid of death. It was only because he was Krillin's master that he would lose if he lived 1 more second. Speaking of Android 18, she is the goddess of childhood, and he must get her. Before Bulma, Cabros just went with the flow, but for Android 18, if anyone dares to compete with him, he will definitely destroy the earth. No one can help him. If God or angels insist on intervening, he can only compromise temporarily. But when his combat power allows, he will destroy the entire universe and kill all the angels. He is so stubborn and persistent. Android 18 is Cabros's Achilles heel. Anyone who dares to prevent Cabros from getting her will be killed. With the help of Cabros, Son Goku obtained the somersault cloud, and Yamcha became Master Roshi's apprentice in advance. Master Roshi, Yamcha, you have good talent, but you are a little old. Fortunately, it is not too late. Yamcha, I will practice hard. Shenlong, come out. Make my wish come true. As the spell was recited, a dragon appeared. Cabros, Goku. Son Goku, please resurrect my grandpa Son Gohan. As Son Goku finished speaking, everyone was looking forward to it, including Master Roshi, who didn't want his apprentice to die so early. No, he refused. Master Roshi, what? Why would Gohan refuse? Master Roshi was very surprised. Shenlong, he said he found his lover in the underworld and doesn't want to come back. Son Goku, what does it mean to have found love? Why doesn't Grandpa come back? Cabros, Son Goku, a lover is someone you spend your whole life with. By the way, Goku, if you have great merit or a backer in the underworld, you can continue to live with your body, which is equivalent to immortality. I think the reason why Son Gohan doesn't want to come back is that he has the right to keep his body in the underworld, so he doesn't want to give up the opportunity of immortality. Master Roshi, keeping the body and being immortal? I heard from my sister that such a thing exists, but I didn't expect Gohan to have this opportunity. Cabros, Grandpa Gohan doesn't want to come back, so this wish is for me. Son Goku nodded woodenly. Cabros, Shenlong, please allow me and Son Goku to gain the ability to survive in the universe. Shenlong hesitated for a moment. Shenlong, yes, this wish can be fulfilled. However, since there are two of us, after the wish is fulfilled, no new wish can be fulfilled within 2 years. Can it be fulfilled? Cabros, I am sure, please allow Son Goku and I to gain the ability to survive in the universe. The dragon's eyes flickered with a red light, and Cabros felt like there was something new in him, something was different. Survival in the universe. In the future, any random enemy can explode a star. If you cannot survive in the universe, you will feel insecure. Next, several people practiced on Kame Island. At the reminder of Cabros, Bulma began to invent nutrient solution and equipment to help with training. A bottle of nutrient solution can make a scion like Cabros full, which is very valuable, especially in battle. Although there are a lot of senzu beans now, they should be used sparingly. In addition, Bulma also invented a treatment cabin, which is the same as the one used by Frieza's army. A seriously injured person can lie in it and recover completely within 2 hours through liquid treatment. Soon, 3 years passed, and on this day, Krillin arrived. Cabros was already 17 years old, and his height was 1.75 meters, which was considered an adult's height. Bulma also matured a lot. Cabros knew that it was time for him to leave. It was time to go to King Kai's planet, his next training ground. Going there to do gravity training now should not affect his height and physical potential. Chapter 8. Before leaving, Cabros checked everyone's combat power. His current basic combat power is 5,236, and the aeration is over 9,000. The aeration degree is close to 90%, which is the result of 3 years of practice. Of course, this is still tested while wearing a 300 kg gravity suit. According to Cabros's own estimation, if he takes off the combat suit and aerates himself, he will definitely find it. This combat power has exceeded most of the senior warriors. You must know that during the reign of King Vegeta, there were only a few warriors with more than combat power. A combat power of more than is no longer measured by the level of the warrior. As for the others, under the pressure of Cabros, Son Goku's fighting power has more than doubled. At the last test, his fighting power has exceeded 250 points. According to Cabros's estimate, when the 280 St World Martial Arts Tournament is held in a year, Son Goku's fighting power will be at least 300 points. It is not certain whether it can reach points, but Piccolo will definitely be able to easily survive this catastrophe. Son Goku does not need to drink the highly toxic Super Divine Water, and he will not need to desperately use the high-powered Kaioken later. Without these two things, his viral heart disease will probably disappear. Of course, it may continue to exist. After all, this viral heart disease is equivalent to plot killing. Son Goku, who survived this catastrophe, is the real protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Cabros also has his own ideas. Since he came to Earth so early, some things must be changed. The most important thing to change is the cognition of the Earthlings. We must not allow Satan to steal the achievements of others. Moreover, the earthlings here have no respect for the strong at all. It is simply stupid. A little bit of deception, dare to grin at the ridiculously strong Z warriors. This is really something I have never seen before. Look at those races in the universe. When they hear the name of Frieza, they are terrified. The earthlings are good. I don't know who saved them. The most frustrating thing is that the Goku family, who saved the earth many times, actually lived a miserable life. We need to let people know that there is no free lunch in the world. Every time we save the earth, we need to pay. Otherwise, there is no benefit from just fighting. No wonder Yamcha finally went to play baseball. The first step of the Cabro's plan is to set up a security company, which is the kind of security company that specializes in protecting important people. The company provides bodyguard services, and Z warriors such as Son Goku can serve as guest elders. You can get a high salary in the company, and when you have a big client, you can protect him. When the company grows bigger, you can execute the second step, in the name of the company, call on the warriors all over the world to participate and create a martial arts alliance, so that people all over the world can recognize the power of warriors, respect them and aspire to become warriors. Only in this way can the status of warriors be improved. The martial arts alliance is also responsible for protecting the earth, and the cost of protecting the earth is paid by the only political power on earth. It seems that there is only one country on Dragon Ball Earth, and it is ruled by a dog. All the expenses of the martial arts alliance are included in military expenditures. Of course, if the Dog King is unwilling, then let Piccolo or Raditz destroy all the armies of this country. Only by making them realize that the army they rely on is nothing in front of the warriors of the martial arts alliance, will they pay obediently. Of course, although the martial arts alliance needs military funds to support it, the members of the martial arts alliance will definitely be carefully selected, and there will be no backdoors, unqualified people, or empty salaries. There will also be no corruption, jealousy of geniuses, etc. In his previous life, Cabros read a novel called Swallowed Stars, in which the human race is truly united. The reason for unity is simple. The strongest, the Great Axe and the Lord of Chaos, are selfless people. They value unity, and other conspirators can't make waves at all. Whoever shows up will die. In other words, as long as Cabros remains the strongest, the earth will always be a united and harmonious family. There will never be evil deeds such as killing innocent people for credit, framing others, using public power for personal gain, corruption, bullying the minority, and school bullying. Some people may think that Cabros is too straightforward and cannot beat those conspirators. Unfortunately, this is the Dragon Ball world, where there is the ability to go back in time. You can see the past and the future through the time ring. Therefore, all conspiracies will be exposed under the dimensional crushing. Even Cabros will let Bulma study the device to read memory. Try to avoid wrongful convictions. When a Deluojixian is willing to spend enough energy to sell the entire earth once to cross the long river of time just to make the crime exposed, then the evil people on this planet are pathetic. That's right, evil people are pitiful. As the saying goes, I won't offend others if they don't offend me. As long as you have the intention to harm others, it's your fault. Everyone should honestly create value for society. There is no way. This world has the god of destruction and the king of all. It's not that you are weak, but that you are right. In the eyes of the king of all and the god of destruction, you deserve to be eliminated and destroyed. In this environment, any opportunistic behavior is a betrayal of the entire human race. After thinking so much, Cabros didn't know how far he could execute it in the end. What he had to do now was to increase his energy, because he always felt that something was going to happen. Every time Bulma came, she always looked at Cabros with hesitation. Cabros guessed that it had something to do with Bulma's sister ties. Perhaps it would not be long before he would have to leave the earth and leave this comfort zone. So, he had no choice. Now he had to complete the training on King Kai as soon as possible, and then come back for 100 times gravity training. Only in this way could he surpass most of the bad guys on the cosmic battlefield. By then, as long as he doesn't encounter the Ice Demon Clan or the evil Namekian, he should be able to deal with most crises. Next, let's talk about everyone's combat power. Under the encouragement of Cabros, Yamcha's combat power has also improved by leaps and bounds. In 3 years, his combat power has increased from 10 points at the beginning to 151 points now. It can be said that with this combat power, even if he faces Tien Shinyan, he will not lose so badly. Now there are still 4 years to the ND World Martial Arts Tournament. Who knows who is stronger between the two? From this point of view, Yamcha's qualifications are actually very good. In the original story, he wasted his best time in training, which is why he was suppressed by Krillin. I won't talk about Krillin, he just came here, his combat power is 10 points. It is worth mentioning that when Kabulos passed on the method of sky eration and other training methods in the Heavenly Temple to Master Kame's basic combat power actually increased. In 3 years, from the initial combat power of 139, it has increased to the current combat power of 169. Although it is not much, facing Master Crane or the later Piccolo, Master Kame should have a different performance with his years of accumulated experience. When they arrived at Bulma's house, Cabros proposed the idea of a security company to him. Bulma, security company? Why did you start a security company? Is the money at home not enough for you? Cabros, I just want everyone who practices martial arts to have a decent way to make money. Bulma, you mean Goku and the others? Cabros, yes, especially Goku. I need to practice without distraction and not worry about trivial matters in life. I need an opponent to spur my growth. Bulma, okay then. By the way, my sister Thais has been in space for a long time, and my father wants you to bring her back. Cabros, is she in danger now? Bulma, it's okay now, but she's always on the front line, I'm afraid. Cabros, it's okay. Even if something goes wrong, we can still use the Dragon Balls to revive her, right? Now, I'm going to do the final training. After this training, I will surpass most people in the universe, and then I will personally bring your sister back. Bulma, yeah, I understand. Cabros, by the way, how is the research on the gravity chamber going? Bulma, my father and I have been researching it, but currently we can only increase it up to 100 times. Maybe when you go to the universe and find more advanced materials, we can increase the multiples. Cabros, 100 times, that's enough. I'll go to King Kai first, and then I'll do gravity training when I come back. When I get used to 100 times gravity, I'll go and bring your sister back. Chapter 9. Cabros came to the temple and told the gods his plan. The gods were very surprised that Cabros knew about King Kai. After confirming Cabros's request, the gods brought Cabros to the underworld. When King Yama learned that the gods brought a living person to the underworld, he was very angry. However, when he heard that Cabros was going to meet King Kai and might become his disciple, King Yama reluctantly let him go. Before Cabros left, he also said that if Cabros did not become King Kai's disciple, he would go to hell after he died. Cabros was a little amused, but he didn't show it. It wasn't that difficult for him to become a disciple of King Kai. In the future, when he became stronger, he would have a chance to become King Kai or the god of destruction. He would settle the score later. It was not worth getting angry with these little gods now. Arriving at the entrance of the snake path, Cabros flew directly to the end. One day later, he saw the beautiful snake palace in the middle of the snake path. He ignored it, took out a bottle of nutrient solution from his arms and drank it, then continued on his way. He arrived at the end of the snake path the next day. Looking up at King Kai's planet in the sky, Cabros felt a little emotional. After so many years, he finally reached this point. After King Kai's training, he would have to rely on himself for a long time. This was his last chance to make rapid progress. Therefore, Cabros must seize this opportunity to try his best to improve his understanding of the use of power in the Dragon Ball world, and it would be best if he could get some information about realm cultivation from King Kai. Cabros jumped hard and came to King Kai's planet. When he arrived at King Kai's planet, Cabros saw Babras dancing at first sight. Cabros, who was familiar with the plot, naturally knew that Babras was not King Kai of the North, but he still walked up. Cabros, excuse me, are you Lord Kai? But Babras could only bark but not answer. At this time, the real King of the North walked out of the house. King Kai of the North, who is it? Cabros, ah. You are Lord Kai. Cabros pointed at King Kai and Babras, looking unsure. King Kai, nonsense, that's my pet Babras. Who are you? What are you doing here? Cabros, Lord Kai, I am from Earth and would like to learn martial arts from you. King Kai, Earth, ah. You are alive. Cabros, yes, I was sent here by the gods from our Earth. King of the North, have you been recognized by the gods? It seems that you have good character. Ahem, it's not impossible for me to guide you in your cultivation, but you have to tell a joke first and make me laugh. Cabros, joke, no problem. As for jokes, Cabros thinks jokes are a piece of cake for netizens who have been baptized by self-media in the 21st century. Cabros, Lord Kai, if you make a wish the moment you see a shooting star, the shooting star may not be able to hear your voice until after it falls. King Kai of the North, what do you mean? Cabros, the speed of sound is so slow. King Kai, ah ha ha ha. Sound travels slowly, ha ha ha. By the time the shooting star hears my wish, it will have been a long time since it landed. I'll make a wish to a stone on the ground. Ha ha ha. So funny. King Kai of the North rolled on the ground with laughter, and Cabros felt a little embarrassed. This joke was rather dull and not very funny. It seemed that King Kai of the North had a very low sense of humor. Cabros, a timid and nervous witness is being questioned by a lawyer. The lawyer asked sternly, have you ever been married? Yes, I was once. The witness' voice was very low and trembling. Who did you marry? A woman. The lawyer was a little angry. Nonsense, of course you married a woman. Have you ever heard of anyone marrying a man? The witness trembled and said, I have heard of it. My sister married a man. King Kai, ah. Ha ha ha. His sister is a woman, of course she married a man. I am dying of laughter, so funny. Boy, you are a professional. Cabros, a crow was thirsty and looked for water everywhere. The crow saw a bottle, but it was only half full of water. It couldn't drink it. What should it do? Then the crow saw many pebbles by the stream. It picked up the pebbles one by one and put them into the bottle. The water level in the bottle gradually rose. It was about to drink it. Suddenly, it thought of North Kai King, what does this mean? Cabros, Lord North Kai, there are stones beside the stream. King Kai, ha 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 ha. There were stones by the stream, but he insisted on drinking from the bottle. He even held so many stones in his mouth. How stupid! Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Cabros was about to say something else, but King Kai of the North stopped him with a wave of his hand. King Kai, that's enough. If you keep saying that, I'll choke on my laughter. I can't do it anymore. You passed. Cabros understood that the so-called joke was also a test. Since he was learning from others, he naturally had to abide by their rules. Cabros obediently stopped talking and stood aside. King Kai, ahem. I promised to teach you martial arts, now let me see how good your basics are. Jump up from here, and do your best. Cabros nodded, jumped with all his strength, and disappeared directly into the clouds. It took a while for him to come down, and then he moved quickly, performing various attacking movements. His movements were clean and neat, with basically no unnecessary movements. After practicing for a while, Cabros took off his gravity equipment and aerated it, and fought with the air with all his strength. After all the operations, the North King was very surprised. King Kai, you are pretty good. Your combat power is not weak. If calculated according to the universal combat power of the universe, your basic combat power is around 8,000 points. After aeration, your combat power has increased to more than 1.4 points. You are considered a very powerful person in the universe. Cabros, compared to the truly strong ones, I am still very weak. Lord Kai, I hope to get your guidance. King Kai of the North, sure, but I see that you adapted to the gravity of my planet very quickly. On Earth, it's only 1/10 of the gravity here. Even if you are powerful, it should take you some time to adapt. Could it be that? Cabros, yes, Lord North Kai, I am not from Earth, I am a scion. King Kai of the North, it is rare to find a scion as kind-hearted as you. Cabros, the scions in the past did many wrong things only because they were coerced by Frieza. In fact, the scions just like fighting. King Kai, that's right. By the way, are you the new king of the scions? I think your fighting power should be stronger than King Vegeta. Cabros, no, since the scions have been exterminated by Frieza, the remaining ones are just wanderers in the universe. Without the tribe, how can there be a king? Besides, Prince Vegeta's strength should be higher than mine. King Kai, Prince Vegeta? His strength is indeed not weak, but after my guidance, you can definitely surpass him. Well, let's get started. You should remember my method of exercise first, and then practice on King Kai's planet. After all, you have been away from planet Vegeta for too long. Practicing in an environment 10 times stronger than Earth should greatly improve your strength. Cabros nodded, and then practiced under the guidance of King Kai. Soon, half a year passed, and Cabros mastered all the moves except Yuan Kai Dan. The basic combat power also increased from 8,000 to the current one. After aeration, the combat power reached, which is the full strength after taking off the gravity suit. Of course, Cabros has now adapted to the 3x King Kai. Unfortunately, King Kai improves the basic strength, not the strength after aeration. So now Cabros opens the 3x King Kai, the maximum combat power. North Kai King, well, your training is complete. You are very good and have mastered my original Kaioken perfectly. Cabros, thank you, Lord Kai. King Kai, it's a pity that you haven't mastered my spirit bomb. Your mind is still not pure enough. Cabros, ahem, Lord Kai, although I haven't mastered the spirit bomb, I can feel the different powers within it. Is that a more advanced power? King Kai of the North was surprised. King Kai, yes, that is a higher level of power. Cabros, how can we master higher level power? North Kai King, Realm. Cabros, please teach me, Lord Kai. King Kai of the North hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. King of the North Realm, this is what I observed in the lower realm. I saw that many talented people created methods to improve their realm. Although many failed, there were still some that succeeded. These are their experiences in improving their realm. You can refer to them. King Kai of the North solemnly handed a pile of books to Cabros. After Cabros took them, his heart was pounding. He had obtained the method of cultivating a certain realm just like that. Chapter 10. Cabros was flipping through the notes, feeling a little dazed, as if these things shouldn't exist. Cabros, Lord Kai, are there any people among these cultivation realms who have really succeeded? King of the North, cultivation realm, are you kidding? If you want to improve your realm and cultivation dimension, there is only one way, and that is to inherit the priesthood. Cabros, ah! Didn't you just give me? North Kai King, well, your training is complete. You are very good and have mastered my original Kaioken perfectly. Cabros, Kaio-sama? King Kai, it's a pity that you haven't mastered my spirit bomb. Your mind is still not pure enough. Cabros, Lord Kai, I know a man whose heart is very pure. King Kai, are you sure? Don't lie to me. A pure heart is not just a lie. Cabros, of course, I'll have him come over some other day. King Kai of the North, well then, get him here as soon as possible. Cabros nodded, and then left King Kai's planet. He was very confused. Why did King Kai clearly give him the cultivation method of the God realm? But why didn't he admit it? But he didn't look like he was pretending. Is there any hidden story? Or was time manipulated? Cabros has read a lot of novels, and his imagination is very big. He knows that there is a situation where the things that the future self leaves for the past self will violate the time paradox. But as long as the future self is strong enough, the past is not unchangeable. Could it be that the future self really did something, and the future self gave himself the cultivation method of the God realm that he had worked so hard to create? But this doesn't make sense. Since the future self can deduce it, the past self must be able to do it, unless, what was missed? What regrets made the future self travel through time and space to give the past self the cultivation method of the God? The snake path is not too long for the current Cabros, and one day is enough to return to Earth. When he came to Bulma's house, he flipped through the cultivation methods of the God realm in his hand and felt that his guess should be correct. It was definitely his own work. After all, it contains records and deductions of the Tao Te Ching, the Book of Changes, the Nine Yin Manual, the Yi Jin Jing, Tai Chi, etc. on the Yi Jing website. People in this world cannot have these things. Cabros understood that his future self must have made great sacrifices to deduce the cultivation method of the divine realm from the memory of the previous life and some Taoist thoughts. It was estimated that when he deduced it, it was already very late, so that he missed a lot of things, and even gave up his dignity and licked the stinky feet of the god of destruction like Vegeta in the original work, in order to get the opportunity to become stronger. After he became strong to a certain extent, he was no longer afraid of the backlash of time, so he passed these things to his current self through King Kai of the North. It can be said that with this cultivation method of the divine realm, or even a cultivation method that leads directly to the great Dao, I will not be weaker than anyone else, and it is not impossible for me to surpass the Omni King in the future. Perhaps, my future self has already surpassed the Omni King, far surpassing him, and reached the only mythical Deluo realm in the heavens. Mythical Deluo is a permanent state of enlightenment, and my current self may just be the obsession left by my future self to make up for the regrets in my heart, and to draw a circle for this rising world. These were all Cabros's conjectures. He changed his mind and stopped thinking about those things that were too far away. Now, he had to start cultivating the divine realm. 3 months later, Cabulos had already started practicing in the god realm, and the dimensional barriers of his body began to loosen. According to his own estimation, at this rate, it would take 3 years to practice to the second-order dimension, that is, the dimension of the cat fairy. He also felt that with the improvement of the power dimension, it would be helpful for the practice of the god realm. In other words, when he became stronger in the future, he would be able to practice the dimensional power of the god realm faster. After a day of training, Bulma came over. "Cabros, don't come in." "Bulma, ah! Ah!" Bulma was surprised at first, then screamed. Cabros rushed over, picked up Bulma, and left the gravity room. "Cabros, Bulma, are you okay?" As he said this, he quickly crushed a senzu bean and put it into Bulma's mouth. "Bulma, it's okay, what's wrong with me?" "Cabros, I was driving the gravity room just now. The gravity inside is 20 times, and your body strength can't keep up. Once you enter, the gravity will crush your internal organs." "Bulma, 20 times the gravity, you weigh 80 kilograms, so 20 times the gravity is 1,600 kilograms, can you bear it?" "Cabros, the pressure from the outside is not so bad, the most important thing is the pressure on the internal organs. If you are not careful, it is easy to die from the internal organs bursting." "Bulma, okay. I understand. I won't go in there again." "Cabros, by the way, Bulma, why did you come to see me?" "Bulma, I can't look for you if there's nothing wrong." "Cabros, what's the matter? Tell me." Cabros pinched Bulma's nose. "Bulma, why are you like this? I have already registered the company you need. When will it start operating?" "Cabros, we can do it now. Find some ordinary martial artists to join the company as bodyguards. After a while, at the world's #1 martial arts tournament, we will spread the news and recruit real martial artists. For the usual bodyguard missions, ordinary martial artists can do it. For special missions, we can let Goku and his team do it." "Bulma, yeah, I see. By the way, when are you going to leave for my sister?" "Cabros, what? Something happened?" "Bulma, well, she followed the galactic patrolman Keiku to a very powerful planet. They said that bad guys were going to invade their planet. Since the strong guys on that planet are so powerful, yet they were invaded, then the enemies who invaded them must be very strong. I'm afraid she's in danger." "Cabros, in that case, I'll leave tomorrow." "Bulma, ah! You don't want to continue training? Are you strong enough to fight?" "Cabros, no matter how much my combat power is raised, there will always be someone stronger than me, it will never be enough. But since you told me this for the second time, it must be a time of urgency. For you, I have to go." Bulma stared at Cabros in a daze. "Cabros, by the way, Bulma, if we start from Earth, how long will it take to reach that so-called powerful planet?" "Bulma, it should take about 3 months." "Cabros, it seems that I don't have time to participate in the world's #1 martial arts competition this time. Then please help me cheer for Son Goku. When he wins the championship, I can invite him to join our Tianlong security company." Bulma nodded, "I will." "Cabros, okay, I'll leave the company's affairs to you. I'll continue my training and leave for that planet tomorrow." "Bulma, it seems to be called Deko Planet." "Cabros, we'll set off tomorrow for Deko Star." Before leaving, Cabros went to find Son Goku, because he knew that without the deterrence of strength, it would not be so easy for Son Goku to join his company. "Son Goku, you said you want me to join your security company? What is that?" "Cabros, let me tell you about the benefits of joining my Tianlong company. First, if you join Tianlong company, you will be an employee of my Tianlong company and can get my guidance on cultivation. In other words, if you join us, we can often learn from each other." Son Goku, okay, I agree. "Cabros, if you want to hear what I have to say, join my Tianlong company, and you will be provided with food and accommodation, and you will be well fed every day, and you can eat any variety of delicious food. Son Goku, ah! That's great! I want to join, let me join quickly. Cabros, finally, you will be given a fixed amount of money every month to support your family. Son Goku, ah! Family, I am alone. You have provided me with food and shelter, why do I need money? Cabros, it's up to you. You can buy some snacks with the money. And you will be a family in the future, so you won't be alone anymore. This money will be useful. Of course, you can also ask Bulma to save it for you first, and then give it to your wife. Son Goku, wife, is it something delicious? Cabros, you'll know later. Son Goku, then when will I join your Tianlong company? Cabros, of course, you have to wait until you win the first place in this year's World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. You must win the first place to join. Not everyone can join my Tianlong company. Son Goku, okay. I will try my best. Cabros, so unconfident? Son Goku, I can't beat you. You are too strong. Cabros, don't worry, I won't participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. I have other things to do. Son Goku, other things? Cabros, yes, I want to go to the universe to save Bulma's sister. Son Goku, are there many masters in the universe? Cabros, absolutely. Son Goku, then I want to go too. Cabros, you should win the first place in this world's No. 1 martial arts tournament first. You can only work with me if you become an employee of my company. Son Goku, good. Now I have a goal. I will work hard to win the championship of this year's World No. 1 martial arts tournament. Chapter 11. After saying goodbye to Goku, the next day came quickly and Cabros walked into the spaceship. Bulma, Cabros, you must come back alive. Cabros, I will definitely come back alive. Bulma's face was determined. She thought to herself, if I really can't come back, I will definitely use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Bulma, Dad. This time, Ross will bring my sister back. Let's not let her run around. Dr. Brief, don't worry, when we come back this time, we will never let her leave the Earth. Bulma muttered in silence, this is to let her have fun on Earth. She is so old, but she doesn't even have a boyfriend. She still needs my boyfriend to rescue her. If something happens to Los, how am I going to live? Dr. Brief, what are you talking about? That's your sister. Bulma, Cabros is my boyfriend and future husband. Bulma exclaimed. Dr. Brief, got it. Cabros will be fine. Bulma, it'll be okay, Dad. How did you know? Dr. Brief, Cabros, he told me that he never does anything without confidence. This time he agreed to go to the universe to find your sister Ties. He must think that he is strong enough to deal with most of the bad guys in the universe. Bulma, really? Dr. Brief, of course. Last time you told him about this, didn't he say he was going to King Kai to train? Now that he's back from King Kai's training, his strength must have improved. Bulma, that's better. In the starry sky of the universe, Cabros made a training plan for the next half-month. At present, he has just adapted to 20 times gravity, of course, while wearing a gravity suit. His goal is to adapt to 15 times gravity in 50 days. And this is without the gravity suit. Although taking off the gravity suit will weaken the training effect, the training in the gravity room itself is from the inside out. Training in a gravity suit is not good, which will cause the body and internal organs to be out of harmony. Of course, if the gravity room multiple cannot be increased, it is inevitable to wear a gravity suit for training, because it is a helpless move. As long as the gravity chamber multiples can be increased, the speed of training will be faster without wearing a gravity suit. The body and internal organs will be subjected to the same pressure, which will allow the body to adapt to the higher gravity multiples more quickly. There is nothing much to say. Cabros is not Son Goku. It is impossible for him to adapt to 50 times gravity in a few days. He made a plan to adapt to 50 times gravity because his body has already adapted to more than 30 times gravity, and now only his internal organs have not adapted. Of course, even if it is only the internal organs, it is still a bit risky, so his first step is to increase the gravity 2 times. The plan has been set. Whether I can successfully cultivate to 50 times in the end depends on the actual situation. I hope that I can be more powerful when I start to cultivate. 15 days later, on the distant planet Dark, Taisai carried the seriously injured Vegeta and escaped with difficulty. As for why Taisai was with Vegeta, it was because after Taisai and Garker arrived at Dark, Dark was invaded by a powerful enemy. The invasion started with Vegeta and his gang, but as soon as they arrived, they were intercepted by the mecha troops of Frieza's brother Cooler, including Shavza, Nez, and Dre. It turned out that this was the junction of the two galaxies, and the two universe emperors wanted to take charge of it. Frieza sent out Vegeta's team, while Cooler sent out his own ace mecha team. Obviously, the gap between Vegeta's team and the mecha team was too big, and even after transforming into a giant ape, they could only barely escape. Tais and Kaker were separated because the battle between the giant ape Vegeta and the mecha troops was too intense and the aftermath was too strong. Tais, who was separated, saw the seriously injured Vegeta. Seeing that Vegeta looked similar to an Earthling, she subconsciously regarded him as a good person. Vegeta was the same. Now he was seriously injured and dying. Seeing Tais's appearance, he thought she was also a surviving female scion. So there was inevitably concern in his eyes. After all, he, Nappa, and Raditz were all men, and there were no female scions, which put the scions in danger of extinction. As a scion prince, he had to consider the future of the scions. It was because of this friendship with Tais that he and Bulma became husband and wife in the original story. Tais never appeared in the original story, and even when Goku and Vegeta surpassed the gods and became invincible in the universe, Tais was nowhere to be seen. It is very likely that she did not survive this crisis. If she had survived, Vegeta's partner should have been Tais, not Bulma. Vegeta, you bitch, leave me alone and go away. Taisai, no, I have to save people to the end. Taisai, will not give up halfway. Vegeta, you bitch, you didn't listen to me. If you weren't a female scion entering the village, I would definitely not be polite to you. Taisai, what female scion? Don't move. Let's hold on for a while. My sister contacted me. She said she has asked her brother-in-law Cabros to come to planet Dax to rescue us. Vegeta, you said you are not a scion, but why is your tail gone? How stupid. You actually pulled out the most important tail of a scion. Taisai, what tail? Tais looked at the tail behind Vegeta and reached out to touch it. Vegeta, let go, stupid woman. Taisai, really? Vegeta, stupid woman, I'm asking you a question. Where's your tail? Taisai, I'm a girl, I don't want a tail. Vegeta, how stupid. Vegeta, oh, silly woman, your sister said someone will come to save us? Are there any other scions alive? Caballos, that's the name of a scion. Taisai, I don't know what you are talking about. Let me tell you, you'd better stop calling me a stupid woman. My brother-in-law Cabros is very powerful. If you keep talking nonsense, I will let him teach you a lesson. Vegeta, is Cabros very powerful? How strong is he? Taisai, my sister said that even when Cabros doesn't use King Ken, his combat power is 6, which is much higher than his combat power of 1.5. Vegeta, what? 6. Are you sure he didn't transform into a giant ape? Taisai, gigantic ape, you mean the gorilla you turned into? No, my brother-in-law Kabulos has a combat power of 6 in human form. Vegeta, really? That's great, 60 after transformation, already surpassing Frieza, so we scions don't have to look at Frieza's face anymore. I didn't expect that there is such a strong person among the surviving scions. Could that Cabros be a super scion? Taisai, what is super scion? I don't understand. But Bulma clearly said that Cabros should arrive at the Nemesis today, why hasn't he come yet? Vegeta, are you coming? Cabros, if you really have a normal combat power of 6, then we scions can get rid of Frieza. I look forward to your arrival, Cabros, don't let me down. In the spaceship near dock, Cabros, who had stopped practicing, was eating. Cabros, fortunately, I have finally adapted to 50 times the gravity this month. As expected, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. I didn't expect that I could adapt to 50 times the gravity in just half a month. My current combat power should be above 4 normally, and I have already adapted to the 5x Kaioken. The detector shows that the maximum combat power of this planet is just over 17. I should be able to handle it. There are still 2 hours to reach Dockstar. Let's take a rest first. Sleep for an hour and a half to restore the energy after practicing for more than 10 days. On the side of the Jijiya Sentai, Zaviza, Nizu, and Dre are searching for Vegeta. Niji, damn, Vegeta is such a good runner. Dre, the Scion monkey is indeed slippery, but I wonder if Vegeta's 2 Scion followers left Planet Dark ahead of time? We've been looking for them for so long but still can't find them. Zaviza, probably. However, I didn't expect to meet the Galactic Patrol, otherwise they wouldn't have let Vegeta escape. Beep, beep, combat power 5. Zaviza, oh, didn't you find it? Vegeta was injured so badly that his combat power is only 5. No wonder we haven't found him for so long. Let's go and see how the Scion Prince is doing. As they spoke, they flew towards where Vegeta and the other man were hiding. On Taiza's side, Vegeta's detector also sounded a shrill alarm. Vegeta, they are coming, you go first, I will lead them away. Taisai, you are the wounded, I'll come. Having said that, Taisai rushed out by herself. Chapter 12. In the spaceship, Cabros put on his clothes and stood at the exit of the spaceship. Cabros, it's almost there. I can already feel Taiza's energy, which is similar to Bulma's. There's another person next to her, and then there are 3 powerful energies coming over there. Very good, is it a critical moment? This is not me saving people at the right time, this is just the right time. Taisai ran out of the cave where she was sitting and stood in the open space outside. She saw Shaviza, Nizi, and Deer appear in the sky. Shaviza, why is she a woman? Her combat power is also wrong, only 2 points. Nizi, hey, woman, is there anyone else in that cave? Taisai, no, it's just me. Nizi, really? I don't believe it. Dre, why are you talking to a woman? Why not just kill him? Nizi, what do you know? This woman is so beautiful, can I take her home to play with her? Dre, with her small body, she would be gone if she exerted any force. Nizi, you will die if you don't speak. I can't be a vase. Shawiza, forget about it. No matter whether there is anyone inside or not, just blow up the cave. Tais, no. Zaviza, no, is there someone inside? Is it Vegeta? Taisai, no, there's no one inside. Shaviza, really? As he spoke, a ball of energy gathered in his hands. Saviza, come out, Vegeta. You can't run away. Vegeta walked out slowly. Shaviza dispersed the energy ball. Zaviza, you finally came out, Vegeta, have you accepted your fate? Vegeta, humph. Taisai, didn't I tell you not to come out? Why did you come out? You make my sacrifice meaningless. Vegeta, shut up, stupid woman, none of us will die. Zaviza, are you talking in your sleep? Vegeta, you are dead today. I said no one can save you. Vegeta, really? If Lord Frieza were here, would you still dare to say that? Nizu, King Frieza. King Frieza, we are King Kula's confidants, and we came here on King Kula's orders. You. Zaviza, stop talking, it's shameful that King Frieza didn't come. Vegeta, it seems you are afraid of King Frieza too. Saviza, Vegeta, what you said is useless. King Frieza is King Kulad's younger brother, so we should naturally respect him. If he came in person, we would naturally let you go. But you seem to have made King Frieza take you seriously enough to come here in person. Vegeta, of course King Frieza didn't come, but warriors far more powerful than you did. Vegeta's inner thoughts, he is still the pride of us Scions, a super Scion, a warrior who surpasses Frieza. Zaviza, you are such a boaster. Except for King Frieza, everyone else in your Frieza army is a bunch of losers. Vegeta, you guys are so stupid. You can't even tell that I'm stalling for time. Vegeta saw Cabros appear silently behind Zaviza and the others. The tail around Cabros' waist confirmed his identity as a Scion. Shaviza, is it useful to delay time? In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is useless. Sadly, your struggle is just to make an appointment with me before you die. Pa, pa, pa. A round of applause rang out, and behind the mecha team, Cabros arrived. The 3 looked back and saw Cabros with surprise in their eyes. Shaviza, I didn't expect there are still Scion monkeys alive. You monkeys are so tenacious. Cabros, judging from your appearance, you must be Gula's men. I can't remember your specific names. Dre, damn it, you don't even know my name. I think you did it on purpose. Come and die. Dre sent a shockwave towards Cabros, but Cabros slapped the shockwave away. Shaviza, not bad? You can take Dre's attack. Let me see your fighting ability. Drip drip. Shaviza, this is really amazing. As a scion monkey, he actually has such fighting power. Having said that, Shaviza became obviously serious. Zaviza, Nez, Dre, let's go together and quickly get rid of this scion monkey. Dre, Shaviza, what are you doing? You are just a piece of trash with 40,000 combat power. Look how scared you are. I can handle it by myself. Shaviza, you can't do anything about it. Once he transforms into a giant ape, we'll all die. Neizi, transform into a giant ape, damn, transform into a giant ape and increase the strength tenfold, that's not 41 people fighting, we are doomed. Dre, impossible. Shaviza, we must not give him the chance to transform. Scion Monkey, I have to admit that you are very strong, but your combat awareness is too poor. You should transform into a giant ape and kill us in one go. Vegeta, hey, Cabros, right? I'll help you hold them back, you transform quickly. Cabros looked at Vegeta in surprise. He didn't expect to see Vegeta here. He didn't expect Vegeta to sacrifice himself for him. He could feel through his chi that Vegeta's current condition was not optimistic and he might even die at any time. He actually wanted to help him hold back the enemy. Caballos, Vegeta, next. As he said that, Cabros threw a senzu bean to Vegeta. Senzu beans are good things. He used 10 senzu beans in this half-month training. Otherwise, he would not have adapted to 50 times gravity so quickly. When throwing it over, Cabros was ready to use 5x Kaioken to intercept the mecha troops. Fortunately, they didn't know the effect of the senzu bean and did not intercept it. Vegeta took the senzu beans and looked at Cabros in confusion. Cabros, eat it. Vegeta didn't hesitate. He seemed to know that Cabros would not harm him, so he put it directly in his mouth and ate it. This is... Vegeta was shocked. All his injuries and strength were restored and even improved a lot, from what it was before. Vegeta, very good, this way I can also participate in the battle, I will not lose my mind after transforming into a giant ape. Moreover, now my strength has increased greatly, after transforming into a giant ape, I can defeat the strongest Shaviza. Zaviza, what? That tiny bean actually made Vegeta fully recovered. Cabros, Vegeta, you have to protect ties. You don't need to take any action against them. I can do it alone. Shaviza, arrogant. Cabros, really? You guys should take a good look at this fighting power. As he said that, Cabros used the King Ken directly, preparing to end this battle completely. Because he was careless just now, he actually exposed the existence of the senzu beans in front of these people. If the detectors of these people also pressed the listening device, then the matter of the senzu beans may have been known by Kula and Frieza. So he must get rid of them before Tais or Vegeta told the matter of the earth, or in other words, destroy their detectors. Ding ding ding, fighting power. Bang. The fighting power was shattered. This was intentional by Cabros, who blew up several people's detectors, including Vegeta's. Shaviza, how is that possible? You haven't transformed yet, but you have a combat power of 20. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta, that's right, he is the super warrior of our Saiyan race, the Super Saiyan that even Frieza and Cooler are afraid of. You are dead. Shaviza, let's go, run away separately, and be sure to report the appearance of a Super Saiyan here to Lord Gula. Vegeta, ha. So what if you report Cooler and Frieza? Cabros has a combat power of 20 before he transforms. After he transforms, it must be over 200 million. Frieza's combat power is only 53. Even if Cooler is his brother and stronger than him, how much stronger can he be? All of them combined are no match for Cabros. Shaviza, damn Saiyan monkey, what do you know? You can judge the strength of Lord Gula. Even if that Saiyan really has a combat power of 200 million, he can't be Lord Gula's opponent. Vegeta, bah. Whatever you say. You're all dead anyway. Niizi, damn it. I'll kill you first. Cabros, I'm sorry, he's right, you all have to die today. Since you made the first move, I'll start with you. Nizi, what? Ah! Nizi screamed because Cabros punched Nizi's abdomen directly with a punch, and then chopped off his head with a knife. When Nizi saw his own body, he shouted in disbelief, "Damn it, King Gula will avenge me." On the other side, Shaviza and Dre were running away frantically. Of course, Nizi's combat power was also over 15, which was not much different from theirs, but he was killed in an instant. If they didn't run away, they would be waiting to die. Cabros, run, what a joke, can you run away? As he said that, Cabros instantly accelerated and came in front of Dre. Seeing Cabros appear, Dre punched Cabros with all his strength, but Cabros in front of him disappeared instantly and came behind him, also cutting off his head with a knife. Then a Kikong wave turned him into ashes. Cabros would not punch the opponent in the face like Dragon Ball warriors did, that was a sheer waste of time. It was much easier to use a hand knife. He simulated the form of Chi, and the hand knife formed a real Chi knife. Chapter 13. Zaviza flew forward with a horrified look on his face. He didn't expect that Nizi and Dre would be killed just after the fight. They have the same strength as him. It's over. This scion has hidden his strength. 20 combat power is definitely not his full strength. We have all been deceived by him. When King Gula fights him, don't be misled by today's data. Zaviza still wants Cooler now, and he is indeed more loyal, but Cabros will not leave him. Because Cabros's current strength is far inferior to Frieza and Cooler, so it is not possible to pry them away now. Although it is a pity to destroy such a fighting force of more than 100,000, there is no other way, right? It's over. Shaviza, how could it be so fast? Cabros, with high combat power, of course the speed is fast, 5 times Kaioken. Zaviza had a sinister look on his face, and he also transformed an air knife into his hand and stabbed it towards Cabros. Cabros dodged it easily, and then punched Zaviza in the abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely. His fist was holding an air knife. Cabros, you make too many unnecessary movements and react too slowly. Never mind, you won't understand anyway. Shaviza, what did you say? Unnecessary movements, eh? Cabros, as expected of you, you are Zaviza who can create the air sword. Your comprehension is really amazing. I am a little reluctant to kill you. Shaviza, damn scion monkey, don't insult me, I will never join you even if I die. Cabros, really? You are really loyal, but it's a pity that you chose to die. Shaviza, I see. You used some secret method, didn't you? This is your strongest power, right? It's a pity. With your current strength, you can't beat King Gula. Cabros, of course I know that I am no match for Cooler and Frieza right now, but you are wrong about one thing. There is no limit to the power of science. 6x Kaioken. As he said this, Cabros forcibly activated the 6x Kaioken, increasing his combat power to over 24. This time, Zaviza had no power to resist at all. With such a big gap in combat power, he could only be killed instantly. Under Zaviza's incredulous gaze, Cabros's strength and speed surged, and he cut off his head with one punch, followed by a shock wave that completely turned it into a bloody mist. How is it possible? His fighting power can be improved. Could it be that the legend is true, the legendary Super Saiyan? This was Shaviza's last thought. After killing Shaviza, Cabros instantly released the 6x Kaioken state and felt sore all over. Sure enough, using the 6x Kaioken was still a bit difficult. I must not pretend like this in the future. If I really have a viral heart disease, it will be a big deal. At this time, Vegeta, who was far away, saw Cabros had defeated his opponent, so he flew over with ties. Vegeta, Cabros, sir, look, I have brought Miss Ties here with me, protected her. Cabros was a little surprised to hear Vegeta's words. When did Vegeta become so good at talking? Is he still the arrogant Vegeta? In the original work, he never gave Kakarot a good look. However, after thinking about it, Cabros also understood that when Vegeta first went to Earth to meet Kakarot, he started with a condescending attitude and overwhelming combat power. Naturally, he looked down on Kakarot, so later, when Kakarot surpassed Vegeta, it would only arouse Vegeta's desire to win. Cabros showed a combat power that was 10 times that of Vegeta when he appeared. This combat gap cannot be made up by pride. Didn't you see that Vegeta was also very careful when facing Beerus? It seems that Vegeta is still very sincere. A real man can bend and stretch. Cabros, well, that was hard work. Vegeta, it's not hard. Lord Caballos, are you a Super Saiyan now? Cabros, not yet. Vegeta finally asked the question he had always wanted to ask, but received a negative answer from Cabros. What else did he want to ask? But Tais interrupted him. Taisai, hey, are you the awesome boyfriend my sister Bulma was talking about? You do look awesome, but is that all? Tais' words made Vegeta nervous for a moment. Vegeta, stupid woman, stop talking nonsense and apologize to Lord Cabros right away. Tais, why? Vegeta, Lord Caballos's combat power is over 20. Killing you is a piece of cake. Tais, I don't, Cabros, right? I'm Bulma's sister, you should call me sister. Vegeta, it's over. Cabros, sister Tais, Bulma asked me to come to Planet Dark to take you home. Vegeta, what? Lord Cabros actually called Tais sister. Taisai, of course, he is my sister's boyfriend, so of course he has to call me sister. Cabros, Vegeta, you don't have to call me Lord Cabros, just call me Cabros. Vegeta, really? Cabros, of course, you could be my brother-in-law in the future. I won't call you that, but we are a family. Vegeta, a family? Taisai blushed, what are you talking about? Cabros, who would like a cold man like him? Vegeta, no one would like a stupid woman like you. Taisai, humph, I will never talk to you again, Vegeta. Vegeta, I won't pay any attention to you. Cabros, forget it, why are you doing this? Tais, shut up. Cabros, sister Tais, your fate is now in my hands, so you'd better not speak so loudly. Tais, what do you mean? Vegeta also listened attentively, thinking that Cabros was going to harm Tais. Cabros, Dr. Brief told me that you are running around in the universe every day, which is very dangerous. If you go back this time, you may never be able to leave the Earth again. Tais, what? How could they do this? Cabros, to be honest, if I hadn't arrived in time this time, you would be dead. It's really dangerous to wander in the universe anymore. Vegeta, Cabros is right. Taisai, no, I still have to write my novel. Cabros, that's not up to you. Dr. Brief has told me that I must bring you back to Earth. Taisai, bastard, Vegeta, how can you be so weak that you can't even protect me, and yet you still need my brother-in-law to protect you? It's shameful. Vegeta, I'm pretty good too. Taisai, then why is Cabros so much stronger than you? Vegeta, Cabros, he. Cabros, sister Tais, please don't make things difficult for Ban and Vegeta. In fact, Vegeta is considered a strong man in the universe. Taisai, he turned into such an ugly gorilla and still couldn't beat those 3 bad guys. You easily solved them in just a few moves, and you still say he is strong. Cabros, you can't compare with me. In fact, Vegeta is very powerful. He can easily destroy the entire Earth. Tais, destroy the entire Earth. Are you serious? Cabros, of course, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vegeta. Of course, you can also ask Vegeta to set off some fireworks or explode a star for fun. Tais, no way. Is Vegeta that strong? Vegeta, Cabros, you just said that you are not a Super Saiyan yet. Doesn't that mean Super Saiyan refers to someone? Cabros, that's right, not everyone can become a Super Saiyan, but every Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan after training. Vegeta, what? Then? Caballos, you want to know how to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta nodded. Cabros, actually, it is very simple to become a Super Saiyan. As long as your basic combat power exceeds 300 million, you can use the emotion of anger to guide your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, what? Basic combat power 300 million. I need a basic combat power of 300. Do I still need to transform into a Super Saiyan? Frieza's combat power is only 53, Cabros, are you sure you are not kidding? Cabros, I'm not kidding, and you seem to have misunderstood something? Frieza is a member of the Ice Demon clan, and they can transform. Vegeta, you mean 53 is not Frieza's true combat power at all? Cabros, according to the information I got, Frieza's combat power in normal state is 53. The first transformation can increase his combat power to 100 million. The second transformation, the combat power should be above 260 million. The third transformation, which is also his final form, his true face, has a combat power of up to 1.2 million. Vegeta, what? 1.2 million? How is that possible? How can Frieza be so strong? How can the Scions take revenge if he is so strong? When Vegeta heard the number 1.2 million, he was very depressed and seemed to have lost his fighting spirit. Chapter 14. Cabros, is this the only blow that will make our Scion Prince give up on revenge? The prince is too fragile. Vegeta, what do you know? That's 1.2 million. My current combat power is only 1.8, which is nearly times worse. Halfway through the conversation, I realized that this sentence was not said by Taisai, but by Cabros. It was embarrassing. Vegeta, Cabros, you said that, do you know how to defeat Frieza? Does Frieza have any weakness? Cabros, weaknesses, no. Vegeta, how do we win? Cabros, didn't I tell you that when your combat power exceeds 300 million, you can transform into a Super Saiyan? A Super Saiyan can increase your combat power 50 times over the normal level. In other words, we only need to reach 300 million combat power. Vegeta, is that so? 300 million combat power is hard to come by. Cabros, there is a trick. Vegeta, tell me the trick. Cabros, the trick is very simple. First, you need to learn a luck method, and then do gravity training. Vegeta, luck method? What is that? A method of using energy? But isn't that how energy is used? As he spoke, Vegeta gathered a shockwave and blew up a small hill. Cabros closed his eyes. Cabros, try attacking me. After hearing this, Vegeta quickly launched an attack on Cabros, but no matter which direction he attacked from, he was easily defeated by Cabros. Vegeta, how is that possible? Are you sure you didn't open your eyes secretly? Cabros, there's no need for me to lie to you. Besides, you make too many unnecessary movements. Vegeta, what do you mean by too many unnecessary moves? Cabros, just put this on and hang it around your waist. Cabros took out a bell and handed it to Vegeta. Vegeta, what does this mean? Cabros, attack me and see. Vegeta attacks, and the bell keeps ringing. Vegeta is not convinced. Vegeta, are you kidding me? With such a big move, the bell will definitely ring. Cabros, that's not the case. As he spoke, he took out another bell and hung it around his waist. He also made large movements, but the bell did not ring at all. Vegeta, this is impossible. Cabros, Vegeta, you don't understand luck at all. In fact, most people in the universe don't understand luck. Only a powerful luck method can better develop the potential of the human body and improve faster through practice. Vegeta, I understand. I'll try to learn a luck method, but what does gravity training mean? Cabros, you should know that when planet Vegeta existed, its gravity was heavier than that of most life-bearing planets in the universe. I have calculated that it should be 10 times the gravity of an ordinary life-bearing planet. Vegeta, you mean, go to a planet with higher gravity to train? Cabros, you can say that. You are sure you know how to exercise? Vegeta, I am the prince of the Scions. I am not like those lower-level warriors who only know how to fight. I must practice fighting skills regularly, right? I know, and after regular training, my body can remember the attack angles of the movements better. Cabros, as expected of Prince Vegeta, you are smarter than I thought. Vegeta, it's a pity that I didn't know about luck and gravity training before, otherwise, my fighting power would have surpassed Frieza long ago, ahem. It's normal Frieza. Cabros, oh, by the way, let me tell you one last thing. You can change your combat effectiveness at will through luck. This is very important for you to hide in Frieza's army. Knock on the door and I can tell you, like this, like this. Vegeta was very happy after hearing this. Vegeta, great. This way, they will misjudge my fighting ability, and when the real battle comes, I will be able to surprise them and gain the upper hand. Cabros, well, it's time for Taisai and I to leave. If you have time, you can come to Earth to see Taisai. Vegeta, Earth? It seems that Raditz' brother Kakarot was sent to Earth. Cabros, yes, I have seen him. His name is not Kakarot now, but Son Goku. Vegeta, really? How strong is he? Cabros, Goku is still young and is still laying the foundation. Vegeta, laying the foundation means learning how to use luck? Cabros, exactly. Vegeta, in that case, I can't slack off. I can't let myself be surpassed by Raditz' brother, a low-ranking warrior. Cabros, Vegeta, let me tell you something. After learning the luck method, you will find that the Scion warrior evaluation criteria are wrong. Vegeta, really? Cabros, yes, I can tell you the truth. I am actually a low-level warrior. When I was born, my combat power was only 20 points. Vegeta, how is that possible? Cabros, okay, Vegeta, you have said the words "how is it possible" many times today. It's time for us to go. We should practice hard in the future. After all, Frieza and Cooler are swords hanging over our Scion heads. Vegeta, I understand. By the way, Cabros, when we fight Frieza, don't take action. I want to defeat him myself. Cabros, sure. As long as you have the ability. Vegeta, thank you. Vegeta left. Cabros and Taisai watched Vegeta leave on the spaceship, and Taisai's face was full of reluctance. Cabros, okay, Sister Taisai, we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Taisai, well, let's go too. In this way, Cabros and Tais boarded the spaceship and prepared to return to Earth. On the spaceship, Cabros suddenly remembered something and hurriedly contacted Bulma. Soon the communication was connected and Bulma's image appeared in the spaceship. Bulma, what's going on, Caballos, did my sister pick up the phone? Cabros, of course, I'll take action and everything will be okay. As he spoke, he made way, revealing Tai's figure. Bulma, sister, I'm glad you're still alive. Tais, what? Are you cursing me to die? Bulma, no. Sister, when you come back, I'll prepare your favorite hamburger dinner. Taisai, really? Everything in the universe is good, except the food is too bad. It's not as delicious as the food on Earth. Bulma, okay, sister, let's talk when we get home. I think Cabros has something to say, so you let him talk first. Taisai, you are so good, Bulma, a man who forgets his principles for the sake of beauty. Bulma, get out of the way. Taisai, okay, I was just kidding. I won't disturb you two from reminiscing about the past. Bulma, Cabros, thank you for taking care of my sister this time. Cabros, it should be. By the way, Bulma, if you want to upgrade the gravity room, what kind of materials do you need? Tell me. I will try to get some while we are in space. Bulma, materials for upgrading the gravity chamber. Oh, there are neutron stones, liquid star steel, too many. I'll send you a list later. Cabros, okay. By the way, Sister Tais and I will go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters first to see if the materials are there. If they are, we don't have to collect them from planet to planet by ourselves. Bulma, well, it would save time if we go to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. My sister should know someone in the Galactic Patrol, so it should be no problem with her introduction. Cabros nodded, then let's turn to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. At Frieza's headquarters, Vegeta was called over by Frieza as soon as he returned to the headquarters. Frieza, Vegeta-san, your Scion companion is very powerful. His combat power exceeds 20. Vegeta's face changed drastically after hearing what Frieza said. He didn't expect that what Cabros was worried about had happened. His existence was known to Frieza. Vegeta, Lord Frieza, that man is indeed from my clan, but he is too strong and I have no way to bring him back. Frieza, Vegeta-san, don't be nervous. I don't blame you. We all know your strength. It's impossible for you to defeat that Scion. It's normal that you can't come. Vegeta, so, Lord Frieza, what do you mean? Frieza, oh, your fellow tribesman has a combat power of 20, which is really good. If he can join my army and work for me, he should be able to serve me better than the Jinya force. You know what I mean. Vegeta, I understand. Next time I meet him, I will convey your intentions to him, Lord Frieza. Frieza, no, I still don't understand. What I mean is that if he is willing to join the Frieza army, he can be second to none and above all others. Whatever he wants from my Frieza army, I will give him. Even if I don't have it, I can snatch it from him. Vegeta, I understand, Lord Frieza. I will definitely convey your message to Lord Cabros. Frieza, is his name Cabros? I look forward to your arrival. I, Frieza, am eager to recruit talented people. He. He who can easily defeat Cooler's mecha team by himself is really a rare talent. I must get him. Chapter 15. Galactic Patrol Headquarters Base. An unknown spaceship has been discovered. Should we shoot it down? A soldier in the base spoke, and at this time, a sexy female captain, Keisha, of Team B of the Galactic Patrol Elite Brigade, came out. Commander Keisha, wait a minute, let's contact the other side's spaceship. Maybe our own spaceship has malfunctioned, so we have to use an external spaceship. Soldier, yes. On the Cabros spacecraft. A stranger is requesting a call, do you want to connect? Taisai, let me come in, connect. Keisha, excuse me, who are you? Taisai, yes, are you not dead? Taisai, Sister Keisha, it's you. Is that Jake back? Keisha, I'm back. Taisai, damn Jake, he actually threw me alone to that kind of planet. I will beat him to death. Keisha, ahem, this is something no one wants to happen. Now Jake is still seriously injured and unconscious. It was not his intention to abandon you. The spaceship came back automatically. Taisai, is he seriously injured and unconscious? He got lucky. Keisha, let it go. Soon, several talent bases met. Keisha, this is a scion? Everyone be on guard. Keisha keenly noticed the tail around Cabro's waist. After he spoke, the surrounding galactic patrolmen all took a alert posture. Taisai, no, Cabros is one of us, he is my sister's boyfriend. Keisha, our own people? Are there any good people among the scions? Cabros, how can there be no good scions? You are prejudiced against scions, you know that? Little sister. Keisha, who are you talking about? Taisai calls me sister. You are Taisai's sister's man, so you should call me sister. Cabros, are you kidding? I call Tai's sister because she is my future wife's biological sister. Why should I call you sister? Is it because of your prejudice against scions? Keisha, prejudice. It's because you scions are conquering planets everywhere. You don't do bad things, so why would I be prejudiced against you? Cabros, the scions conquered the planet because they were coerced by Frieza. We scions just like to fight. Keisha, it seems like you, a scion, are stubborn. Then I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Cabros, you're going to fight me. Keisha, although the scions are known as a fighting race, in my eyes, their fighting power is just so-so. To tell you the truth, my fighting power is stronger than your scions. Cabros, really? I'd like to see it for myself. Keisha, you are quite courageous, little brother. Tais, tell me how strong I am. Let him know the difference and don't think he is arrogant just because he is a scion. Taisai, Sister Keisha, you guys should stop fighting. It's embarrassing to lose. Keisha, hey, little Taisai, you are considering your brother-in-law's face. But it's useless. I must fight today. Today I will let this arrogant scion know that there are strong people in the universe. Taisai, Sister Keisha, you'd better stop fighting. You can't beat Cabros. Keisha, Taisai, what are you talking about? Say it again, I can't beat him. You know, I'm the elite among the elites of the Galactic Patrol, a super elite warrior with a combat power of more than 1.2. Even King Vegeta back then only had a combat power of. He's just an ordinary scion, and my combat power is far superior to his. Taisai, Sister Keisha, although I don't know who King Vegeta you are talking about, Vegeta has a combat power of 1.5, and Cabro's maximum combat power is over 20, so you definitely can't beat Cabros. Keisha, what? More than 20? You should have a limit when bragging. Jinyu of the Jinyu Force, the strongest team of the Frieza Corps, only has a combat power of 12. You said that he, a scion, has a combat power of 20. Taisai, is this something I need to brag about? Kabulos already has 20 combat power. Keisha, if he has 20 combat power, I will marry him as his concubine. Taisai, Sister Keisha, why are you like this? Keisha, hey, please detect the combat power of Lord Cabros. If Lord Cabros really has a combat power of 20, your captain will have to get married. Soldier, okay, Captain Keisha, I'll detect it right away. Ding ding ding. Fighting power. Keisha, ha ha ha. Little Taisai, did you hear that? It's not 20. He only has 4. What do you mean by 2000 combat power? Is there no problem with the detector? The fighting power is still increasing, comma. Keisha, what did you say? 78,000. How could this be? It's impossible. Although my fighting power has just made a big breakthrough recently, it's just that he actually has a fighting power that is several times greater than mine. Taisai, Sister Keisha, you believe it now. You can't beat Cabulos, he is a genius among the scions. Keisha, genius? This is not the only way to describe it. With a combat power of 78,000, who in the entire Galactic Patrol can beat him? Oh, by the way, the leader of the Elite A team, Myers, is the only one who has a chance to beat Cabros. Cabros, Myers. Cabros was shocked. It turned out to be him, the apprentice angel. Today was the final confirmation. He used to doubt whether his world was the main universe or the branch universe. Now he knew that since the apprentice angel Mel's existed, the universe he was in should be the main universe. Taisai, Sister Keisha, if you can't beat Cabros, stop talking so much. Keisha, I can't beat him, but he doesn't have the 20 combat power you said. I was wrong, but I won't marry him either. We are even. Cabulos looked at Keisha from head to toe and found that this woman had a queen-like face, with a curvy figure and a really good body. She should be very exciting to have sex with. But did he look like a pervert? Cabros, Tisk, do you really think that anyone would be unable to walk when seeing you? Keisha, what do you mean? Taisai quickly grabbed Keisha and whispered to her. Taisai, Sister Keisha, please stop talking. If Cabulos really has 20 combat power, you will be in trouble if you keep talking. He is just giving you a way out. Keisha, are you kidding me? If he really has 20 combat power, I will marry him immediately. Do you think I am joking? Taisai, you said this to help me, but it sounds like you are harming me. If Cabulos really has 20 combat power, I will marry him. That would be a great thing. Why are you holding me? Taisai, Sister Keisha, no way. You really want to marry this big pig's hoof? Keisha, Taisai, you are not a warrior, so you don't know how terrifying a strong man with a combat power of 20 is. He can be said to be the top existence in the universe. What's more, he is a scion and can transform into a giant ape. His combat power can be increased tenfold, which is 200 million. He is invincible in the universe. Taisai, ah. Sister Keisha, what do you mean? Keisha, silly sister, who doesn't like a strong man with 20 combat power? Are you sure your sister can keep him alone? Otherwise, I will help your sister. Taisai, Sister Keisha, why are you like this? Didn't you say you would marry Cabulos only if he had 20 combat power? Why now? Keisha, what? 20, 78 combat power is also the best in the universe, oh my god, he is still a scion. He can also transform, and after the transformation, the combat power is increased tenfold, that is combat power, stronger than the universe Emperor Frieza, that is not invincible in the universe. I am so stupid. Having said that, he ran back and showed his goodwill to Cabros. Taisai, it's over, now my sister has a rival. Keisha, oh, little brother Cabros, I really like you. When we met just now, I thought you were so handsome, so I said that on purpose. I just wanted to talk to you. You won't blame me, will you? Cabros was stunned by Keisha's performance. What was going on? What did Tais tell him? The soldiers beside him were even more shocked and widened their eyes. Soldier 1, what happened to the usually aloof Sister Keisha? She actually took the initiative to show her affection to a man. Soldier 2, what's wrong? Is Sister Kaylee okay? Soldier 1, ah. Soldier 2, idiot, you don't understand what hundreds of thousands of combat power mean. With only a few thousand combat power, you can easily destroy a small planet. With hundreds of thousands, destroying a planet is like a piece of cake. If I were a girl, I would have done it a long time ago. After listening to the conversation between the two soldiers, Cabros finally understood why Kaisa did this. Yes. In the Dragon Ball world, fighting power is everything. Chapter 16. Think about those planets that Frieza sold. Because their combat power was not enough, the entire planet deserved to be slaughtered. Aren't the natives of those planets whose combat power was less than 10,000 innocent? He must be innocent, but it's useless. This is the world of Dragon Ball, and the strong are respected. Vegeta can thrive in Frieza's army with only 1.8, repeatedly completing difficult tasks, conquering planets one by one, and selling them. And now he has 20 combat power without realizing it. With this combat power, Cabros suddenly feels so terrible. It's a great horror in the world. In the past, Cabros trained desperately and used every possible method to improve himself in order to avoid being sold and enslaved. Now, through learning from masters one by one on Earth, his combat power has increased step by step. The growth path that was originally the protagonist has been copied by himself. His own fighting power has also been steadily improving step by step along with the protagonist's growth path. Now, he is still lamenting that surpassing Frieza is a long way off, but he didn't expect that he has already become a presence that others can't even look up to. The elite captain of the Galactic Patrol took the initiative to pursue him, and even paid for him, which made Cabros realize that he was no longer the office worker who could only achieve 996,007 in his previous life, but a super powerful person who could explode in the battle circle and overwhelm the whole world. At this moment, Cabros realized that he had really gotten rid of the status of an ant. Yes. Even Tao Pai Pai, who was killed by Son Goku, who could not keep up with the fighting power of the protagonists in the later period and was even a nobody in the eyes of the audience, still lived a life of superiority on Earth. After killing someone, he could justifiably take all the wealth accumulated by others. Isn't that the confidence brought by 220 points of fighting power? The transformed Tao Pai Pai has 220 points of fighting power. Cabros, Captain Keisha, I know what you mean, but I already have a girlfriend. Keisha, I don't mind. For a strong man like you, it's no problem to have multiple women. Cabros was speechless. It is said that a man chasing a woman is like a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. Damn! Who can bear this beautiful woman chasing after him? It is really unbearable. Besides, he has no experience in rejecting beautiful women. How can he open his mouth? Will it hurt her self-esteem? Cabros was extremely conflicted. He swore that he had never thought of starting a harem before. But what was going on with this beautiful woman paying for him? Cabros, I'll go back and ask Bulma what she thinks. After thinking for a long time, Cabros came up with a lame excuse. Keisha, Bulma, Taiza's sister, right? It doesn't matter, I'll go talk to her. Cabros, you. Never mind, let it be. I have something to ask of you. Keisha, don't be so polite. We are all family. Since you have no objection, I will be your wife from now on. As she said that, Keisha took the initiative to come over and hug Kabulos. Kabulos was hugged by Keisha into two big balls, with a confused look on his face. This beauty is too proactive. In the world of Dragon Ball, real strength is everything. With invincible strength, can you do whatever you want? No, you can't be too arrogant. Not to mention that there is the trainee Angel Myers in the Galactic Patrol, and there is also Frieza who is always eyeing you. Even if you are really invincible, you can't do things like robbing women. Cabros thought so. He always felt that if his original intention changed, it would affect his pursuit of the ultimate avenue. Of course, even though that's what I said, no one can resist a beautiful woman who pays for you. Whether it's not the initiative or not, it's hard to refuse this initiative. Cabros, well, I need some materials. Can you help me see if it is in the Galactic Patrol's material library? As he spoke, Cabros handed the materials for the gravity chamber to Kessa. Keisha, neutronite, liquid star steel. Well, these materials are all in the Galactic Patrol's material library. There are even some better materials than the above. Cabros, really? Then please, give me one. Keisha, what do you want these for? Cabros, building a gravity room in a high-gravity environment can help you improve your combat effectiveness more quickly. Keisha, Is there such a cultivation method? Well, I will get you the best materials. Cabros, that's great, thank you so much for this time. Keisha, I am your wife, what are you thanking me for? By the way, when are you coming back to Earth? When you come back to Earth, my and Taiza's sister, Bulma, right? Tell Bulma and we'll get married. Cabros, I came to the Galactic Patrol headquarters for these materials. Now that they are completed, there is nothing else to do? By the way, is Mr. Myers, whom you mentioned, in the headquarters? I want to meet him. Keisha, Captain Myers, although he is very strong, your strength should be above his. Cabros, haha. You are wrong about this. I am not afraid to tell you that Myers's strength is higher than mine. I can't surpass him in a short time. However, he also has his limitations. Keisha, restricted. He is not at the headquarters. It seems that he is on an important mission. Cabros, important mission, what mission? Keisha, it seems that a planet has been inexplicably drained of all its vitality and turned into a dead planet. Cabros, did the spirit tree appear? Keisha, what is the spirit tree? Cabros, let's talk about this later. Since Mr. Myers is gone, let's quickly take the gravity chamber materials back to Earth. Keisha, what? You can't wait any longer? If you want, you can marry me even if we don't get married. I won't resist. Bah! You have hundreds of thousands of combat power, and it's useless for me to resist. Cabros, no, let's talk about your business after we meet Bulma. I have a sense of urgency and must improve my strength as soon as possible, otherwise there may be irreversible consequences. Keisha, okay, let's go. Soldier, Captain Keisha, you are leaving now and not caring about us anymore. Keisha, I'll be back. As he said that, Keisha took Kabulos to get the materials. Kabulos looked at Keisha and felt that he seemed to have seen this woman somewhere before. It was strange. He had transmigrated, and except for the protagonist and a few villains, these passers-by should not feel familiar. His name is Keisha. Could this name be from Super Seminary? Yes. She looks similar to Keisha from Super Seminary. Could it be that this Dragon Ball world is a fusion of other anime worlds? Forget it, don't think too much about it for now. Go back and practice well. As long as you have enough strength, it doesn't matter if the world is merged. You can just punch it through. However, since there is a possibility of merging with other anime worlds, I must learn magic and other spell attacks to avoid being caught in some illusions. After I can become a Super Saiyan, I must go to Aderdra. Soon, Kabulos, led by Keisha, got the gravity chamber materials and then boarded the space shuttle to return to Earth. Taiz didn't want to go back, but Kabulos forcibly pulled her onto the spaceship. 3 months later, on Earth, at Bulma's house. Bulma followed Keisha into the room with a grim look on her face, and came out half an hour later. Bulma, Cabros, how could you do this? I worked so hard on Earth to help you complete your tasks, but you brought me back a woman. Cabros, well, Bulma, you can't blame me for this. I didn't provoke Kessa. She came towards me first. I am also a victim. Bulma, what kind of victim is this? You're still acting like a good kid after getting the advantage. I'll let it go this time, but if it happens next time, don't blame me for being rude. Cabros, well, actually, there is another woman I like. Although she hasn't appeared yet, it's better for me to talk about it first. Bulma, what did you say? Cabros, you bastard, I want to divorce you. Cabros, well, we haven't gotten married yet, okay? Bulma, I'm ignoring you. Cabros, Keisha, please help me. I have no experience in coaxing girls. Keisha, men are really pigs. Having the two of us is not enough for them. They are still looking at what is in the bowl and thinking about what is in the pot, and they are also thinking about other women. Cabros, well, Keisha, don't worry, as long as you become my woman, I will protect you and treat you equally. Keisha, a straight man, but fortunately he has a sense of responsibility. Okay, Bulma, I will help you to comfort her, if you have anything to do, go and do it. K-Bloss, thanks. Cabros flew up and disappeared in an instant. He had to go see the gods, and he had a sense of urgency, so he couldn't let Son Goku waste time here. Temple of the Gods. Cabros met the gods and told them his purpose. Immortal, Cabros, what you mean is that you want Son Goku to go through your practice path and become stronger quickly. Cabros, yes, God, wherever King Kai goes, Goku must go too. God, ah. Cabros, King Kai has a move called Spirit Bomb, which can only be performed by people with pure hearts. Perhaps, Son Goku can truly become King Kai's disciple. Deity, that's great. With Lord Kai looking after the Earth should be much safer in the future. I will arrange for Son Goku's training right away. Chapter 17. After Cabros finished talking to the immortal, he was about to leave when he was stopped by the immortal. Fairy, Cabros, there is something I need your help with. Cabros, what's going on? Immortal, you trained with Master Roshi, so you must have heard about Lord Piccolo. Cabros, Lord Piccolo, I've heard of him, so what? God, a few days ago, the great devil Piccolo, who was sealed by Mutato with the Ma Feng Bo, was released. Cabros, released? Cabros was a little surprised that Piccolo was released 3 years earlier. He originally wanted to move the plot forward on his own initiative. Son Goku was easy to deal with, just arrange for him to practice in various places in advance. As for Piccolo, he was a little bit masculine, because he didn't know where Piccolo was sunk. He actually wanted Piccolo to appear earlier, so that he could have stronger fighting power than the original. After all, every bit of fighting power would be helpful in the future decisive battle. Yes, Cabros thought that there should be a final battle in the Dragon Ball world, but he transmigrated early and the plot did not develop to that point in time. Immortal, yes, I want you to help me get rid of him. Cabros closed his eyes and felt the energy of Piccolo. Sure enough, it was about 260 points, and now Son Goku's combat power has exceeded 320 points. It is far more than Piccolo. It can even be said that Piccolo can no longer put any pressure on Son Goku. Cabros, you can leave this matter to me, but I have the final say on how to deal with it. God, no problem. Bobo, God. Fairy, Mr. Bobo, maybe it's time to say goodbye to you. Cabros, don't be so pessimistic, I won't kill him. After hearing this, Shenxian and Bobo looked at Cabros. Immortal, Cabros, do you already know? Cabros, well, I won't kill Piccolo. But God, your fate with Popo may not last long. In the future, warriors will be needed, and then you and Piccolo will become one again. Immortal, Capico is evil. Cabros, don't worry, he will get better. After saying that, Cabros flew away and flew towards Piccolo. He thought that he should strengthen Piccolo, otherwise this battle would not allow Son Goku to truly experience the cruelty of life and death battle, which would affect his future development. Cabros appeared on Piccolo's spaceship, looking at the old Piccolo with an ugly face. Son Goku is so powerful now that Piccolo can't snatch the Dragon Ball from him, and Cabros himself doesn't know how to activate his potential magic. So it's a bit troublesome to strengthen Piccolo. Got it, first find all the 7 Dragon Balls to help him restore his youth, and then take him to the gravity room to practice. However, before practicing, I have to go find Son Goku in person and fight him to confirm his true combat power, and then when I train with Piccolo in the gravity room, I can grasp the degree of his combat power improvement. Suddenly, Cabros felt like he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Whatever, he was just like that. Anyway, Piccolo would be cleaned up in the future, and he was also doing it to help them improve their combat effectiveness. Piccolo, who are you? Cabros, I'm here to help you. Piccolo, help me, ah ha ha ha. You said help me, how can you help me? If you can't say it, then disappear. As he said this, Lord Piccolo pointed a finger at Cabros. Cabros, don't get so excited, I know where the remaining Dragon Balls are. Piccolo, oh. That's negotiable. Pilaf, Lord Piccolo, I can also help you find the Dragon Balls. How could you choose anyone else? Piccolo, get lost, you 3 bastards are asking me why? Don't you see that he is much stronger than you? Piccolo himself didn't see how Cabros appeared, so he was a little afraid of Cabros, so he drove Pilaf and his gang away. Pilaf and his gang wanted to say something, but Piccolo waved his hand and blew the 3 of them off the plane. Piccolo, who are you? Why are you helping me? Seeing the irrelevant people leave, Piccolo began again, his voice trembling. He could feel the aura, and the aura on Cabulos made him feel like an abyss, with no end in sight. Cabros, you don't have to worry about this. You just need me to help you and wait for my good news." After saying that, Cabros left. After he left, King Piccolo sat on the chair, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. "Duckmouth, Mr. Piccolo, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" "Piccolo, whoosh whoosh. What a terrible air." Cabros used his chi to find Son Goku and discovered that he was with Master Roshi and the others. Also with them were Tien Shinyan and Gyoza, and they were all on the Kame Island. "Cabros, who are these two?" "Son Goku, this is Tien Shinyan, he's quite powerful." Cabros felt it and found that Tien Shinyan's combat power was around 160 points. It was indeed very strong. "Cabros, Tien Shinyan, is he Master Roshi's new disciple?" "Yamsha, no, brother Cabros, Tien Shinyan and Gyoza are disciples of Tsuru Hermit, the younger brother of Kame Hermit. However, Tsuru Hermit and his men were too bad, so Tien Shinyan and his men turned to the light." "Master Roshi, wait a minute, Cabros, you also feel the powerful aura of Lord Piccolo. Tell me the truth, are you sure?" "Cabros, this is a detector, take a look for yourself. Son Goku can defeat the so-called Great Demon King Piccolo without my help." Master Kame took the detector and quickly found out the combat power of everyone. Son Goku had 326, Yamsha had 201, Tien Shinyan had 163, Jiaozi had 96, Krillin had 60, and Master Kame himself had 189. When Master Kame followed his feeling and detected the energy of Piccolo, he found that it was only 260 points, much lower than Son Goku. "Cabros, Master Roshi, your fear of Lord Piccolo has made you lose your judgment. It is obvious that Son Goku's power has far surpassed that of Lord Piccolo." "Master Roshi, is that so?" Cabros nodded. This situation is not uncommon. Even when facing Majin Buu who killed his predecessor, King Kai felt that no matter how strong the Scions were, they would not be stronger than Majin Buu. But the fact is, if Vegeta had not sacrificed himself, or if everyone was together, when Goku saw his companions being killed or about to be killed, he would burst out with real power, and he could destroy Majin Buu alone. He miscalculated the power of the Scions and overestimated the strength of Majin Buu and the king of the demon realm, Dabura, and made the wrong choice, which made things out of control. Of course, these are all things that happened later, but what made Cabros speechless was that the plot changed so much without his knowledge. Cabros almost understood that not only Piccolo showed up earlier, but Tien Shinyan also showed up earlier. It seems that everything changed because of the 20th Tenkaichi martial arts tournament, when Son Goku showed up and won the runner-up. And Hermit Crane saw that Hermit Kame's apprentice was the center of attention, so he also took his own apprentice to participate in the 21st Tenkaichi martial arts tournament. So all these plots were advanced by 3 years. However, Cabros still has to confirm one thing, that is, he saw Pilaf and his gang on Piccolo's plane. Could it be that some things in the original plot have already happened? "Cabros, Goku, have you heard of the Red Ribbon Army?" "Son Goku, I destroyed him." "Cabros, destroyed? How did you get involved with them?" "Son Goku, 2 months ago, Bulma came to me and asked me to help her collect the Dragon Balls." "Cabros, stop, where are the Dragon Balls now?" "Son Goku, where is Bulma?" Cabros's head is buzzing now. He went out into the universe, and when he came back the plot became such a mess that he couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, he had watched the original story many times. Although there were some big changes in the past 3 months, he understood that there was only one reason why he was so passive now, that was because his Bulma was jealous and did not tell him what happened recently. More importantly, he did not ask Bulma about the major events on Earth in the first place. Chapter 18. There is nothing much to say now. Since the plot of the Red Ribbon Army has passed, I will arrange the plot of Piccolo the Great Demon King with peace of mind. And take this opportunity to completely control the Dog King and improve the status of warriors. Let everyone on the Earth know who is saving the Earth. Of course, before that, he had to fight Son Goku to determine his combat power, and then he would raise Piccolo's combat power to the same level as Son Goku. Finally, a big show was about to begin. Cabros was going to broadcast Son Goku's fight on behalf of the Tianlong Company to save the world live worldwide, letting the people on Earth know how destructive a person with strong combat power could be. And if all the people on Earth worship the strong, and the strong can make a lot of money, then Son Gohan will not need to study in the future, and then Cabros will watch how Jiren cries. Overthinking, if everyone respects the strong, Chi-Chi should not force Gohan to study. And he doesn't need to persuade Chi-Chi specifically. To be honest, he has no confidence in persuading women. Although he has 100 reasons to prove that his fighting power is 1,000 times or 10,000 times stronger than that of scholars, he can't stand the women's confusion and nagging. I won't listen, I won't listen. Cabros, I understand. So, Son Goku, are you interested in fighting with me? Son Goku, ah. Great, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. The two came to the open space outside and started fighting. Cabros thought that since the plot was messed up, then let it be completely messed up. He was the one who would perfect the plot of Piccolo. Bang! Boom! The sound of collision resounded throughout the whole Kame Island. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds without a clear winner, leaving the others dumbfounded. Jiaozi, that's amazing. I can't see it at all. Can you see it? Tianjin. Tian Xinyan was sweating profusely, I can't see them. Even my third eye can't see any trace of them. They are too strong and too fast. Tian Xinyan, Yamsha, you are stronger than me. Can you see their moves? Yamsha, I can't see it, I can't see it at all, it's too fast. If it were me, I'd probably be gone in a few seconds. Yamsha lied. He could see a little afterimage, but that was meaningless. In a real fight, one had to see the opponent's moves. If one only saw the afterimage, he would be killed instantly. Of course, Tian Xinyan could also see their shadows when they were fighting, but when the two of them collided, he only saw a fleeting afterimage, but seeing that little afterimage was meaningless. He asked Yamsha if he could see the movements of the two people. Master Roshi, I didn't expect the two to be so strong. It seems that Piccolo is no longer a threat. He's old. He's old. Cabros, not bad. Son Goku, your strength has improved a lot. Son Goku, but the gap between me and you is getting bigger and bigger, brother Cabros. Cabros, really? You can actually feel it. Son Goku, brother Cabros, could you please show me your true strength and let me feel how big the gap is between you and me? Cabros, if you use real power, you will die, and because the gap is too big, you will die without feeling anything. It's meaningless. I will use power far beyond yours to let you feel the difference in power. Son Goku, will I die? Alright then. Then please use your power far beyond mine, Cabulos. Cabros, as you wish. Before, Cabros only had a combat power of about 320 points, the same as Son Goku, but now he has increased his combat power to more than 400 points. This time, Son Goku was beaten from all sides. In fact, even before, it was Son Goku who was beaten, but at that time, Son Goku could barely avoid the vital points. Now, after just a few fights, Son Goku was beaten to the point of spitting blood and breaking bones. Bang! Son Goku was knocked into the ground. Krillin, brother Goku, is he okay? Following Krillin's words, everyone looked at Son Goku in the pit and found that he was in an extremely miserable state. His body was covered in blood, his tendons and bones were broken, and he could no longer move. Cabros felt Son Goku's energy and found it to be relatively stable. Cabros, not even close. As he spoke, he gathered a shockwave and hit Son Goku from top to bottom. Klin, no. Master Roshi, Cabros, stop it now. If Goku takes this attack from you, he will die. Yamsha and Tian Xinyan were shocked. They didn't expect Cabros to be so ruthless. Cabros, death? A Scion's physique shouldn't allow him to die, but he should be able to reach the point of near death. He still decided to give Son Goku a passive skill, so that his final battle with Piccolo would be more exciting and would have a greater impact on the hearts of the people on Earth. Boom! The huge noise made Master Roshi and the others retreat violently. When they came to their senses, they saw Son Goku lying on the ground, breathing more than he exhaled, and it was obvious that he was dying. Krillin, Goku, damn it, you killed brother Goku. Cabros looked at Krillin in surprise. It seemed that after the plot changed, Krillin became more dependent on Son Goku. Cabros, Krillin, hey? What's your name? Goku isn't dead yet? Krillin, but can brother Goku be saved in this condition? Cabros ignored Krillin and went straight to Son Goku, took out a senzu bean and put it into Goku's mouth. Cabros, eat it. Son Goku ate it obediently, and the moment he ate it, his injuries were completely healed. Not only that, his combat power also increased dramatically. From the original 326 points to 435 points, it increased by almost one-third of the combat power. Sure enough, the Scion's combat power increased greatly after being seriously injured and revived is simply a bug. Let's put it this way. Originally, the difference in strength between the two people was huge, one crushed the other, but after being revived from the brink of death, it became a counter-crush. Who can you reason with? Cabros, how are you, Goku? Are you okay? Son Goku, I am completely healed, and my strength is even stronger. Cabros, Goku, do you want to fight a strong enemy? Son Goku, a strong enemy? Of course that's fine, but the gap between you and me is too big, I have no way to resist. Cabros, I will find you a powerful enemy of equal strength. Son Goku, really? That's great. Who is it? As he said that, Son Goku unconsciously looked towards Master Roshi and the others, but then he shook his head, saying that they couldn't do it. Cabros, Lord Piccolo. Just wait. 3 months later, I will arrange a life and death battle for you with Lord Piccolo, and you will become the hero who saves the world. Son Goku, hero, I don't understand. But it would be great to be able to fight an opponent of equal strength. Cabros, then don't slack off in these 3 months. If you are defeated by Lord Piccolo, you will be in trouble. He will not show mercy to you. Son Goku, I understand. Cabros, goodbye everyone. In 3 months, Piccolo will be born, and it will be up to you to save the world. Master Roshi was wondering why Cabros did this, considering that he and Goku could easily defeat Piccolo. Bulma's house. Bulma, Cabros, you still remember to come back? Do you want to piss me off to death? What Bulma said was incoherent, but Cabros could see that she was no longer angry. It seemed that Keisha had succeeded in convincing her. Cabros, Bulma, it's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned that at that time. Cabros also realized his mistake. He should never have mentioned that there were other women when Bulma had just accepted a woman. Even if it was at a different time, Bulma would not have such a big reaction. Bulma, forget it, it's not worth it for me to get angry with a straight guy. By the way, you came back so soon, what's the matter? Cabros, well, I want to use the Dragon Balls you collected to help Piccolo restore his youth. Bulma, is that plan going to start? Cabros nodded. Keisha, what's the plan? Bulma, through Lord Piccolo's threat to the earth, we want to make everyone realize how powerful warriors are, so that they respect warriors and provide them with living security. The specific plan is as follows. Bulma told Keisha about Cabros' plan. Keisha, this is a great plan. I never thought there really is a Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. I wonder if that wish can come true. Cabros, don't think too much. It is impossible to defeat a strong enemy through Dragon Balls because Dragon Balls cannot fulfill wishes that exceed the strength of the Maker itself. Keisha, is that so? That's fine. By the way, can Son Goku definitely win? Cabros, don't worry about that. Son Goku's real name is Kakarot, and he is also a Scion. With the same combat power, no one can defeat us Scions. Inner thought, what's more, he is the protagonist, Son Goku. Keisha, that's good. Bulma then brought all the Dragon Balls over. The 3 of them gathered together. Come out. Shenlong. Grant my wish. Chapter 19. The dragon appeared and the sky darkened. Please tell me your wish. I can make any wish come true. Please restore Lord Piccolo's youth. No problem. This wish is simple. As the dragon's eyes glowed red, Piccolo, who was far away on the plain, found that he had regained his youth. Piccolo, great, I am young again, it feels so good to be young, my strength is back. Great, now I won't be afraid of anyone? Is it? Who? Boom. Just as Lord Piccolo was about to turn his head, he was knocked unconscious by a knife-handed attack from Cabros who suddenly appeared. Cabros, you are the only one who is not afraid of anyone? Ignorance. As he spoke, Cabros grabbed one of Piccolo's hands and took it away, and before leaving he destroyed Duckbeak. Cabros took Lord Piccolo to a gravity chamber in the wilderness, which was a disposable low-grade gravity chamber where the gravity was 5 times that of the Earth. It was built by Bulma in preparation for this plan. Lord Piccolo wakes up. Lord Piccolo, who dares to sneak attack this lord? Cabros, it's me. Piccolo, it was you who helped me regain my youth. Cabros, exactly. Lord Piccolo, very well, to repay you, I will grant you death. Cabros, ha ha ha. Lord Piccolo is worthy of being Lord Piccolo. I helped you regain your youth and you repay me with your death, right? It seems that I really shouldn't have helped you. Piccolo, he 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 he. You really shouldn't have saved me. Go to hell. Lord Piccolo rushed towards Cabros, but fell to the ground after taking a few steps. Piccolo, what's going on with the ground? Cabros, sorry, the gravity here is different. It's 5 times that outside. That means you can't move freely here, and you can't kill me. Piccolo, damn it. I won't accept it. I'm going to kill you. Piccolo was not convinced and rushed towards Cabros again and again, but Cabros dodged Piccolo's attacks easily like walking a dog. And every time Piccolo tried to destroy the gravity room or rush to the exit, Cabros suddenly increased his combat power and blocked Piccolo back. Because of this, Piccolo thought that this gravity room was also a magic weapon to seal him. Piccolo, damn it! Another seal! Damn it! Go to hell! Cabros, save me at your slow speed! You'll never catch up with me! Lord Piccolo, I will definitely catch up with you and kill you! A month later, Piccolo's strength increased greatly. I was shocked. Great, my strength has increased, this guy must know it. I must hide well and wait for the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Cabros thought, you just discovered it. But Piccolo's aptitude is really good. After only 1 month in the 5x gravity room, his combat power has increased to 400 points. It seems that the original plan of 3 months will be advanced. 10 days later, Cabros saw that Lord Piccolo's combat power had reached 10 and felt that it was about enough. Cabros, Piccolo, is this all you have? It's been over a month, and you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes, and you still want to kill me. I think you should stop calling yourself Piccolo and change your name to Waste Demon King. Piccolo, what? You bastard, you are the loser. Inner thought, never mind, I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Lord Piccolo burst out with all his strength and suddenly attacked Cabros. Cabros's inner thoughts, my strength has increased again. I didn't expect that Lord Piccolo would hide his strength. His combat power has now increased to 501 points. Now Goku is in trouble. Thinking of this, Cabros deliberately slowed down his speed and was hit by a punch in the chest by Lord Piccolo. He then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had held the blood in his mouth in advance and spat it directly onto Lord Piccolo's face. Lord Piccolo was startled and laughed randomly. Piccolo, he 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 he. You are too careless. Now your 4th phase is approaching. Cabros, damn it, bastard, I want you to die, Kamehameha. With these harsh words, Cabros released a huge wave and attacked Piccolo. Piccolo's laughter stopped abruptly. He felt the energy of this wave and could only use all his strength and also released his ultimate move, the Magic Flash Cannon. Lord Piccolo, Magic Flash Cannon. Cabros, Kamehameha. The two men faced each other with great momentum, and soon the disposable gravity chamber could not hold on any longer and was shattered. Piccolo, ha ha ha. It's broken. You can't trap me. Cabros, since I can't trap you, I will kill you with all my strength. Cabros increased his energy output, and just a little bit made Piccolo feel that he had used all his strength. Piccolo, ha ha ha. You are only at this level. To tell you the truth, my strength has greatly increased in this room. Now you are no match for me. Go to hell. As he spoke, Lord Piccolo used all his strength to push the energy wave towards Cabros little by little. Cabros, no, it's impossible. I can't lose. Damn it. With a roar from Cabros, Lord Piccolo's shock wave completely overwhelmed Cabros' shock wave and covered Cabros. Boom. Lord Piccolo's shockwave flattened a mountain, and Cabros disappeared. Piccolo, ha ha ha. I still win. You are too careless. No one is stronger than me, Piccolo. No one. As he spoke, Lord Piccolo laughed. Suddenly, he stopped, carefully sensed his surroundings, and found that there was indeed no Cabros's aura. Then he flew away with a laugh. On the other side, when Lord Piccolo used his full strength, Cabros disappeared in an instant. At this time, he had returned to Bulma's house. Cabros, Bulma, call Master Roshi and tell him that Piccolo was born early. Then, arrange the corresponding reporters. We must broadcast it live around the world this time. Bulma, okay, leave it to me. Cabros nodded, and at this time, Keisha came over. Keisha, Cabros, Bulma has work to do, what am I doing here? Cabros, just follow Son Goku. If you see him about to be killed by Piccolo, save him. Keisha, okay. But, aren't you jealous if I spend time with other men? Cabros, Son Goku is less than 1.2 meters tall now and is still a child. Why should I be jealous? Keisha, ah. Cabros, here, these are 3 senzu beans. As long as the person is not dead, eating one will make him fully recovered. If you think Son Goku is in trouble, you can give him one. Keisha, what? There is this magical medicine. What about the other 2? Cabros, just keep it for yourself. You still have to go back to the Galactic Patrol to perform your duties. If you are in danger, you can eat him. But don't be too stubborn. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, you can contact me and let me take action. Keisha, don't worry, you are so awesome, I will definitely stick with you. Cabros, okay. Then you come and hold me. Keisha, hate it. Cabros turned on the TV and saw that the great devil Piccolo had indeed appeared. He had captured the king's palace, controlled the Dog King, and was threatening the whole world through the TV station. On TV. Lord Piccolo, from today on, I, Lord Piccolo, will rule the world. I declare that from now on, all criminals will be acquitted and all crimes will not be punished. As Lord Piccolo finished speaking, the world began to riot. What? How to do this? What to do? Robbery. Hand over the money. In a certain prison, prisoners also rioted and killed the prison guards. Some police officers wanted to suppress the riot, but were killed by the demons who came randomly. The demons here are the minions spit out by the great demon King Piccolo. The same is true in other places, anyone who stops the crime will be killed by Piccolo's men. This makes everyone start to panic. Kame Island, Kame Hermit and others also saw the tragic conditions in various places on TV. Master Roshi, no, we must stop him. As he said this, Master Roshi looked at Son Goku. Son Goku, but, Cabros told me to wait a day before taking action. Master Roshi, why? Son Goku, I don't know. Master Roshi called. Master Roshi, Bulma, I'm looking for Cabros. 1 minute later. Master Roshi, Kabulos, why? Why did you let Son Goku wait a day before taking action? If he takes action now, do you know that every minute late, many people will die? Cabros, why? I want the people on Earth to realize how powerful warriors are and respect them. Grandpa Kame, I am fighting for the welfare of all the martial artists on Earth. Master Roshi, no, a martial artist does not need others to sacrifice in order to gain benefits for himself. Cabros, sacrifice, Master Kame, you won't forget it, right? There are Dragon Balls on Earth, and the dead can be resurrected. Chapter 20. Master Roshi, even if we can revive them, we can't just watch them get killed. Cabros, phew. This is my plan. For the future of the Earth, I must let everyone know how powerful warriors are so that more people can become warriors. Every warrior will be a force to protect the Earth in the future. So, I will not allow anyone to destroy this plan. Do you understand what I mean, Master Roshi? Master Roshi, I understand now. I was wrong. I thought that by hiding, I could make the world forget the terror of Lord Piccolo and live a carefree life. But that kind of life was nothing but an illusion. When danger came, no one had the power to resist. It was my fault. In the future, I will accept new disciples and carry forward the Roshiryu school. Cabros, very good, it seems that you understand, Master Kame. Weakness is the original sin. Only when you are strong, you will not be bullied and exterminated by people from other planets in the universe. We Scions were exterminated by aliens who cannot be underestimated. Master Kame, you should understand that the Earth needs more warriors and more martial artists to protect the Earth. Master Roshi, I understand. I will cooperate. A day later, Cabros found Bulma. Cabros, Bulma, how are the reporters preparing? Bulma, I'm ready. Cabros, okay, let's start the promotion now. Let's say that our Tianlong Security Company will be responsible for protecting everyone's safety and will send out ace bodyguards to defeat Lord Piccolo and restore peace to the earth. Bulma, okay, I understand. Turtle Island, Son Goku is ready to set off. Son Goku, I'm off. Tien Shinyan, Goku, how is your practice of the flying technique I taught you going? Son Goku's body flew into the air and he performed various movements in the air. Son Goku, I have mastered it completely. Thank you Tien Shinyan. Now I have a better chance of defeating Lord Piccolo. Master Roshi, Goku, be careful. I feel that King Piccolo's energy is much stronger than before. You must be careful. Son Goku, don't worry. I will definitely defeat Piccolo and restore world peace. Somersault Cloud. Son Goku left on his somersault cloud, and not long after he left, he met Keisha. Keisha, Son Goku. Son Goku, who, woman, I don't know you. Keisha, oh, I'm from Cabros and I'm here to bring you something. Son Goku, brother Cabros, what did he give me? Keisha, this is the combat uniform of our Tianlong Security Company. Put it on and you will be a soldier of our Tianlong Security Company. When you go into battle, you need to wear the uniform of our Tianlong Company. As she spoke, Keisha opened the universal capsule and handed Son Goku a set of combat uniforms. This was a suit that Cabros had Bulma make by imitating the combat uniforms of Frieza's army. In addition to being light and defensive, it also had the logo of the Tianlong Company, a golden flying dragon, which could promote the Tianlong Company. Son Goku, is it necessary to wear it? Keisha, unless you want to leave Tianlong, of course. Son Goku, okay. Son Goku tried to take off his clothes quickly, but Keisha turned around and just threw the clothes over to him. Keisha, next, this battle concerns the honor of Tianlong Company, you must not fail. Son Goku, I must restore peace to the world. Before Son Goku could finish his words, he discovered that Keisha had disappeared without a trace. Keisha's inner thoughts, Cabros is right, she is still a child after all, without any reservations at all. Bulma's house. Cabros, from now on, we can publicize that our Tianlong Security Company will shoulder the responsibility of maintaining world peace. Tell everyone that our Tianlong Company's warriors have gone to the Dog King's palace to duel with Lord Piccolo. As soon as Cabros finished speaking, all TV stations began to report the video of Tianlong Company and played the VCR video of Son Goku who was about to duel with Piccolo, and pointed out that he was the champion of this year's World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. Many ordinary people in front of the TV felt that their worldviews were shattered when they saw the video of Son Goku fighting Yamcha on TV. That's right, the final battle of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was between Son Goku and Yamcha. Yamcha's Wolf Fang Phoenix Fist was very powerful, and he also created his own air bomb in advance, which shocked everyone. When he used the air bomb to fight against Son Goku, the huge destructive power made the ring bumpy. The Dow Jones family, a wealthy and powerful business family. Chable, Jones, is this true? Can a group of warriors be so powerful? Secretary Jones, do dashin sir, I have checked. This is the video recording of the world's No. 1 martial arts conference that took place in Nandu a few months ago. It is real. Jones, these martial artists are so powerful. It seems that I underestimated them before. Do find a way to contact Tianlong Security Company and tell them that our Dow Jones family is interested in cooperating with them. Do dashin, yes, sir. Jones, we need to reach a cooperation agreement with them first, and then find a way to contact this kid called Son Goku and tell him that no matter what conditions Tianlong Company offers, we will give double, no, triple. We must win over Son Goku to our side. Do dashin, yes. Jones, the world is about to change. Whoever controls a powerful warrior will have the final say. Other places, including the mysterious Dongfang Long family, the ninja family Chiba family, the killer family Lang family, and the military and political family Wang family also issued the same order. They all wanted to contact Tianlong Company at all costs and secretly win over Son Goku. In the Dog King's palace, King Piccolo was watching TV, also furious. Piccolo, defeat me. No one in this world can defeat me. Kakaru, go and get rid of this guy called Son Goku. Kakaru, yes, Lord Piccolo. Kakaru is a subordinate that was spit out by Lord Piccolo after he regained his youth and was trained by Cabros with all his strength. His combat power exceeds 300 points, which can be compared with the original rejuvenated Lord Piccolo. Son Goku arrived outside the palace of the Dog Kingdom and shouted something inside. Son Goku, Great Demon King Piccolo, come out quickly, I want to defeat you. Piccolo flew out. Son Goku, are you the Great Demon King Piccolo? Piccolo, I am Piccolo, a subordinate of Lord Piccolo. Son Goku, let Piccolo come out, I want to defeat him. Piccolo, if you want to fight Lord Piccolo, you have to defeat me first. But I don't think you have that chance because you will be killed by me. Son Goku, really? Then come on. Son Goku felt that Piccolo was also a strong opponent, at least stronger than Yamcha, which made him very excited. Son Goku and Piccolo fought, and the two sides fought back and forth. Between the collision of fists and feet, waves of energy surged out. An inadvertent mistake, when one person sent out a wave and the other dodged it, destroyed several buildings. This scene stunned people all over the world. Chiba family. Chiba-Raiwichi, this is impossible. How can these two be so powerful? Chiba Mako, father, this Son Goku is so young, maybe he is just powerful and knows nothing? Chiba-Raiwichi, what do you mean? Chiba Mako, I think with my beauty as your daughter, I can definitely help my father take down this Son Goku. Chiba-Raiwichi, well, you are worthy of being my most valued daughter. Long family. Long Xiaoun, Aotian, I thought you were already an invincible genius in the world, but I didn't expect that this Son Goku was so outrageous. They are so strong that they can no longer be called human beings. Long Aotian, father, I want to contact this Son Goku myself and bring him back to the Long family. Long Xiaoun, okay, I believe you, you have never let me down. Cold home. Lang Aishuang, mother, could this Son Goku be the one who killed Tao Bibai, the #1 killer in the world? Lang King Kaiu, that's right, Son Goku has become more powerful. I didn't expect that he actually joined the security company. From now on, we, the Lang family, and Tianlong company will not accept anyone protected by us. Lang Aishuang, mother, this can only keep us safe for a while. If others knew that we dare not take orders from Tianlong company, they would definitely abandon us. Lang King Kaiu, that's nothing we can do. We are no match for Son Goku. If we don't accept the order, we will lose our credibility. If we accept it, we will surely die. Lang Aishuang, ah. Lang King Kaiu, do you know why Tao Bibai was the #1 killer in the world back then? Lang Aishuang, why? Lang King Kaiu, he broke into a military district alone, and in front of all the soldiers, while watching the tank fire, he killed the general of the Wang family. Lang Aishuang, no way. So powerful. Lang King Kaiu, Son Goku is more powerful than him, didn't you see that? The aftermath of their battle could easily destroy several buildings, and look at that hill, it's gone too. Lang Aishuang, that must be fake. A trick. Pa. Lang Aishuang was slapped in the face by her mother. Lang Aishuang, it's a trick. You are also a martial artist, and you can say such self-deceiving words. Chapter 21. In a martial arts gym. Fellow disciple, senior brother, why are they so powerful? Mark, Satan, it can't be that powerful, it's like a magic trick. Yes, it's a magic trick, it's a magic trick. Fellow junior fellow student. Although Cabros watched the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo on TV, he knew the battle situation clearly through the changes in his chi as if he was there. At this time, Bulma called. Bulma, Cabros, someone is losing patience. Cabros, what's wrong? Bulma, several military and political families, assassin families, ninja families, business families, and ancient dragon families have contacted us and want to establish cooperative relationships with us. Cabros, really? Promise them. Bulma, ah. But I think they have bad intentions. Cabros, our Tianlong company is just starting out, and we need them to help us promote it. We can just kick them out in the future when we don't need them anymore. Bulma, I'm afraid it's easy to cooperate but hard to break it. Cabros, Bulma, now you are not only the president of Capsule Corporation, you are also my wife, Cabros. Bulma, I know she's your wife. But so what? They are all hidden families on Earth, very powerful, and many political, business, and even every aspect of life are closely related to them. If we offend them, we will be unable to move forward. Cabros, Bulma, you are still too kind. But, let me tell you, this is not a female channel, ahem, I said it wrong. I want to ask you, Bulma, they are so powerful, why don't they fight against Piccolo? Bulma, Lord Piccolo is so powerful, how can ordinary people defeat him? Cabros, Bulma, believe it or not, I can kill a rubbish like Piccolo with just a breath. Don't you understand? In a word, if they dare to mess around, I will kill them until they are afraid. Bulma, but... Cabros, no, but if something unexpected happens and there are many people who don't recognize me, I will slap the earth into cosmic dust, and then use the Dragon Balls to restore it, but I will resurrect the ordinary people who support me. I think Shenlong should be able to do this. When Bulma heard this, it was like she was meeting Cabros for the first time. Cabros, don't look at me like that. This world is all about the survival of the fittest. Outside of Earth, there was a Frieza army that wiped out an entire planet's worth of humans just to resell the planet. And I gave them a chance to live, which was very kind of me. The strong are not there to protect the weak, nor to morally blackmail the weak. Bulma, I understand. According to what you said, Cabros, we are now the kings of the earth. Cabros, before long, I will become #1 in the universe and the king of the universe. Bulma, Cabros, I finally got to know you today. You are really handsome. Cabros, I want to see Son Goku's battle. Bulma nodded. At the Dog King's palace, Son Goku and Kakarot were still fighting with no clear winner, but Kakarot was already out of breath, while Son Goku seemed fine. Son Goku, you are so powerful. Much more powerful than Yamcha. Kakarot, damn it. I'm going to kill you. At this time, the voice of Lord Piccolo was heard. Piccolo, Kakarot, please back off. You are no match for him. Kakarot, yes, Lord Piccolo. Son Goku took a few long breaths to calm down his emotions after a long battle. Son Goku, you must be the great demon king Piccolo. I will defeat you and restore peace to the world. Piccolo, he. Defeat me, no one can defeat me, Piccolo. But since you dare to challenge me, I will give you a decent death, that is, to die like a warrior. Son Goku, it's too early to brag. I haven't been defeated by you yet. Piccolo, come on. Let me see how far the martial arts of Earth have developed in the past 300 years. Son Goku, okay. As he said that, Son Goku accelerated and rushed forward. This time he used 400 points of combat power, which surprised King Piccolo, but he still caught the punch. Lord Piccolo, it's surprising. I never thought that a human body could have such power. Son Goku, you are not bad either, much better than him. Piccolo, really? Then you have to do your best. I haven't stretched my muscles like this in a long time. Son Goku, I will. As they spoke, the two men started fighting again. Both of them exerted over 400 points of combat power, and the fight was difficult to determine for a while. The aftermath of their battle was even more terrifying. An accidentally emitted shock wave could directly destroy more than a dozen buildings and flatten an entire neighborhood. In the distance, on several helicopters, there were more than a dozen retired reporters broadcasting the scene, and every time the aftermath of the bullets was shot over here, it would be easily knocked away by Keisha. At this time, people all over the world were concentrating on watching the battle that would decide their fate. Most people were cheering for Son Goku, but there were still a few brainless nitpickers who were finding fault with everything. Critic 1, this guy is awesome. But he is too merciful. He actually let Kakarot, the subordinate of Piccolo, go. The second nitpicker, that is, if Kakarot attacks ordinary people, Son Goku must be held responsible for it. Argumentative 3, yes, he is responsible. He will also be responsible for rebuilding the buildings and streets destroyed in this battle. A few nitpickers were criticizing Son Goku beside the TV. If Kabulos were here, he would definitely tell them that I only kill, not bury. Reconstruction is what good-for-nothings like you should do. That's right, these nitpickers are just trash in Kabulo's eyes. Near the Dog Kingdom's palace, Turtle Hermit and his gang quietly lurked over. They wanted to see Son Goku defeat Piccolo with their own eyes, and also wanted to help hold back some soldiers. But after seeing Kakarot's strength, they all fell silent, not daring to take action again, and could only watch the battle from a distance. What they didn't know was that their existence had been discovered by Piccolo, and Piccolo secretly told Kakarot to take them hostage after he recovered, just in case he couldn't beat Son Goku, he could use them as a threat. Yamcha, Goku is so powerful that he can fight with Piccolo like that. Master Roshi, no, Piccolo is much stronger than before. Goku may not be his opponent. Yamcha, but Goku doesn't show any signs of defeat. Master Roshi, you can't look at it that way. The battle between Goku and Kakarot just now lasted too long, and he must have consumed a lot of his physical strength. Also, I feel that Piccolo didn't show his true strength at all. Tien Shinyan, what? You're already this strong, but you haven't shown your true strength yet. Krillin, but Goku should also have some reservations. Master Roshi, although Goku has some reservations, he may not be a match for Piccolo. Piccolo has improved a lot compared to before. Tien Shinyan, that's right. Although Son Goku has been practicing every day for more than a month and his strength has improved a lot, I feel that the opponent's strength is unfathomable. As expected, as the two sides continued to fight, they gradually showed their true strength. Son Goku was no match for Piccolo and fell into a disadvantage. It can be seen here that in the same month of training, Piccolo raised his combat power from less than 5 points to about 300 in the 510X gravity room, while Son Goku's combat power only increased from 435 to about 460, which is only an increase of more than 20 points in more than a month. Obviously, in the Dragon Ball world, different training methods determine the speed of training. After Son Goku's combat power increased to 460 points, it basically stopped increasing. After fighting for so long, he only increased his combat power by 3 or 4 points at most, relying on the Scion's physique of fighting more and more bravely. Now it is stable at 465 and no longer increasing. Piccolo has increased his combat power to more than 500 points. This caused a crushing situation for Son Goku. Son Goku could only defend himself and was being beaten. His struggle was just to avoid the vital parts. Master Roshi, oh no, Goku is dying. Yamcha, damn, Lord Piccolo is too strong. If this continues, Goku will die. Tien Shinyan, let's go and help. Master Roshi, good. Everyone looked at each other and prepared to leave, but were stopped by Kakarot, who had recovered slightly. Kakarot, do you want to interfere with the fight between Piccolo and that Son Goku? Defeat me first. Master Roshi, you guys hold him back, I'll find a way to support Goku. Everyone saw Master Roshi's resolute look and understood that he was going to use Mayfaha, even at the cost of his own life, to seal Piccolo. Even if he failed to seal him, it would still give Son Goku a chance to defeat Piccolo. Chapter 22. Kakarot, don't even think about disturbing Lord Piccolo's battle. Kakarot rushed over as he spoke. Originally, his strength was far greater than Yamcha and the others, but the battle with Son Goku just now consumed most of his energy. Now, facing the siege of several people from Yamcha, he was in a stalemate for a while. Now, after more than a month of fighting, perhaps because of the oppression of Piccolo, Yamcha's combat power has exceeded 220 points, and Tien Shinyan has reached 180 points, which is completely the same as his strength 3 years later in the original work. Kame-sensei has reached more than 190 points. This month's training has almost made his improvement equal to the previous year's training. Because of this, the combined strength of 3 people with around 200 points and the entanglement of 1 person with 300 points of combat power were just about evenly matched. This was also because Kakarot's previous battle with Son Goku consumed too much energy, otherwise the winner would have been decided long ago. Kakarot, damn it, if I hadn't been so exhausted from the previous battle, you few alone would not be able to stop me. Yamcha, why are you talking so much nonsense? Watch this, use the air bomb. Yamcha used the air control bullet again, but this move was different, because it was a collection of energy and could be controlled at will, so the opponent didn't dare to touch it at will. It was also with this move that he could exert 220 or combat power with his combat power. Kakarot was hiding in a panic. Kakarot, damn, this trick, watch me stop him. Kakarot put his hands in front of his chest, ready to take the blow. Yamcha smiled with a successful plot, and he gave up the chance to hit Kakarot with the air bomb, and instead controlled the air bomb to bypass Kakarot's front, go around to the back, and head towards the back of Kakarot's head. Kakarot reacted and cursed him for being despicable, but it was too late for him to dodge, and he was hit hard on the back of his head by the air bomb. At this point, Kakarot could only fall to the ground unwillingly. Krillin, that's great, senior brother Yamcha, you are so awesome. Klin walked out from the pile of rocks in the distance. He had no chance to participate in the battle just now because his combat power was too low. It was only 60 points now. Several people gathered together. Master Roshi, all right then, let's go and help. While Master Roshi was defeating Kakalu, Son Goku had already been seriously injured by Piccolo. Lord Piccolo, you are very tenacious, but that is all. It is time to end this battle. Son Goku, how could this happen? My strength is totally no match for your opponent. Is this the strong enemy that Cabros mentioned? You are really strong, but I will not give up so easily. I will definitely defeat you. Piccolo, you are dreaming. Piccolo was also furious, because he thought he could easily deal with Son Goku, but he didn't expect that even though he had used all his strength, he was still dragged into a protracted battle by Son Goku. He was also angry, but Son Goku was like an indestructible cockroach, and he still persisted after taking so many moves from him. Son Goku, hey! 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 I must not lose. I can't let Brother Cabros down. Piccolo, Brother Cabros, who is he to you? Why do you think so highly of him? Son Goku, look at my move, Kamehameha. Piccolo, what? How do you know his moves? Piccolo's face was filled with shadows. The past month or so was simply a nightmare for him. Piccolo, since you are related to him, I absolutely cannot let you stay. Flash cannon. The two began to fight each other. Son Goku was already seriously injured, and this backfired, and the huge Kikong wave was forced over by Piccolo. Son Goku, I can't lose. Son Goku said this, but he was still hit by a huge Kikong wave. In his current state, he would definitely die if he was hit by such a large Kikong wave. Just when he was about to be killed, Keisha rescued Son Goku. In the distance, looking at the seriously injured and unconscious Son Goku, Keisha reluctantly took out a magic bean and fed it into Son Goku's mouth. After Son Goku ate the senzu beans, he was resurrected with full health, and the Scion passive skill was activated, greatly increasing his strength. His combat power directly increased from 465 to 620. Now his strength and that of Piccolo have been reversed, and the gap is even bigger. Son Goku, I am resurrected, it's the senzu beans. Son Goku turned around and saw Keisha. Keisha, fight well. If you lose again this time, I will kick you out of Tianlong Company. Son Goku, don't worry, I will never lose this time. After saying that, Son Goku rushed out. Seeing Son Goku intact, Piccolo was shocked. Piccolo, you're okay? How is that possible? Son Goku, Lord Piccolo, you are no longer my opponent now. I will definitely win. Piccolo, damn it, you're farting. As he said that, Piccolo rushed forward, but was easily dodged by Son Goku. Son Goku, your speed seemed quite scary just now, but now I see that your speed is really slow. Lord Piccolo, impossible, how come you suddenly become so powerful? Son Goku, I'm not sure about this. But every time I recover from a serious injury, I become even more powerful. Far away. Keisha, his strength increased after recovering from a serious injury? As expected of the Scions, they are a fighting race. So, what Cabulo said about Scions only loving to fight is true. I never thought there is such a race in the world. After recovering from a serious injury, his strength increased by a full third. I envy him so much. The audience in front of the TV. Son Goku is so awesome. Yet, why did he suddenly become so powerful? Bulma's house. Cabros, Son Goku has been resurrected from the brink of death and has become much stronger. It seems the battle is over. At this time, Master Roshi and others secretly came to the battlefield. Seeing that Son Goku had completely gained the upper hand, they were a little at a loss. Yamcha, Goku's strength has greatly increased. He has completely crushed Piccolo. I don't think we need to take action. Master Roshi, I hope so. At this time, what they didn't know was that Kakalu, who they had originally believed to be dead, had fully recovered thanks to the demon's recovery ability, and he was now recovering his strength. Master Roshi, I have a bad feeling. Yamcha, what? The great demon King Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of them, letting out a strange laugh. Lord Piccolo, he, there are a few little mice here. As he said that, Piccolo grabbed Krillin with one hand and Yamcha with the other. Son Goku, damn it, let them go. Son Goku was shocked. He didn't expect that. He didn't check it for a while, and Piccolo had found an opportunity to turn the tables. Of course, Son Goku thought that he didn't check it for a while, but Piccolo had been planning it for a long time. Since being sealed by Mutato with the Meifahaha, Piccolo is no longer arrogant. In battle, he will do everything to win. He has long planned to use these people to threaten Son Goku if he cannot defeat him. But since he has been suppressing Son Goku before, he naturally doesn't need them. However, now that Son Goku's strength has greatly increased, he knows that he will definitely not win in a head-on battle, so he activated this backup plan this time. Son Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, Piccolo, let them go. Piccolo, oh, you guys know each other. That's great. If you want them to survive, just stand there and beat them. Son Goku, I won't move, you hit me. Piccolo kicked Son Goku in the face and sent him flying. Son Goku stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Son Goku, that's all. Lord Piccolo, damn it, you're looking for death. As he said that, Piccolo threw Yamcha towards Son Goku with one hand, and while Son Goku was saving people, he used his fingers to wave and crippled one of Son Goku's legs. Piccolo, ha ha ha. Now that one of your legs is paralyzed, the balance of victory has tipped towards me. Son Goku, despicable. When Master Roshi saw this, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. He threw a universal capsule at Piccolo's feet, which turned into a rice cooker. Master Roshi, I'm sorry, Krillin. Piccolo, watch out, Meifaha. Piccolo, what? A rice cooker. Damn it. Piccolo and Krillin were swept into the air by the sealing power of the Meifaha. Everyone and the people in front of the TV were surprised to see this scene. This reversal happened too quickly. When the Buick Demon King was about to be sealed in the rice cooker in front of everyone, a hand suddenly pierced through Master Roshi's chest. It was the recovered Kakalu. He killed Master Roshi in front of Son Goku. Son Goku, I will kill you. Son Goku was completely furious. He rushed forward and, regardless of the injury to his leg, killed Kakalu with one punch. Bulma's house. Cabros, this development is really unexpected, but this is battle. Without death, Son Goku will never awaken to the fighting state. From now on, Son Goku will truly enter the fighting state. Chapter 23. Kakalu was killed by Son Goku, and after Piccolo landed, he attacked directly. At this time, it was a matter of life and death, and he didn't care about his face. When he attacked, he also sent a wave to attack Tien Shinyan. Son Goku's eyes were bloodshot. You bastard, I'm going to kill you to avenge my master Master Roshi. Son Goku took over Krillin, but was beaten by Piccolo and one of his hands was disabled. He saw that Tien Shinyan was about to be killed, so he went to save Tien Shinyan, but Piccolo took the opportunity to disable his other leg. Now, Son Goku became the same as in the original work, with only one hand left to move. Bulma's house. Cabros, incredible, is the power of correction in the original plot so strong? There is even a scene of hunger. It seems that it is not easy to change the plot except for a stronger power. If the power is not enough, those plots in the future should happen. So I should have the power to crush. This time, it is the plot I designed, and when Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, Beerus, the Universe Conference, and even the opponents in Dragon Ball Xenoverse and Dragon Ball Heroes come out, if the power cannot form a crushing force, then everything will be like dancing on a tightrope like the original plot, and the tolerance rate is too high. Thinking of this, Cabros left the room. Yes, he went to the gravity room. He wanted to practice. He no longer cared about the so-called Piccolo and Piccolo 2. Compared to these, improving strength was the top priority. Otherwise, when Frieza arrived, everything would end. Near the Dog King's palace. Just like in the original story, Piccolo flew into the sky as if he had lost his mind, gathering his strength to completely destroy Son Goku. Lord Piccolo, you can only move one hand now, you are dead, die. Son Goku, one hand? Well, I'll put all my strength on this one punch. Ha! Son Goku gathered his strength into his right fist, then used a Kigong wave to attack the ground and rushed up to the sky. The ending is obvious. Son Goku's original strength was stronger than that of Piccolo. Now Piccolo followed the old path of the original work and had a hole punched through his chest. Piccolo, impossible, how could I lose? My child, I gave you everything I have, you must help me get revenge. Piccolo vomited an egg just like in the original novel, and then exploded. Son Goku looked at the egg going away, but did not chase it, because he needed an opponent to spur him to practice hard. He also felt that the life in the egg was very pure, and it might not necessarily be a bad person. Son Goku hugged Master Roshi's body in pain. Yamcha and others also rushed over, kneeling on the ground with sorrowful faces. Son Goku, Master Turtle. Woohoo! Krillin, Brother Goku, don't be sad. Son Goku, how can I not be sad? Master Roshi is dead. Krillin, Brother Goku, didn't you tell me the story of the 7 Dragon Balls? If we collect all 7 Dragon Balls, we can make any wish come true. We can use the Dragon Balls to revive Master Kame. Son Goku, yes. I will go find the Dragon Balls now. No, I will go to Bulma's house first to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. With that, Son Goku flew away. Although his limbs were disabled, he had already learned the flying technique, and other injuries were not serious, so he could still fly away. Yamcha, let's take Master Kame back first. Then, Krillin, go buy an ice coffin to preserve Master Kame's body. Krillin, okay, Brother Yamcha. The 3 of them left with Master Roshi's body. In Bulma's house, in the gravity room, Cabros was practicing hard in the 100 times gravity room. At this time, he felt the arrival of Son Goku's energy and walked out. Cabros, Goku, how did you become like this? Son Goku, that Piccolo is too mean, using Yamcha and the others to threaten me. Oh, Master Roshi is dead, I want to borrow the Dragon Ball radar to collect the Dragon Balls to revive him. Cabros, it's useless. The Dragon Ball restored Piccolo's youth more than a month ago. He is still stone now. Son Goku, ah! What should I do? Is it possible that Master Roshi can't be resurrected? Cabros, that's not the case. Dragon Balls can be used again after 1 year of wishing, and the deadline for resurrecting the dead is exactly 1 year, which means that about a month later, you have a month to collect Dragon Balls and revive Master Kame. That's why I told you not to rush to fight Piccolo. Son Goku, 1 month? That's enough. Son Goku remembered that the last time he collected the Dragon Balls it took him less than a month. Cabros, it is 1 month and 13 days. You have to come back to get the Dragon Ball radar after 10 months and 17 days. Son Goku, what a trouble. Cabros, I have written it for you. Give it to Krillin and Yamcha. They will urge you when the time comes. Son Goku, I understand. Cabros, by the way, Goku, you should hurry up and improve your strength, because your future opponents will be more powerful than the last. Son Goku, I will, but I found that even though I have been practicing hard for a long time, the improvement is not very obvious. On the contrary, I have been resurrected twice after being seriously injured, and my strength has increased greatly. Do I have to fight with others all the time? Cabros, after a scion is resurrected from the near-death, his strength can indeed be improved, but it cannot be used all the time. In fact, after a scion is resurrected from the near-death, the strength that is improved is the potential accumulated from your usual training. It just releases your potential. If you are resurrected from the near-death many times, it will destroy your body's potential. Son Goku, what should I do? Brother Kabulos, you are so powerful, do you have any good training methods? Cabros, of course there is. So, that direction is the direction of the Kalin Tower. You go to the Kalin Tower and receive training from the Cat Fairy there. After completing the training from the Cat Fairy, go to the temple above and receive training from the fairy. Son Goku, can receiving training from the Cat Immortal and the gods make me stronger? Cabros, of course, a more advanced training method can improve your strength faster, which is what I did before. By the way, you can also invite Yamcha and the others to train together. If you have someone to fight with, you should be able to train faster. Son Goku, I understand. I will go practice now. Cabros, wait a minute, I'll give you this magic bean to help you recover from your injuries. It's not very convenient for you to be like this. Son Goku nodded, took the beans, said thank you, and prepared to leave. Cabros, you don't have to thank me. I just want you to become stronger quickly, strong enough to fight alongside me and learn from each other. Son Goku, I definitely will. Son Goku leaves. As soon as Son Goku left, Bulma came over. Cabros, Bulma is here, What's wrong? Not happy? Bulma, no, it's just that the young master of the Long family, the eldest lady of the Lang family and others want to see our chief warrior Son Goku, but Son Goku is gone. Cabros, see Son Goku, you're not pretending so soon. They don't deserve it. Let them go. Bulma, but they said that the next promotion requires the cooperation of Son Goku. If Son Goku himself is not present, the best publicity effect cannot be achieved. Cabros looked at Bulma and realized what she meant. Cabros, you think so too? Bulma nodded. Cabros, no need, Bulma. You have to know that Son Goku and I are warriors. We need to keep training to improve our strength instead of being screen clowns. It's a waste of time to appear on the screen. Bulma, but, the publicity effect. Cabros, you don't have to worry about this. I will let Keisha go with you to the Dog King. Well, I will inform the gods and ask them to issue a divine order to cooperate with you. We will use the state machinery to force the entire media to promote our Tianlong company. Of course, you can just say it directly. Son Goku and other frontline fighters need a lot of time to practice and become stronger, and they don't have time to accept interviews. Bulma, I see. Cabros, do as I said before. I will turn the earth into a holy land of martial arts. Bulma nodded. Keisha came back at this time. Keisha, Cabros, I might have to go back. Cabros, are we going back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Well, go do something with Bulma first. Bulma will tell you on the way. When Kabulos saw that Keisha was about to ask something, he interrupted them and told them to hurry up and do their business. After the two left, Kabulos went into the gravity room again. This time, he wanted to increase his strength to the limit of 300 million in one go, otherwise he would never end the special training. I can't transform into a Super Saiyan, and I always feel very dangerous. Fortunately, with the materials brought from the galactic headquarters, the maximum gravity chamber this time has reached 600 times, which is much higher than the maximum multiple that Vegeta can adapt to in the original work. It seems that Vegeta's collection of materials all over the universe is not as good as the accumulation of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. With the help of the 600 times gravity room, Cabros should be able to reach 300 million combat power in a shorter time than Vegeta and then transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 24. 3 months later. Cabros practiced in a 100 times gravity room for more than 3 months. He has adapted to 100 times gravity and his basic combat power has increased to more than 10. Cabros's heart, I don't know if this training speed is fast or slow, but it is equivalent to Son Goku adapting from 10 times to 100 times gravity in 5 or 6 days. It is definitely slow, but that is at the expense of the body. The huge pressure from the powerful enemy in the universe forced Son Goku to do so at that time. As for me, I have been practicing in advance until now, and I have a power far beyond the plot. Although stability is a must for a transmigrator, I really don't know who is faster in my training speed than Son Goku and Vegeta under the same conditions. However, even if his training speed is really not as fast as Son Goku and others, he is not afraid, because he already has a god's training method. He feels that as long as the realm dimension is improved, it can feed back the training speed. In 3 months, Son Goku and others completed the training of the Cat Fairy and entered the Heavenly Temple. Here, Son Goku did not complete the test in 3 days as in the original work, and the training of the Cat Fairy was not that simple. In the original work, Son Goku completed it by taking a shortcut, so the training he received was not complete. After arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Son Goku and others saw the appearance of the gods. Just like in the original story, they mistook Shen Xiang for Piccolo and wanted to fight him to the death, but were easily stopped by Popo. After learning the reason and knowing that the Dragon Balls were made by gods, they immediately apologized. Then, Son Goku asked to accept training from the gods. Son Goku, God, please guide us in our cultivation. God, Mr. Bobo, thank you for your help. Popovich, it's okay. Popovich will try his best. Immortal, from now on, Mr. Bobo will guide you in your cultivation. Son Goku, ah. Krillin, Lord God, we are very powerful, how can he do it? Shen Xian, I and Cabros have both received training from Mr. Bobo. It can be said that Mr. Bobo is the teacher of me and Cabros. Son Goku, really? Brother Cabros has also received training from Mr. Bobo, so I want to practice with Mr. Bobo too. Bobo, come with me. Son Goku and others followed, and in this way Son Goku and others began to practice in the temple. At Bulma's house, Cabros is having dinner with Bulma. Bulma, Cabros, you practice every day, can you take care of the company's affairs? Cabros glanced at Bulma and motioned for her to continue. Bulma, are you confident in handing over such a big company to a weak woman like me? Cabros, Bulma, what are you thinking? Of course I'm relieved. Bulma, it's said in the storybook that the emperor hasn't attended court for a long time and has been sidelined by his subordinates. Cabros, no, Bulma, what are you thinking about? Are you tired? If you are tired, you can find a professional manager to help you handle the company's affairs. Bulma, no, I just want you to spend more time with me. You see, Tianlong Security Company is now the #1 security company in the world, and you, as the president of Tianlong Security Company, don't even show up. Aren't you walking in the dark in fancy clothes? Cabros, well, I don't care about these empty things. And Bulma, if you are tired, you can hire a professional manager to help us run the company. Bulma, it's easy for you to say. Several powerful forces are eyeing our Tianlong company covetously. I feel nervous even if I go there myself. If you find a professional manager, he might be someone else's undercover agent. Cabros, so what if they are undercover? I have never seen anyone dare to betray Frieza. Even Vegeta, who was rebellious and swore to me that he would kill Frieza, is now obediently serving Frieza as a dog. Bulma, as long as my strength is the strongest on Earth, even if all the people in the company are undercover agents from other forces, they will have to listen to me. Even if I ask them to counterattack the forces that asked them to be undercover, they dare not have any objection. Because if they don't obey, they will die. Bulma, Cabros, why are you so murderous? Can't we talk nicely and solve the problem within the rules? Cabros, but the one with absolute power is the one who makes the rules. Bulma, yes, you are the one who makes the rules, but you don't follow them at all? Cabros, I can make rules and modify them, so why should I follow them? That's a waste of time. If I follow the rules as you said, reason with them, use logic, fight a war of public opinion, and prove my innocence, right? Then my time will be wasted on these trivial matters, and I will have no time to practice, and my strength will stagnate. And by then, a strong enemy will come from the universe, stronger than me, Bulma, at that time, will you ask that enemy from the universe to follow the rules with you? Bulma was speechless after hearing this and stopped talking. Cabros, since strength is the greatest rule, I will increase my strength to the highest level, so as to ensure our fairness. Bulma, you are right, I won't ask you to reason with them anymore. Cabros, Tianlong Security Company originally belonged to us. If they want to break the rules and seize it by force, then I would be a fool to talk to them about the rules. Bulma, let's eat. After dinner, I'll go hire a secretary to handle the company's affairs. I also need to practice. Cabros, Bulma, you. Bulma, I get it now. You're right. Strength is everything. If I don't have enough strength and show up in public again, I'll probably be kidnapped by people sent by those forces and used to threaten you. Cabros, they dare. Just them? Bulma, don't worry, as long as you are on Earth, I can sense your aura wherever you are. I can rush to any place on Earth within half an hour. Bulma, half an hour? That's a long time. If there was any danger, it would have happened. Cabros, ah. Well, if I continue to practice, this time will be shortened. Oh, and I will learn teleportation in a while. Then, no matter where you are, I can reach you in an instant. Bulma, teleport? But I still want to practice martial arts. After all, if I have my own strength, at least I don't have to worry about it. At least, I am stronger than most ordinary people. Cabros, that's right, then you should also go to the Cat Immortal and the temple to practice. When you pass the temple training, your combat power should be able to reach about 300 points. By then, your own strength will be enough to suppress those forces on Earth. Bulma, is 300 a strong combat force? Cabros, let me put it this way. The great demon King Piccolo who ruled the world back then only had 260 points of combat power. You have 300 points of combat power. If Son Goku and I don't take action, you can also destroy the army of an entire country by yourself like the great demon King Piccolo did, and defeat all the resistance forces on the Earth. Bulma, okay, I'll go practice. I must have 300 points of combat power. Then, I won't hold you back. Cabros, Bulma, you are my wife, how can you be a hindrance? Bulma, you said no. Last time when I went to the Dog King to do something, you asked Keisha to go with me. You thought I couldn't do it alone. That must be because of my strength. By the way, how strong is Keisha? Cabros, 1.4. Bulma, what? 1.4. Are you kidding me? Piccolo's 260 points of combat power is enough to rule the earth, so 1.4 is amazing. Cabros, first of all, let me correct one thing. The 260 points of combat power of Lord Piccolo refers to the Lord Piccolo 300 years ago. The Lord Piccolo who wanted to dominate the earth 3 months ago was upgraded by me. His combat power is about 510 points. As for the destructive power, you have also seen that the city has become a ruin just by the aftermath. If you attack the city with all your strength, a large city can be destroyed in one blow. When the combat power reaches 8,002 points, the moon, which appears at night, can be directly destroyed. With the power increase of about points or more, the earth can be turned into dust in the universe. Bulma, no way. 8,000 points can destroy the entire earth. Then with Keisha's 1.4 combat power, it's easy for her to destroy the earth. No wonder she doesn't think highly of those so-called top forces on earth. I was afraid that she would be lured by the conditions offered by those forces. Cabros, what conditions did those people set? Chapter 25. Bulma, the conditions are so tempting that I want to agree to them. Cabros, pfft. You will agree, but you are my future wife. Bulma, humph. If I weren't the eldest daughter of the Universal Capsule Company, I would have fallen for it. Cabros, so exaggerated again? Bulma, really? They gave them everything they could, including money, beauties, no, handsome men, and power, like asking Keisha to join them. Cabros, Keisha won't agree to that. Bulma, yes. At that time, I was worried that Kessa was not determined, but now I know that those things are so illusory. Kessa can get them at will. She can control an entire planet at any time and be the queen. If the people below make her unhappy, she can turn against them at any time, or even blow up the planet, just like setting off fireworks for fun, which is also quite interesting. The two sides are not in the same dimension at all. Cabros, a bunch of cute little guys, they want to win over Keisha. Oh, and don't they also want to win over Son Goku? It's a pipe dream. Bulma, that's right. Since Son Goku was able to defeat Piccolo, his combat power should be over 500 points. He doesn't care about the conditions of those people. Cabros, 3 months ago, Suianakung's combat power was already 620 points. Now, it is estimated to be around or points. Bulma, that's not right. There's something I still don't understand. Kaisa is so powerful, with the combat power of 1.4, she can be the queen of that planet, why did she choose you? Is it because you are handsome? Cabros, of course I am handsome, but in the universe, what is important is not handsomeness, but strength. Since you want to know why Keisha likes me and wants to marry me, then you can use the detector to see my fighting ability. Bulma took out the detector and the two went outside. Cabros, wait a minute, what is the detection limit of the detector now? Bulma, ah. Don't worry, the detector I built can detect 10 combat power. Cabros, 10. Then let's use the large detector in the house. Bulma, ah. Bulma looked at Cabros in disbelief. She went back into the room, sat in front of the computer, and spoke into the microphone, let's start, Cabros. After hearing Bulma's words, Cabros began to improve his combat power. First, he increased it to the limit of his basic combat power. Cabros, how strong am I, Bulma? Bulma, incredible. It says 12.5. Cabros, okay, now I'm going to start aerating. Bulma, ah. Can it be improved further? Cabros raised the gas to the aeration limit. Cabros, how much? Bulma, 24. Cabros, 24. Not bad, it seems the aeration level has reached over 90%. Okay, I'll start using Kaioken now. Bulma, what? King Ken? The fighting power can be further improved? Ha ha ha. As Cabros roared, everyone on Earth who could sense the combat power was stunned by it. Temple of Heaven. Immortal, is this the power of Kabulos now? I can't believe that a person can have such a strong aura. I'm afraid that no one in the entire universe can be his opponent. I don't know how strong the Frieza that Kabulos mentioned is. Is he really stronger than this aura? Son Goku, God, I feel very depressed. Do you know what's going on? After the training of the cat Immortal, Son Goku's spiritual perception has greatly increased, and he can already vaguely feel the difference between the strong and the weak. Immortal, this is the energy of Kabulos, it is too strong, really too strong. I originally thought that the battle between you and Piccolo was the pinnacle battle on Earth, but looking at the power of Kabulos, that little power is not even that of an ant. Son Goku, brother Kabros? Okay, I want to practice hard too. Crane Hermit, how terrifying, Great Demon King Piccolo, ugh, that rubbish Piccolo is not even as good as a stink bug in front of this energy. With such a strong energy, is there a new enemy? Kabros, Kaioken 3 times, 5 times, 8 times, 10 times. Kabros increased the King Fist to 10 times, and his aura was so terrifying that it seemed as if the entire Bulma family was about to be blown away. The animals raised in Bulma's family all collapsed on the ground in fear, not daring to move. After stabilizing the 10x Kaioken, Kabros spoke, Bulma, what is my combat power now? Bulma stared at the monitor in amazement. It showed 125 million. 125 million. Kabros, hey. 125 million? It seems that this combat power is the limit of my current strength. Kabros could feel that his body had reached its limit. If he increased the Kaioken's multiple again, it would definitely cause irreversible damage to his body. This kind of damage, even senzu beans can't recover. Over time, if it accumulates, viral heart disease is really possible. However, it's okay to use it occasionally, but after using it, it takes a long time to recuperate and let the body recover. If it is used again during the recovery period will be prolonged until it can't be recovered and it becomes a viral heart disease. Kabros released the King Ken and suppressed his aura, but even so, he maintained a combat power of over 2. Bulma ran out, surprised, how could a combat power of 125 million be so high? Kabros, what's wrong? Isn't this normal? Bulma, no, I mean, you are too strong. I hired a boxing coach to teach me martial arts, and the coach said that I am gifted and can beat several strong men. My combat power is only 3 points, and your combat power is 125 million. Is the difference so big? Kabros, that's normal. The combat power of an adult male holding a gun is only 5 points. You have 3 points of combat power, which is pretty good. I'm already surprised. Bulma, are you so Versailles? You have over 3 million combat power, but you are surprised when someone says that they have combat power. You are a bad guy. Kabros, well, the potential of Earthlings is not as good as that of Scions, and you are not a fighting type. Bulma, no, I want to go to the Kylan Tower you mentioned for training. I have to reach 300 combat points no matter what. Kabros, okay, you go and train first. If you can pass the training in the temple and reach 300 points of combat power, I will give you a chance to quickly improve your strength so that you can have a combat power of more than. Kabros thought of the great elder of Namek. As long as Bulma can control her power freely through training in the temple, he would let the great elder of Namek develop her potential. Maybe she can reach several thousand combat power after death. Bulma with several thousand combat power is exciting to think about. By then, the woman he rides every day will also be a woman who can destroy the planet. What a sense of accomplishment. Okay. The reason why Kabros did this was that he saw in a video comment in his previous life that the higher the martial arts of a woman, the more exciting it is to play with. Evil. Bulma, really? More than 1,000. In that case, I can easily destroy several large cities. Kabros. Then you go. I practiced. Bulma, wait a minute. Kabros, what's going on? Bulma, when are we getting married? Kabros, after the next World Martial Arts Tournament. We will be able to gather together by then, but right now, we are still a little young. Bulma, it's settled then. I'll go tell Sister Keisha the good news. Kabros nodded, and then he went into the gravity room again. This time he had to adapt to 600 times the gravity. 8 months later, Goku and his friends made a wish through Shenlong and resurrected the good guys killed by Piccolo. At this time, Cabros just adapted to 8 times the gravity. Another year passed, and Cabros had adapted to 500 times the gravity. 3 months later, he had adapted to 600 times the gravity. At this time, Cabros confirmed through Bulma that the 22nd Tenkaichi martial arts tournament would be held once every 3 years. At Cabros's instruction, the champion prize money of the Tenkaichi martial arts tournament was increased to 5,000 million Sony, and the total prize money was as high as 1 million Sony, which also attracted more martial arts enthusiasts to participate in the Tenkaichi martial arts tournament. Cabros also learned that Bulma had gone to the Heavenly Temple to practice half a year ago. I think Son Goku and the others also learned about the advance of the World No. 1 martial arts tournament and would come to participate. After more than 2 years, I have adapted to 600 times gravity. Although I am not very familiar with it, my basic combat power has also increased to 100 million. That's right, it is 60 million, not more than 600, nor 100 million. After adapting to 600 times gravity, my combat power has indeed only increased to 600 million. But it doesn't matter. After adapting, I can still practice under times gravity, and practicing under times gravity will also increase my combat power very quickly. It can even be said that even if he does not change his training method, as long as he trains for another 2 years under 600 times gravity, his combat power will definitely reach the basic line of 300 million Super Saiyan transformation. At that time, the 6RD World No. 7 martial arts tournament has not yet begun. There are still years before Raditz invades the Earth in the original work, and more than years before the Battle of Namek in the original work, which is enough. He is even confident that he can reach the full power of Super Saiyan, or even Super Saiyan, in the timeline of the Battle of Namek in the original work. Of course, he still doesn't know how strong the combat power of Super Saiyan full power is. Chapter 26. Cabros now began to relax, because he felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation realm began to loosen. It seemed that the increase in strength was also useful for his cultivation realm. It turned out that he could feel that it would take only 3 years to break through the first dimension and become a life form of the second dimension. The most intuitive manifestation of becoming a life form of the second dimension is a greatly increased lifespan. Haven't you seen that the cat fairy has lived for more than 800 years? As for how much lifespan you can have after the breakthrough, you will only know it after the breakthrough. With more lifespan, you can use the Spirit Time House to improve your strength with peace of mind. Otherwise, you will become an old man after going to the Spirit Time House several times. Although the dragon can restore youth, it can only be used once. But using the dragon to obtain an immortal life will only cause one thing to happen, that is, the potential will be locked and the strength can no longer be improved. These are not what Cabros wants, so he can only improve the realm dimension to sublimate himself and thus increase his lifespan. Huff. Inhale. Hey. Inhale. Hey. Inhale. 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 Hey. Inhale. 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 Following Cabros' unique breathing rhythm, he fell into a deep and peaceful consciousness. There was a light somewhere. Cabros walked over and found a light door. He walked over and found a thin film on the door. He did not hesitate and rushed over with all his strength. It's done. Second dimension. Cabros clearly felt the improvement of his dimensional power. He felt that his lifespan had greatly increased, to at least 1,000 years. Cabros's inner thoughts: after the dimension upgrade, I feel that the world looks a little different. In fact, it should take a shorter time to cultivate to 300 million combat power. In this case, practice. 9 months later, there were still 3 days before the world's No. 9 martial arts tournament. Cabros finished his training and his combat power increased to 220 million combat power. Sure enough, the improvement of realm would increase the speed of training. It seemed that within a year, he could reach 300 million combat power. It is now the 753rd year of the Aki era, and he was born in the 732nd year of the Aki era. He is now exactly 21 years old. Even in his previous life, he was old enough to get married and have children. Bulma is 1 year younger than him. She is 20 years old this year, and she is also old enough to get married. On the contrary, Son Goku was born in 734 AD, and is now 19 years old, but still has a child's face, which makes people wonder, while I started to have an adult face when I was 4 years old. Forget it, why think so much? Anyway, Son Goku will grow up in the next 2 or 3 years, and then he will grow into an adult face, and then he can start gravity training. Registration office for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Cabros had been waiting here long ago and had signed up in person. That's right, this time he wanted to win the championship of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. As a transmigrator, it would be a bit unreasonable not to achieve this achievement. Coming. Cabros felt the breath of Son Goku and others, and soon, several people appeared in front of Cabros out of thin air. Cabros, you are here. Son Goku, brother Cabros, are you also here to participate in this world's #1 martial arts tournament? Cabros, exactly. Bulma, Cabros, you are also going to participate in the world #1 martial arts tournament. If you participate, what are we going to fight for? We can't beat you. Bulma spoke with resentment. She was the only one who knew clearly the strength of Cabros. He was originally a genius scientist. After Cabros's example, coupled with her own improvement and the feedback comparison of the detector data, she knew better than anyone how strong the million-level combat power was. That was not in existence in the same dimension as them. When she came, the gods also asked her to feel the feeling of fighting. What kind of feeling was that? The gap was so big that Cabros blew a breath and she was gone. Cabros, Bulma, your strength has improved a lot. I didn't expect that even you have become a master. Inner thoughts, I wonder how those otakus would feel if they knew that I had made their women into masters. Bulma, hehe, I now have a combat power of 320 points, which is enough to tie with the god. Cabros, really? You've exceeded your target. I wonder how capable the others are. Son Goku, hehe. You will know when we fight tomorrow, brother Cabros, my strength has improved a lot, you must be mentally prepared. Bulma, Goku, no matter how much you improve, you can't beat Caballos. Bulma said, gleefully stating everyone's fighting abilities. Bulma, I know all their fighting abilities. I secretly detected and recorded them when they were fighting. Cabros, really? Then what are their achievements in practice? Master came, yes. I want to know that too. At this time, Master Roshi came over. Son Goku, Master Roshi. Yamcha, Master Roshi. Krillin, Master Roshi. Tien Shinyan, Master came. Dumpling, Master Roshi. Master Roshi, they are all here. Bulma, tell us. What are their strengths? Bulma, so I said that? Son Goku, no. Bulma, I still want to talk about you. Master came, your combat power is now 230 points, is it so low? Master came, you are the god of martial arts, but you only have 230 points of combat power. I have 320 points of combat power. Can't you even beat a girl like me? Master Roshi looked embarrassed. He had been practicing very hard in the past 2 years and thought he had made great progress. However, he did not expect that he could not even beat a girl now. After all, he was old and had missed the best age for practice. Master Roshi, don't stare at the old man. His time is long gone. Bulma, okay. Then I'll start with the weakest. First is Jiaozi, whose combat power is 250 points, but he is a psychic and very strong. Then there's me and Krillin. I have 320 combat power and Krillin has 330 combat power. We are not much different, so it's hard to tell who will win if we fight. Krillin, it's because you are so cunning. Otherwise, I would have won long ago because my fighting ability is higher than yours. Bulma, fighting is useless. If you can't be flexible, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Krillin, you. Krillin was helpless. There were some things he didn't dare to say in front of Cabros. Bulma, this woman, actually took advantage of her femininity, and he estimated that Cabros didn't dare to attack those sensitive parts. But she came closer, what could he do? He could only dodge. This was the reason why he couldn't beat Bulma, but he couldn't say it in front of Cabros. Looking at Krillin's embarrassed expression, Cabros actually guessed roughly. However, he was still a little surprised, or a little angry that these people did not make progress. You know, in the original work, they accepted the temple training and increased their combat power to 3 or 320 in just 1 year. Now even Bulma has increased her combat power from points to points. Krillin and his people, without the pressure of a strong enemy, there is no motivation to improve? A bunch of useless people. Sure enough, the combat power that Bulma reported next confirmed Cabros's idea. Bulma, next is Yam Sha, with a combat power of 480 points. Yam Sha is so powerful, I am no match for him. Cabros, Bulma, are their combat powers all integers? Bulma, of course not, I rounded it up. It's pretty much the same during the battle. Krillin thought, your rounding is amazing. I clearly have 356 combat power points, which is more than 350 points, but you only say it is 330 points. But brother Yam Sha's should be about the same, with a maximum error of 5 points. Cabros, I see. Then go ahead. Bulma, Tien Shinyan came from behind and his combat power reached 550 points, even surpassing Piccolo 3 years ago. Cabros nodded, well, it seems that Tien Shinyan works harder. What about Son Goku? Bulma, Son Goku is amazing. Cabros, how about you guess? Cabros, 1500 points? Bulma, wow. You guessed so high, but it's not enough, Goku's combat power is over 3000 points. Cabros, what? Haha. It seems that Son Goku is not lazy. Son Goku scratched his hair. Son Goku, hee. With you waiting in front, how dare I be lazy? Tien Shinyan was shocked. Son Goku, are you that strong? I thought Yoa had caught up with you. Krillin, brother Goku is so awesome. Everyone else nodded in agreement, they all knew that Son Goku had left them far behind. Son Goku, brother Cabros, can you tell me how strong your fighting power is? Cabros, well, it's not that I didn't tell you because I was afraid of discouraging your enthusiasm. Son Goku, no, I must at least have a goal. Cabros, well then. I tell you, you must not lose your fighting spirit. Son Goku, don't worry. I won't. Chapter 27. Cabros glanced at everyone and reported a number that shocked and frightened them. Cabros, my current basic combat power is 220 million, and after aeration it is 425 million. After using the 10 times Kaioken, my combat power is 2200 million. Bulma, what? Cabros, your strength is so high that you have increased your strength tenfold in 3 years. Tien Shinyan, that's amazing. Yam Sha, have I been lazy for the past 3 years? Klein, I must have been lazy. Son Goku, I thought I had worked hard enough, but I didn't expect that brother Cabros worked harder than me. 220 million? It's a scary number, but I won't give up. I will definitely work hard to practice. One day, I can also reach this level. Cabros, good, I am glad you didn't lose your fighting spirit. As for you, I am disappointed. Bulma, Caballos, I have been training very hard. Cabros, Bulma, I didn't say anything about you. In less than 3 years, you have increased your combat power from 3 points to 320 points, which is a 100-fold increase, which is even greater than mine. Bulma, that's different? Your fighting power has probably reached the limit of the universe. Cabros, it's not the limit of the universe, but the physical limit of ordinary science is almost reached. Bulma, that's it. I've just started learning, so of course it's simple. But you've reached the cutting-edge field and can make such great progress. You're amazing. Cabros, okay. Bulma, are you sure you want to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma nodded. Cabros, let's go in then. After everyone signed up, they followed in. Host, I now declare that the 5000 NDT and Kaikai Martial Arts Tournament is now open. First of all, I have good news for you. This Tiankaike Martial Arts Tournament is sponsored by the Universal Capsule Group and Tianlong Security Company, and the winning prize is as high as 2,000 million Sony. We can see that the champion will receive 1,000 million Sony, the runner-up 500 million Sony, the third place million Sony, the fourth place million Sony, and so on. Son Goku, wow! The prize money is so high. 5,000 million. Yam Sha, don't even think about Goku. If Cabros participates in the competition, we can't beat him. Krillin, even runner-up is fine. Jiaozi, even if I get 4th place, the prize money is higher than the previous champion. Yam Sha, really? Then I must work hard to get 4th place. Tien Shinyan, that's true. The champion of the last session only received 50 Sony, but this time the 4th place received 500 million Sony, and even the 7th and 8th place received 50 Sony in prize money. Yam Sha, that's great. With 500 million Sony, I can buy my own house in a big city and then buy a car. Krillin, 500 is not enough. Yamcha, can you buy something smaller first? Finally I have a place to live. Cabros, actually, you can choose to join my Denon company. With your strength, I can offer you an annual salary of 500 million Sony. Yamcha, 500 million Sony every year, is that true? Then my big house will be settled, I will join. Tien Shinyan, I'll join in too. Krillin, I'm in too. Jiaozi, since Tianjin has joined, I might as well join too. Son Goku, that's great. If everyone joins, we can all be family again. Tien Shinyan, Goku, you joined a long time ago, right? Son Goku, I joined 3 years ago when I won the championship. When I was fighting against Lord Piccolo, I was wearing the combat uniform of Tianlong Company. Tien Shinyan, that's good. We'll all be in the same company from now on, so we can see each other every day and we can also learn from each other. Son Goku and others nodded quickly. Bulma pulled Cabros aside and whispered, great. He was able to get into our company. Cabros, hee. That's because I'm strong enough. If I'm strong, Son Goku will definitely come. If Son Goku comes, others can't help it either. Bulma, awesome. Host, well, since the prize money for this year's World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is very high, there are a lot of people participating in this tournament. So in order to ensure the competition time, our elimination round adopts a new elimination method. This is the combat power detector provided by the Universal Capsule Group. It can directly detect the vital signs and comprehensive strength of martial artists. Its values have been verified and are accurate. That's not fair. It's just a lens. I haven't hit it before, so it doesn't count. It's not fair. I can tell from the fact that you've never used a detector. A detector is very accurate. If you encounter a large beast in the wild, it can be detected immediately. But what you said is not completely wrong. If the combat power is close, it's really inappropriate to eliminate you directly. Host, this audience member is right. If the difference in combat power between two people is less than 10%, we will provide a venue for them to compete for the quota. If the difference is 10% 20%, it is impossible for the weaker party to win, but if the weaker party insists, the quota competition can also be held. As for the combat power difference exceeding 20%, the challenge is not allowed because it is a waste of everyone's time. Ah! What if the detector malfunctions? Wouldn't that be so unfair? Host, we have also considered the possibility of detector failure, so we have prepared multiple detectors, and Universal Capsule has also announced the sales channels of detectors. Audience members and contestants can also purchase detectors for detection. Of course, the detection results are subject to the official detection results of the Budokai. Your own detection results can be used as a basis for applying for a second detection. Ah! Then it's all up to you. Yet. It's just a number. If you want, there must be a way to change it. Host, I know what you mean. You mean the detector can be modified in the background, right? Yes, that's right. Unfair. Host, Mr. Cabros, the president of Tianlong Security Company, also thought of this. He told me that this detector came from the universe and was an instrument used by the Cosmic Emperor Frieza and his gang to detect enemies. As for modification, it is theoretically possible, but no one would be stupid enough to modify the detector because in the universe, the enemies you face are life and death battles. Ah! Life and death! Are you going to die? But, we are in a martial arts tournament, there is no need to die. There is no guarantee that someone will not tamper with it. Host, that's right, if they don't have to die, then naturally some people will play tricks and use some means. Then let me tell you, what if they will die? Hey? What does that mean? Host, you guessed it right. Starting from this World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, the rule of not allowing the opponent to be killed in the ring has been cancelled, because we will face cosmic enemies in the future, and we are greenhouse flowers. The World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament is a place to train and test warriors, not a place for some people to gild themselves or for some greenhouse flowers to attract attention. Will someone die? This is too horrible, the national law won't allow it. That's right, how dare the conference officials do this? Just wait. The police will come soon to arrest people and kill people. It's ridiculous. Host, I'm sorry to disappoint you all. Lord Cabros has already informed the Dog King, and the Dog King has agreed. How is this possible? How could the Dog King agree to such a request? Host, that's because Lord Cabros's people went there with the will of the gods. Everyone still remembers King Piccolo 3 years ago. Many people were killed. I would like to ask everyone, why don't you complain to King Piccolo that you can't kill people? That's different. Lord Piccolo is a bad guy. That's right. Bad guy, no matter how much you complain, I won't listen to your nonsense and will just make you disappear. Host, really? Here I tell you, what King Piccolo can do, we can do too. King Piccolo is dead, but Mr. Son Goku, the champion of our last martial arts tournament, still said that he is more powerful than the so-called King Piccolo. Ah! Son Goku, the man who saved the world, how could he be like this? No, he can't do this. He's a hero, he can't take human life lightly. Host, it's okay. This is what Mr. Son Goku meant. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge Mr. Son Goku. If you can beat Mr. Son Goku, you can change the rules. Ah! Are you kidding? I'm not stupid enough to fight Son Goku. That's right. That blow can destroy a mountain, and a breath can kill me. Master Roshi, Goku, is this really what you mean? Son Goku, ah! I didn't say that. That's not what I meant. Krillin, ah! He is just using your name to scare people. No, I'm going to expose him. Cabros, you dare, that's what I mean. Everyone, ah! Cabros, I am just borrowing the name of Son Goku. Son Goku is an employee of my Tianlong company. What's wrong with me borrowing his name? Klin, but... Cabros, no buts. Like the host said, if you want to change the rules, just beat me. Krillin, how is it possible to defeat you? With a combat power of 2,200 million, the earth would be destroyed if you just stomp your feet. There is a slight possibility for me to defeat Son Goku, but if I defeat you, I think not only the earth, but the entire universe would be in trouble. Cabros, that's it, just follow the rules. Krillin, but you won't kill me, will you? Cabros, no, we are all friends. In fact, this rule is used to shut up those who question the detector. Generally speaking, people will not kill people, and the rules are still the same as before. Krillin, phew. That's good. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to participate. Chapter 28. Bulma, coward, Cabros is here, what are you afraid of? Who can kill you in front of him? Krillin, that's right. Everyone laughed. In a dark corner, Piccolo 2 secretly watched everyone. Piccolo 2 is just called Piccolo. Piccolo's inner thoughts, they are all very powerful, especially Son Goku, whose strength should not be inferior to mine. Damn it, I have lived in that hellish place for 3 years, but I have not completely surpassed Son Goku. It turns out that after Piccolo was born, he inherited the memory of the previous generation of Piccolo, and knew that Piccolo's strength improved rapidly in that place with particularly high gravity, pressure, so he went back according to his memory. Although the place was in ruins due to the battle between Piccolo and Cabros, the basic parts were still there, so he found a scientist to restore it. Therefore, in the past 3 years, Piccolo has been practicing in the 5x gravity room, and because of this, his strength has been improved by leaps and bounds. Even not weaker than Son Goku. In fact, Cabros had discovered Piccolo a long time ago and felt that Piccolo's aura was very strong. He was surprised at first, but soon thought of the reason of the gravity room. Cabros's heart, world correction is really powerful. I didn't expect that my little negligence would make Piccolo's fighting power catch up with Son Goku. It seems that the two are destined to have a battle of equal strength, but it's okay this way. The last time Son Goku and Piccolo fought, their fighting power was only about 500 points, which was too small to impact the Earthlings. This time, their fighting power is more than 3,000 points, which will definitely scare the peace-loving Earthlings into emojis, so that the Earthlings will never dare to underestimate the strength of warriors again. Those conspirators and politicians can play tricks and schemes, but they must be based on powerful warriors, otherwise they will be rootless and meaningless. At any time, this world cannot allow people who play tricks to be in charge, because they can sacrifice anyone for their own benefit. Only people like Son Goku, who have a pure heart, will do whatever it takes to protect the majority of people when they become the leader. Even if they are defeated, they will fight for their lives. Only such people are worthy of everyone's support and deserve to enjoy the supreme power. Long family. Long Aotian fiddled with the detector in his hand. Long Aotian, Dad, can this thing really detect a person's fighting power? Long Xiaoun, the people below have tried it, and it really works. If the difference in combat power is within 10%, the strength is equal, and it will be a protracted war. 10% 20% will lead to a crushing situation, but at this time, the weaker party still has a chance to escape. 20% 30% is a complete crushing situation, with no power to resist and unable to escape. More than 30%, it will be killed instantly. The same as the explanation given by the Universal Group. Long Aotian, I mean the combat power value? The strongest special forces soldier in our family only has 5 combat power points. Son Goku has hundreds of combat power points. Is this possible? Long Xiaoun, of course it is true. Scientists in the tribe have done the most rigorous evaluation, from ants to lions, tigers, and dinosaurs. There is no problem with the data. Moreover, think about it, without the combat power of a few hundred people, how can they have the power to destroy an entire city? Long Aotian, I still can't believe it. I have been trained by my family since I was a child. I have used so many medicinal herbs. I became a soldier king at the age of 10 and was invincible in the underground world. But now you tell me that I haven't even left the novice village. This is ridiculous. Long Xiaoun, son, you are very strong. Your combat power is as high as 18 points. You should know that a strong man holding a shotgun only has 5 points of combat power, and a fully armed special forces soldier only has 10 points of combat power. You can destroy a team of fully armed special forces soldiers by yourself, which is already very powerful. Long Aotian, however, the gap between us and Son Goku and the others is too big. If they want to attack us, we will have no power to resist at all. Long Xiaoun, there is no other way. We can only try to make friends with the Universal Capsule Group and the Tianlong Security Company. The other forces have the same plan. Long Aotian, no, I want to join Tianlong Security Company myself. I must know the secret of their strength. Long Xiaoun, that's good too. You can go there in person and establish a good relationship with Son Goku. It will be very beneficial to our Long family. The Wang family is a military and political family. Wang Zizai, son, your combat power is as high as 16 points. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Wang Chenfeng, that Long Aotian from the Long family actually has a combat power of 18 points, stronger than me, damn it. Wang Zizai, a dozen points of combat power is not bad, no match for the army, but when Son Goku fought with Piccolo, his combat power was up to 620 points, which means he was completely invincible alone. No matter how many troops there were, they were useless in front of him. Alas, our Wang family, a military and political family, had to bow down this time. Wang Chenfeng, father, don't worry, I will join Tianlong Security Company right away and strive to become Son Goku's friend, so that Son Goku can be used by us in the future. Wang Zizai nodded. Lang Aishuang had already arrived at the scene of the world's #1 martial arts conference. She was looking around, looking for Son Goku and the others. Lang Aishuang's inner thoughts, Son Goku, 620 points of combat power, is too strong. It is said that Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer, only had 110 points of combat power. Our Lang family has a long history, but we are no match for Tao Bibai. I have practiced the family secret method since I was a child, but now my combat power is only 55 points. Even my mother, who is called the Deadly Enchantress, has only 68 points of combat power and was seriously injured by Tao Bibai. I don't know how strong that 620 points of combat power will be. If it is so powerful, I am afraid that he can kill anyone he wants. Is that Son Goku and his gang? They are all so powerful. No, why is his combat power only 150 points? Is it a hidden power? The Lang family is an ancient family of killers and they know about hidden power. They are all so strong. Those people have more than 100 points of combat power. That person, beep beep. Combat power, is the detector malfunctioning? Thinking of this, Lang Aishuang walked forward and greeted Cabros and the others. Cabros looked at Lang Aishuang. Wow, she had a curvy figure, 1.7 meter long legs, and was wearing short shorts and black stockings. Her pretty face was as cold as ice, and she was wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses. Wow, he was really impressed. Cabro's inner thoughts, this face, this figure, this temperament, so cool. Cabros, hi. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Lang Aishuang, get out of here. I'm looking for Son Goku. Cabros, oh my god, are you so cool? Bulma, Cabros, what are you doing? You can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. Cabros, hee, I didn't expect that there are so many beauties in this world. In my mind, in addition to the protagonist, there are so many beauties. This is really the real Dragon Ball world. This is a crime for me. Lang Aishuang walked up to Son Goku and gave what she thought was a gentle smile. Lang Aishuang, Mr. Son Goku, let me introduce myself. My name is Lang Aishuang. Krillin, brother Goku, you are so lucky. Son Goku, I don't know her. Klin, I don't know her. How did she find you? Lang Aishuang, I saw the battle between Mr. Son Goku and the great demon King Piccolo, it was amazing. Let me meet you, handsome guy. Son Goku, oh, my name is Son Goku, now we know each other. Plop, plop. Several people almost fell to the ground. Cabros, Son Goku, you are even straighter than me, I give in. Lang Aishuang, who are you? How can you compare with Son Goku? Son Goku scratched his head. Son Goku, brother Cabros, what is she going to do? Cabros, I want to win you over. But I tell you, the contract you signed with Tianlong Company is for life. If you dare to break the contract, don't blame me for being rude. Lang Aishuang, you're welcome for breaking the contract. I want to see how you can be rude to Mr. Son Goku. Son Goku, don't worry. Brother Cabros, I won't leave Tianlong Company. Besides, they can't meet the conditions you set. Lang Aishuang, Mr. Goku, that may not be the case. No matter what conditions Tianlong Company offers, I can double them. Krillin, well, beauty, you really can't meet the conditions that Cabros offered to brother Goku. Lang Aishuang, there is nothing that cannot be achieved. Money, power, beauties, whatever you want, my Lang family will give it to you. Son Goku walked towards Lang Aishuang step by step, stretched out his hand and slapped her on the shoulder, and she was slapped away like a cannonball. Son Goku, she does have some strength, but not much. Not to mention compared to big brother Cabros, she can't even compare to Bulma. Cabros, you are such a straight man, I admire you, Son Goku. I can't be so harsh on such a beautiful girl. Son Goku, brother Kabulos, what are you talking about? It was her own request. She said she could satisfy all my requests, but you can spar with me, obviously she can't satisfy it. Cabros, I don't want to talk anymore. This man is not made of wood, he is made of stone. Bulma, okay, Cabros, eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Let's go test our fighting strength. The competition is about to start. Chapter 29. Since the selection was done by the detector, the elimination round was very fast. A correction here, I said earlier that Kabulos kept his combat power at 200, but it was changed to points here. Too high a combat power can cause panic. Of course, Kabulos is not afraid of panic, but this kind of panic will greatly waste his time. Of course, he is always ready to increase his combat power. It is not that Vegeta let Krillin get seriously injured to refresh his passive state, and it is not that he is completely unprepared. Here, when Cabros came through, he realized that fighting power is not lost by hiding. For example, the boxing king Tyson completely relaxed the chicken, looking harmless, but no matter how harmless it is not something that an 18-year-old 80-pound fairy can beat without weapons. The self-reaction from daily training still appeared, or it can be said to be a conditioned reflex. Vegeta's subjective complete abandonment of resistance, the strong subjective suggestion made the body not react instinctively, otherwise, Krillin would have been killed by Vegeta's casual blow. Host, please come forward in an orderly manner to test your combat effectiveness. Since some methods can hide combat effectiveness, please release as much combat effectiveness as possible if you are testing your combat effectiveness. Ah! It can also hide combat power? Then what is the use of this detector? Host, there are indeed ways to hide combat power, but there are very few martial artists who have mastered this technique, and in any case, the detection value of the detector is only a reference, and it is also the location information of the map. Of course, at present, most people will not hide it. The reason why I say this is that I am afraid that some masters will show too low a hidden combat power and accidentally lose the rules for advancing to the top 8. Okay, now let's start the test. Please invite our previous champion Mr. Son Goku to give us a sample. Son Goku, me? Cabros, Goku, there is no need to hide your strength. Show your true strength and let everyone see it. Son Goku, ah. Full strength? Son Goku went on stage with some doubts. Host, Mr. Son Goku, please start. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the big screen. Big screen, beep, beep. 50, 100, 200, 300. No way. It's over 300 and still rising. Ordinary people only have 1 or 2 points of combat power, but he has hundreds. No wonder he can destroy the entire city. This must be fake. Can the fighting power be so high? You're just getting started. When I fought against Lord Piccolo 3 years ago, my combat power was already 620 points. I'm even stronger now. Ah. You, Piccolo. Lord Piccolo. The man suddenly realized that the person next to him looked very much like Piccolo. Just as he was about to speak, he was restrained by Piccolo and unable to speak, and then he fainted. Piccolo's inner thoughts, Son Goku, I am going to kill you this time, and then conquer the world. 500600700800100. It's over 1,000. No way. Is this still a human being? 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Amazing. It's over 3,000 points. Piccolo's inner thoughts, very good, you are worthy of being an opponent recognized by Piccolo the Great Demon King. Defeating you like this will make me feel more accomplished, and will make the whole world despair. At this time, Lang Aishuang came back with a charming woman named Lang King Kaiu. Lang Aishuang, Mom. Do you think Son Goku is a straight man? I am such a beautiful woman, but he doesn't know how to be gentle with me. Lang King Kaiu, are you stupid? Look at him, he is only 1.34 meters tall, obviously a child. You don't think he is born a dwarf, do you? Lang Aishuang, I forgot. I was so busy thinking about his age that I forgot he was still a child. However, his eyes and aura were so strong that you couldn't tell he was a child at all. Lang King Kaiu, of course, with 3,000 points of combat power, I couldn't imagine that there is such a powerful person in this world. Lang Aishuang, no, I must get him. Only a man like this is worthy of me, Lang Aishuang. Lang King Kaiu, daughter, don't hang yourself on a tree. I think Son Goku's friends are very powerful. Although Son Goku is strong, he is obviously not interested in women. Lang Aishuang thought of Cabros who had approached her and shook her head. His eyes seemed to want to eat her. She didn't want that kind of pervert. On the other hand, Kikai, who had not been seen for many years, also came to the martial arts conference venue. As for why? In fact, the plot happened in advance. She saw the boy she liked saving the world and knew that he would definitely attract many girls, so she had to seize the opportunity. Chi-Chi looked at Son Goku on the ring. Her eyes were full of stars. She had already decided to participate in the competition, just to fight with Son Goku on the ring and then confess her love to him. For this reason, she begged her father to take her to Master Roshi to practice. This was not in the original work. Now that Son Goku was too strong, Chi-Chi was afraid that she would be a hindrance, so she went to Master Roshi to practice. After Master Roshi's guidance, Chi-Chi's strength has made a qualitative leap. Host, okay, our last year's champion Son Goku has finished his performance. Now we will begin the test. Please register as martial artists and come on stage in an orderly manner. As the host finished speaking, the warriors participating in the martial arts conference stepped forward one by one to be tested. Host, Moses, boxer, fighting power 3 points. Solo. I remember Moses was a little famous in the boxing world. 52 wins, 32 losses, 6 draws, a very high winning rate, but he only has 3 points of fighting power. Yes. There is no harm without comparison. Now I know how strong the Goku who defeated Piccolo is. He has the power of 1,000 Moses combined. Are you kidding? 1,000, even 10,000, are no match for Son Goku. How can 1,000 people be the same as 3,000 combat power on one person? Didn't you see the live broadcast? The great demon King Piccolo just waved his hand and a tank was gone. The two fought and the entire dog kingdom was reduced to ruins. At that time, the combat power of the two people was only 3002. How much is it now? I doubt whether the earth under our feet can withstand Son Goku's full strength attack. No way. Can he destroy the entire planet? Stupid, the Universal Capsule Group has already announced that as long as the combat power is a few thousand points, it can destroy the entire planet. For example, the moon can be destroyed with just a few hundred points. Then Son Goku is invincible, so what is the use of the army? Can't everyone just practice martial arts? What do you think? Isn't everyone practicing martial arts now? The other person stopped talking, and Kikai also looked shocked. Kikai's inner thoughts: I didn't expect that martial artists could be so powerful and respected by so many people. I just don't know how martial artists make money. Kikai, can I ask you two something? I know that martial artist is very powerful, but how do they make money? With such strong strength, are you still worried about not being able to make money? Just being a bodyguard for that rich man would earn you millions a year. With this kind of power, who would want to be a bodyguard? Just join the Martial Arts Alliance. It is said that the Martial Arts Alliance is supported by the state. The Dog King allocated 80% of the military budget to the Martial Arts Alliance. If you join the Martial Arts Alliance, you will be supported by the state. The Martial Arts Alliance, you said it was initiated by Tianlong Security Company. Did the country recognize it? And they even gave military funds. Of course. It is said that it was the will of the gods. The vice president of Tianlong Company personally talked to the Dog King. Besides, Son Goku is a member of Tianlong Company. The Dog King dares not to listen to Tianlong Company. Yes, with Son Goku in charge, the Tianlong Security Company is going to take off. Kikai's inner thoughts: Tianlong Security Company, it seems that the improvement of the status of warriors is related to it. No matter what, I must participate in the martial arts conference and become Son Goku's wife. Host: Mark, your combat power is 6 points. Mr. Mark is very strong. As you know, an adult holding a shotgun has a combat power of 5 points. Mr. Mark has a combat power of 6 points. He is very strong. Cabros: Mark, it's him. That's right, in the anime he killed 2 rich second-generation poachers with guns. Cabros looked towards the ring and saw a young man with an afro. He looked similar to Satan in the animation. The host continued to test and found that most of the combat power was below 5 points. Host: King Joppa, with a combat power of 85 points, is another master who actually has a combat power of dozens of points. This is the first warrior with a combat power of tens of points after Son Goku. Get out of the way, trash, get out of here as soon as you're done with the test. A voice sounded, and King Joppa was about to get angry, but after seeing the other person's appearance, he dared not speak and walked away angrily. Who is he? Even King Joppa is afraid of him. You don't even know him, he is Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer. Host: Tao Bibai, combat power 220 points. It is said that Tao Bibai is the best killer in the world, this combat power is well deserved. The host said this with cold sweat breaking out. Chapter 30. Tao Peibai glanced at Son Goku and said nothing. He knew he was no match for Son Goku, but he still challenged Tien Shinyan. Tao Peibai, Tien Shinyan, you traitor to the Tsurusen Ryu, I will kill you and wipe out the shame of the Tsurusen Ryu. Tien Shinyan, Uncle Tao Peibai, you and Master are both wrong. The purpose of martial arts training is not to kill, but to protect. Besides, you are no match for me, go back. Tao Bibai, what did you say? I am no match for you, you traitor. Don't you see? My fighting ability is far superior to yours. Tien Shinyan, really? Then just take a look at my fighting ability. As he said that, Tien Shinyan came on stage and started to vent his anger. Soon, everyone was looking at the number 660 on the big screen in shock. Bulma, no way. Has Tien Shinyan been hiding his strength? Cabros, this is normal. During normal sparring sessions, he would definitely use all his strength. And even now, this may not be Tien Shinyan's limit. Bulma, So what you said about the combat power being 2,200 million, is that true? Cabros, of course it's true, that's my combat power 10 times that of Kaioken. Bulma, 10x Kaioken, so are there also 20x Kaioken and 30x Kaioken? Cabros, 10x Kaioken is the limit of what my body can withstand under normal circumstances. If I use a higher power Kaioken, it will damage my body. Bulma, so what you mean is that in a life and death battle, I can use a higher multiplier of the Kaioken. Cabros nodded. Bulma, how many times? Cabros held up 2 fingers. Bulma, damn, 20 times. I was so fooled by you. I thought I already knew your strength, but I didn't expect you were so good at hiding it. Cabros smiled but didn't say anything. In fact, he spoke again. 20 times is indeed the limit of the limit, just like Son Goku in the original work, but he couldn't resist the cultivation method of the God realm. With the blessing of the second dimension of life, he could always cover up part of the pressure of the King Fist on the body. That is to say, under the same circumstances, with the blessing of the realm, you can use a higher multiple of Kaioken or transform. Of course, the second dimension realm is still a bit low and cannot offset too much Kaioken pressure, but no matter how much it offsets, it is still offset, which means that 20 times Kaioken is not the limit of the limit. Cabros has not yet tested his ultimate limit, which is harmful to his body, so there is no need to try it casually. He knows that when he uses 10 times the King Fist, the pressure is much less than when he has not broken through. In this way, he will definitely be able to use a higher multiple of the King Fist. Tao Bibai, how come you have such strong fighting power? Tien Shinyan, I originally wanted to save my strength to fight against Son Goku, but Goku is too strong, I am definitely no match for him. But Master Tao Pai Pai, since you want to challenge me, I can get rid of you first. It can also be regarded as a warm-up for my next battle. Tao Bibai, no, I don't want to fight with you. Tao Bibai hurried downstairs. Tao Bibai, I abstain. Tao Bibai left the stage without looking back. Tien Shinyan, Uncle Tao Pai Pai, have you lost any of the spirit of a martial artist? Tao Bibai didn't reply and left. Host, player Tien Shinyan has a combat power of 660 points, which is really surprising. He is the first warrior after Son Goku who is stronger than Piccolo 3 years ago. After Tien Shinyan left the stage, everyone started whispering. How amazing! He has 3 eyes. I knew he would be very powerful. After all, he has always been standing next to Son Goku. He must be his partner? I just didn't expect him to be so powerful. He even surpassed Piccolo 3 years ago. You didn't watch the live broadcast. He showed up during the battle against Piccolo 3 years ago. He's obviously a companion of Son Goku. King Piccolo's inner thoughts, not bad, I didn't expect that besides Son Goku, there are other masters among the Earthlings. However, for me, as long as Son Goku dies, the others will not be a concern. Host, next one. I'll do it. A little girl walked up. Cabros, Kiki? Bulma, what? Chi-Chi, are you unfaithful again? Cabros, have you forgotten? She is the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Bulma, I'm asking if you are being unfaithful again. He's just a child, don't do anything rash. Cabros, what are you thinking? Chi-Chi likes Goku, not me. After hearing this, Bulma's expression instantly turned from gloomy to bright. Bulma, Son Goku's girlfriend. She has a good foundation and should be pretty when she grows up. Cabros looked at Bulma speechlessly. Is this what a woman is like? If she doesn't compete with you for a man, everything will be fine, right? I remember that Huangrong in the Legend of the Condor Heroes was also like this. At the beginning, she was fighting with Mu Nianzi, but once she said that the person she liked was not her man, they became good sisters. Host, Kikai, combat power 105 points. Bulma, is Chi-Chi's fighting ability good? But it's not as good as mine. I'll go too. Host, Bulma, combat power 315 points. What amazing beauties! Lang Aishuang, how come these 2 women have such high fighting power? Lang King Kaiu, I didn't expect there is such a powerful woman. I will have to strengthen my training when I go back. Host, Krillin, with a combat power of 380 points, he is worthy of being Mr. Son Goku's junior brother, with a combat power of 380. Bulma's face darkened as she complained to Cabros. Bulma, are all you men liars? You all hide your fighting abilities. Cabros could only laugh awkwardly. Host, Next one is Yamcha, who is also Son Goku's junior brother. His combat power is 540 points. Another warrior who surpasses Piccolo has appeared. Mr. Goku's sect is really powerful. Yes, I heard that. Hey! That Kikai walked towards Son Goku and the others. They can't be in the same group. Nonsense, other than Son Goku and his gang, is there anyone else who can have such high power? Host, Jiaozi, combat power 260 points. Bulma, fortunately the improvement is not too much, if it was too much I wouldn't be able to defeat him. Cabros, maybe Jiaozi just thinks that a combat power of 250 is a bit unlucky. Bulma, what do you mean? Chi-Chi walked up to Son Goku. Kikai, Son Goku, long time no see. Son Goku, ah. Are you Kikai? Since Chi-Chi's appearance has not grown up yet, Son Goku recognized her immediately. Kikai, yes. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. See you in the ring. After saying that, Kikai left. Son Goku, what a strange girl. Klin, she wouldn't like you, would she? Son Goku, no words. At this time, Bik walked onto the stage under an alias. Host, the second generation of demons, combat power 3100. Ah! This contestant's combat power is as high as 3100, which is higher than our Son Goku who saved the world. Piccolo, humph, not really. The real battle is, I know that Son Goku's fighting power will be further improved, and so will I. Host, it can be further improved. Piccolo did not answer the host's words, and his words just now were not a response to the host, but a response to Son Goku. Son Goku, here he comes. It looks like it will be a close fight. My body is already excited. At this time, the others had acquired the ability to sense chi after training in the Temple of Heaven. Krillin whispered, he is the great demon king Piccolo, he is not dead. Tien Shinyan, yes. I didn't expect his fighting ability to be so high. Now, except for Goku, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent. Krillin, Cabros. Krillin was about to talk about Cabros, but was glared back by Cabros. Then, Cabros walked onto the stage, and he hesitated again, wondering how much fighting power he should show. He glanced at Son Goku, and then at Piccolo. Forget about this battle, let them perform perfectly. As for the others, let's wait until their battle is over before revealing them. But in this case, Jiao's special ability will be used. Cabros walks onto the ring, raising his aura. Host, Cabros, combat power 1500 points. Awesome! He is indeed Son Goku's friend. I heard that he is also the president of Tianlong Security Company. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. No wonder he could win over someone as powerful as Son Goku. Cabros said nothing and walked off the stage directly. Bulma, Cabros, your fighting power. Cabros grabbed Bulma and wrote on her palm. Pico is here. In this match, he and Son Goku should play to their full potential. Don't expose my strength for now. Bulma nodded. The reason why Cabros mentioned his fighting power last time was because he felt that Piccolo was still on the way. At such a long distance, even if he had super hearing, he couldn't hear what he said. Frieza headquarters. Frieza, is there still no news about the Caballos that Vegeta mentioned? Dodoria, I am incompetent and have not found any information about this person. Frieza, then you notify Vegeta and ask him to come back after completing this mission. I want him to look for this person specifically. Dodoria, yes, Lord Frieza. Chapter 31. Vegeta, who was fighting on a high-level planet, received Frieza's recall message and felt inexplicably irritated. At his signal, the three-man team tacitly turned off the detector. Vegeta, you all saw Frieza's recall message. Raditz, I see. By the way, Vegeta, is that Caballos really that powerful? Vegeta, nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes, and that was 3 years ago. He must be even stronger now. Vegeta's inner thoughts, I've become stronger too. I don't know exactly how strong I am, but it's definitely over 100,000. Vegeta followed Cabros's instructions and wanted to do gravity training, but he found that no one could make a gravity room, which made him very angry. But later, he found some high-gravity planets, and he consciously went to high-gravity planets for training in the gaps between missions. The effect was really good. Now he has adapted to more than 100 times the gravity, and his combat power is definitely more than 100,000. He even thinks he is not weaker than the members of the machine team. He just didn't know how much Cabros had improved. From Frieza's recall message, he could hear the other party's impatience. Perhaps, the date of the decisive battle with Frieza was approaching. Vegeta, Raditz, I remember you had a younger brother who was sent to Earth. Raditz, yes, Kakarot was sent to a remote planet like Earth because his combat power was too low when he was born. Vegeta, I care about whether he can conquer the Earth. So, after this mission is completed, you go to the Earth. Raditz, going to Earth, do you want Kakarot to join us? But I'm afraid his strength is not enough. Nappa, that's right. Vegeta, Kakarot is just a low-level warrior who has not been trained yet. His fighting ability is definitely not high. However, if he transforms into a giant ape, he can also be considered a fighting force. Raditz, transform into a giant ape. How could I have forgotten? Vegeta, shut up, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do what I say. Go to Earth and find the Universal Capsule Group in Zidu, and ask them to help you find Cabros. Raditz, Caballos, is he on Earth too? Vegeta, don't blame me for not reminding you. There were more than 20 battles on Cabros 3 years ago. If you mess around on Earth, no one can save you. Raditz, I understand. I'll go after I complete this mission. It's just that this place is quite far from the Earth, so it will probably take a year. Vegeta, the longer the better. I will tell Frieza that I have found Cabros's trace and have sent you to convey Frieza's goodwill. He paused, afraid that Raditz might not understand, and added. Vegeta, you know that Frieza wants Cabros to work for him. You went to Earth this time to ask for his opinion. If he is willing, we can delay a little time. If he refuses, then the decisive battle between us and Frieza may have to start early. Nappa, ah. Are we really going to turn against King Frieza? Vegeta, Nappa. You know, Frieza is the murderer who destroyed our Scion race. We didn't have the strength before, but now, we may not lose to him. Of course, it's good to delay for a while, after all, I'm making progress every day. Raditz, I understand. I will try to persuade Lord Cabros. Vegeta, watch your tone. With his strength, he may not bend down to do things for Frieza. Raditz nodded. The southern capital of the Earth, the venue for the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Host, according to our detector detection, our top 8 contestants have come out. First place, Demon 2, Combat Power 3100 points. Second place, Son Goku, Combat Power 3000 points. Third place, Cabros, Combat Power 1500 points. Fourth place, Tien Xinyan, Combat Power 660 points. Fifth place, Yamcha, Combat Power 540 points. Sixth place, Klin, Combat Power 380 points. Seventh place, Bulma, Combat Power 315 points. The 8th place is Jiaozi. Sorry, due to special circumstances, Mr. Jiaozi withdrew from the competition early, so the 8th place will be postponed to our beautiful Kikai, with 105 points. Next we can see that the combat power of the top 8 players is much higher than that of other players. The 9th player, King Joppa, has a combat power of 85 points. Host, now I want to ask, contestant Joppa Wang, do you want to challenge contestant Kikai? To be honest, the gap between you is huge, more than 20%. I personally don't think there is much point in challenging you. King Joppa, I want to challenge her. I don't believe that a girl can have such high fighting power. Host, well, before the quarterfinals, we will arrange a battle for the top 8 spots, so that everyone can see for themselves whether our detector data is accurate or not. Miss Kikai, are you okay? Kikai, I'm fine. Son Goku, there is still a competition for the quota. I thought it would just start right away. Krillin, of course there is. Their fighting power is pretty close. By the way, Jiaozi, why did you withdraw from the competition? Jiaozi glanced at Cabros and spoke in embarrassment. Jiaozi, I suddenly don't want to play anymore, I'll just cheer for Tianjin. Krillin looked at Bulma and Chi-Chi, and finally at Yamcha. Krillin, I understand what you mean. The one with the same strength as you is Miss Bulma. If you fight her, you are afraid of offending Brother Cabros, right? Hey, Then who should I fight? I definitely can't beat senior brother Yamcha. Could it be Bulma too? Then I won't get beaten after the fight, right? Krillin looked at Cabros with fear. Cabros, don't worry, I won't hit you. However, you may not have the chance to fight Bulma. Kellen, what do you mean? Jiaozi, well, I promised brother Cabros that I would help assign opponents to everyone. Krillin, then, who should I hit? Cabros, confidential. On the ring, Kikai and King Joppa got ready. King Joppa, come on, attack. Kikai, you want me to make the first move? Then I won't be polite. I absolutely cannot lose this round. After saying that, Kikai launched an attack directly. King Joppa, so fast, look at my 8-handed punch. Kikai, after image fist. King Joppa laughed when he saw Kikai attacking him foolishly. King Joppa, ah ha ha ha. A little girl is just a little girl. So what if she has so much power? Her attack method is too simple. Go to hell. In King Joppa's eyes, Kikai's defenses were opened, and he used his 8-handed fist to hit Kikai's chest madly. Oh no, Ms. Kiki is in trouble. An audience member exclaimed. Son Goku watched this scene calmly with a smile on his face. Son Goku, Chi-Chi is going to win. Krillin, yes, that's the after-image fist. Could it be that she is also from the Kame Senryu style? Yamcha, Chi-Chi's father is senior brother Bull Demon King, and senior brother Bull Demon King's master is Master Roshi. Krillin, it really is from the Kame Sennin school. Chi-Chi is from the same school as us. No wonder. Sure enough, before the discussion among the few people had even ended, King Gappa noticed something was wrong. No, it's an after-image. At this time, Kikai appeared behind King Joppa and kicked him off the ring. Host, contestant Joppa Wong fell out of the ring. Now I announce that contestant Kikai has won the spot in the top 8. King Joppa shook his head and stood up. King Joppa, you are really amazing, you can't tell which is the after-image fist. I don't know what your relationship is with the martial arts god, Master Turtle. Kikai, my father is the Bull Demon King, and he is the apprentice of Master Roshi. King Gappa, no wonder, the others are also related to Master Roshi. You guys are really amazing. I am out of date. From now on, I will never participate in martial arts tournaments again. Cabros, Mr. King Gappa, I would like to invite you to join my Tianlong security company. King Gappa, you are Mr. Cabros, right? 1500 combat power, I can't believe that's the power a human can have. You want me to join your company, I can agree. But I want to know why? You would invite me, a person with less than combat power, to join. Cabros, actually, Mr. King Gappa, you are very strong and talented, but your previous training method was problematic, which caused your current strength to lag far behind the new generation of Z fighters. I think if you use our Tianlong company's training method, your combat effectiveness should be improved quickly. And I need more powerful fighters. King Joppa, I understand, I agree. Host, the top 8 places have been confirmed. Now let's draw lots for the one-on-one duels. Son Goku walked up and drew number 2, and Kikai drew number. Klin drew number 3, and Piccolo drew number 4. Yamcha drew number 5, and Tien Shinyan drew number 6. Cabros drew number 7 and Bulma drew number 8. This battle order was arranged by Cabros, and Jiaozi used his superpowers to control it. Chapter 32. Host, the first game begins, please welcome our previous champion Son Goku. Son Goku came out and bowed to the audience. Host, it can be seen that our contestant Son Goku is very humble. Now, please welcome our contestant Kiki. Kikai walked onto the ring. Host, the game begins. Kikai, Son Goku, do you still remember what you promised me 3 years ago? Son Goku, ah. What? Son Goku scratched his head, looking like he couldn't remember. Kikai, Son Goku, I will beat you to death. Kikai thought Son Goku was playing dumb, so she rushed up to him and started fighting him. Son Goku then backed away, dodging. Son Goku, hey, why do you just hit me when I say so? Kikai, I'll make you forget it, I'll make you forget it. I'll beat that heartless man to death. Son Goku, what unfaithful man. Kikai, what are you talking about? Kikai, you ungrateful man, beat me first. Son Goku, beating you, that's easy. As he spoke, Son Goku waved his hand, sent out a gust of wind, and blew Kikai off the stage. Host, out of bounds. Son Goku wins. Son Goku walked up to Kikai in the audience and stretched out his hand to her. Kikai snorted but still stretched out her hand. Son Goku, Kikai, tell me, what should I promise you? When Kikai saw Son Goku like this, she realized that Son Goku had really forgotten. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed again, so she reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Son Goku's waist. Kikai, I don't know. Didn't you promise me that you would marry me when you grow up? Son Goku, ah. Son Goku thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Son Goku, is my wife edible? Everyone almost fell down. Chi-Chi, Goku, you are so mean, pretending you don't know. As he spoke, he pulled his arm and walked in front of Cabros and others in the audience. Son Goku, Kikai said she wanted to be my wife. What is a wife? Can I eat her? Cabros, Goku, I remember you promised Chi-Chi to marry her. Then you don't need to ask why? Anyway, you just need to know that it's a good thing. Son Goku, that's good. That's good. Cabros, but you are still young, you can get engaged first and then get married after 3 years. Kikai glanced at Son Goku, who was not much taller than her, and nodded. At this time, Lang Aishuang in the distance had an unpleasant expression on his face. Lang Aishuang, bastard, you are Kabulos, right? In order to get me, you actually found a marriage for Son Goku, but I will never marry you. Even if you have 1500 combat power, what does it matter? You will never be as good as Son Goku. As she said this, she was about to come over to find Son Goku, but was captured by a shocking murderous intent. She looked in the direction of the source of the murderous intent and found that it was actually the second generation of the demon. Piccolo, if you dare to waste Son Goku's time, I will kill you. Lang Aishuang was sweating profusely and dared not move. Cabros, by the way, Goku, the next match will be between you and Piccolo. Do you have me? Son Goku, Piccolo is very strong. You don't know until you fight him. Cabros, then come on. If you lose. Hehe. Son Goku, don't worry, I won't lose. Host, now let's start the second game, Krillin vs. Demon 2. Please invite both players to come on stage. Krillin, I give up. Host, ah. Krillin admits defeat, and the second generation of Magic player wins. Magic 2, a smart choice. What's going on? Why did you admit defeat without even fighting? Maybe he knows he can't win. The second generation of demons is so strong, with a combat power of 3100. I'm afraid only Son Goku can fight against him. You can't just give up without a fight. Refund, refund. Son Goku, here I come. Son Goku comes on stage. Krillin, Goku, come on. You must win. Son Goku nodded. Piccolo, have you said your final goodbye? Then let's get started. I will kill you, and then I will conquer the world. Son Goku, come on. I'm already excited all over. The two looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Bang! The two's hands and feet collided, and the huge air wave forced the audience to retreat continuously. Many people left the martial arts conference. Lang Aishuang also took the opportunity to get rid of the body that was captured by Piccolo, and left with the crowd. Ah! What's going on? I bought a ticket and I want to go in. Let's run. These two are too powerful. Run, I'm here to watch the game, how can I watch it if I run? The Universal Capsule Group has broadcast the game to a screen 30 kilometers away. Where can we watch it? Yes, it's too dangerous here. The words asking the audience to leave were said by people arranged in advance by Cabros. Seeing people who had no ability to protect themselves moving away from the ring, Cabros spoke. Cabros, Son Goku, the audience has left, you can go all out now. Host, you come here to commentate. Host, okay, okay. Son Goku, thank you, Kabulos. Piccolo, is everyone gone? Then I can let go. Son Goku, it seems that you are not that bad? Piccolo's face turned red, asshole, stop talking nonsense and do it quickly. Son Goku, okay, here I come. The two men fought again, and this time, the aftermath was even more powerful, and the entire ground was shaking. The aftermath of each fight seemed to destroy Nandu. Seeing this, Cabros frowned. Take my move. Piccolo gathered a huge wave and hit Son Goku. Son Goku was naturally not afraid, but thinking that the audience had left, he was not stupid and naturally would not take this move head-on, so this move hit the ground directly. A huge explosion sounded, directly destroying the entire Nandu. Cabros and others flew up. Yamcha was pulling Master Roshi, and Bulma was pulling Chi-Chi. Klin, no way. The whole south is gone. Cabros, what is Nandu? If two people join forces, the entire earth will be destroyed. Klin, no way. Cabros, so you think the data I asked Bulma to release are false? If your combat power exceeds 10,000 points, destroying the earth is a matter of whether you want it or not. Krillin, how terrifying. Bulma, Cabros, Chi-Chi can't fly, what should I do? Cabros, then you teach her. She is a disciple of Kame Senryu and a fast learner. Bulma immediately started communicating with Chi-Chi. Master Roshi, what about me? I can't fly either. Cabros, Yamcha, Master Roshi. Yamcha nodded and began to teach Master Kame. Cabros turned around and continued to watch the fierce fight between the two. At this time, the host grabbed by the Tianjin side took the microphone and spoke. Host, look, everyone, the fight between Son Goku and the second generation of demons has become fierce, the two are punching and kicking, neither of them is willing to give in. Oops, Son Goku was kicked by the second generation of demons, well, Son Goku punched the second generation of demons in return. Cabros, that's right. During the battle, both of them's combat power increased to 4,800, close to 5,000. Host, yes, yes, yes. Look at their combat power, it has increased to nearly 5,000. That's amazing. 30 kilometers away, the audience stared at the screen closely. This direction was right behind Cabros and the others. Otherwise, 30 kilometers would be nothing to Son Goku and Piccolo. This place would have disappeared long ago. It's amazing. I can only see the afterimage. Yes. If it weren't for the huge vibration, I would have thought it was a special effect synthesis and fake. Mark, how could this happen? How could they be so strong? Is my boxing fake? No, I must know the truth. I want to expose them. However, to expose them, I must first join them. Mark, who will be Satan in the future, swore secretly, but he decided to join this time and join the Tianlong Security Company in Cabros. Perhaps, in the original Cell War, Satan also thought about joining, but he had no way to join. This is the original venue of the martial arts tournament. Son Goku and the second generation of demons continued to fight, and both of them were already covered in wounds and out of breath. Son Goku, Piccolo, you look like you're almost done. Piccolo, Son Goku, I will definitely make you fall first, so that I can win this game. Then, it will be the day when I, the great demon king Piccolo, conquer the world. Son Goku, it's not that easy to defeat me, but we've both consumed a lot of energy. Come, let's decide the outcome with one blow. Piccolo, come on. Magic Flash. Son Goku, Super Kamehameha Wave. As the two launched their final moves, the two major light waves collided, causing huge damage to Nandu. Cabros's heart, Nandu seems to be ruined. It seems that I have miscalculated. I thought it would be a battle of equal strength according to the original story, but I didn't expect that because the fighting power of the two people was strengthened, the fighting power would become so great. This is a mistake, and I will try not to make it again in the future. However, since Nandu has been destroyed, I will rebuild Nandu myself. It just so happens that Nandu can be made into a martial arts holy land. In addition, he thought of the beautiful Lang Ea Shuang, and his heart was suddenly touched. Hehe, why didn't I think of it? Since there are so many beauties in the Dragon Ball world, why not make good use of them and make movies for yourself? In addition to being able to appreciate the movies, they can also provide fun when the Omni King with a child's IQ is boring. Perhaps these movies and games can buy him some development time from the Omni King. Chapter 33. After the explosion, several people came to the scene and found that Son Goku and Piccolo were both injured. Seeing this, the host hurriedly started the countdown. In the end, it was Son Goku who stood up with his unyielding willpower. Host, in this game, Son Goku wins. Cabros gave Son Goku a magic bean, and Son Goku immediately became full of energy. Son Goku, can you give me another magic bean? Cabros knew what Son Goku meant and gave him another senzu bean. Son Goku gave the senzu bean to Piccolo. After Piccolo recovered, he made some harsh words and flew away just like in the original story. Host, he, is it the great demon King Piccolo? 30 kilometers away, the audience was also very shocked. Host, Mr. Son Goku, can I ask you why you let Piccolo go? Son Goku, Piccolo is no longer the great devil Piccolo of the past. He is not that bad anymore. Moreover, with him urging me on, I will practice harder. Host, that's right. The host didn't say anything, but the people watching the live broadcast outside were in chaos. What's going on? Why did Son Goku let Piccolo go? Yes. They are not in the same group. They are directing and acting in this drama, and then deliberately improving the status of warriors. Yes, I think so, they are in the same group. I never expected that. I thought Son Goku was a hero who saved the world, but I didn't expect that he was actually an accomplice of the devil. Sure enough, there is no shortage of argumentative people in any world, nor is there a shortage of conspirators who use public opinion. It's just a pity that this is the world of Dragon Ball. Here, power is everything. Public opinion, go and use public opinion to ask King Frieza. He will definitely give him a planet-exploding and genocide package. At this time, the comment controller arranged by Cabros appeared again. Haha. You bunch of idiots, even if they are in the same group, so what? They have 3000 combat power points, how about you? 1 point, or 2 points. They act for you because they respect you. If they don't act for you, you won't even know how you died. That's right, I'm so strong, is it a waste of time to act with trash like you? Yes, I think that Son Goku wants to use Piccolo to motivate himself to improve. As for why, it must be to improve his strength in order to deal with the threat from the universe. That's right. The enemies of the universe are the real enemies. No matter how bad Piccolo is, he is still an Earthling. Besides, didn't Son Goku say that Piccolo has become a good person now? Some people are not convinced. You said he would become better, but he killed so many people. Didn't the people he killed come back to life? Resurrection. All good people are resurrected. Why, you want to revive the bad guys too? Bad guys should also be brought to justice. Sorry, from now on the Martial Arts Alliance will be the largest trial body. My grass. You idiot, you have no strength, and you still talk nonsense. Aren't you afraid that your volcano will erupt at night? The man was scared and left in shame. Son Goku, shall we continue the competition? Cabros, forget it, the venue is gone. And the destruction is so great that there will be no audience. Bulma, Cabros, you said we would get married after this martial arts tournament. You can't go back on your word. Cabros, of course not. Well, everyone, Bulma and I will be getting married in a month. Everyone is welcome to attend our wedding. Kikai, really? Congratulations. Goku and I will definitely be there on time. Krillin, Yamcha and others also said they would definitely go. A month later, on a luxury cruise ship, Cabros and Bulma held their wedding. As for Keisha, she still didn't come. It is said that the captain of the Galactic Patrol A team, Myers, discovered the truth about the withering of the planet, which was the spirit book fruit that Cabros mentioned. His mastermind was actually a scion, and this time, it was the Galactic Patrol who went to encircle and suppress the opponent, and Keisha couldn't get away. Cabros also told her that when she has time to come to Earth, he will hold a wedding with her. Although the wedding was grand, it was just for fun, and there was no bloody wedding robbery ceremony. Also, with Cabros's temper, if someone disagreed, he would probably send that person to see the god of hell as soon as he opened his mouth. After the wedding, Krillin asked Goku and Chi-Chi when they would get married. Bulma said he was too impatient and should at least wait until they grow up. In this way, Goku got engaged in front of everyone and agreed to get married when they grow up. Chi-Chi was very happy because everyone witnessed it. Cabros also pointed out that Son Goku had reached the age of puberty, and he would grow up in 1 year at least, and 3 years at most. Because Cabros was also a scion, everyone believed him, and Chi-Chi was very happy to hear that. Although Son Goku looked confused, he still agreed. After the ceremony, Cabros carried Bulma into the bridal chamber. Bulma, Cabros, I've been waiting for this moment for 5 years, and now it's finally here. Cabros, come on. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. I have liked you for a long time. As he said that, Cabros pounced on him, 3 words omitted. After a night of romance, Cabros continued to train in the gravity room. He didn't know if it was because of his change in mentality after getting married, but he felt that his heart was much calmer and he was more integrated into this world. Therefore, his training speed was faster. Training under 600 times gravity was very fast, but Cabros was not satisfied. In his free time during training, he found Bulma and asked if there was any way to increase the gravity of the room. Bulma also suggested several very rare metals. Cabros first thought of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, but he was not their man. The materials he took last time were paid by Keisha. The materials this time were rare materials in the entire universe. It was a bit embarrassing to let Keisha pay again. After all, the two were not married yet, and it was not a good idea to let a woman pay all the time. After much thought, I realized that apart from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the richest place was the Frieza Corps headquarters. Since I was a scion and Frieza was a mortal enemy, it shouldn't be a problem to get some of his resources and materials after I defeated him. So I decided to go to the warehouse at Frieza's headquarters after defeating Frieza. Of course, if I became strong enough in the future, I would also go to the treasure house of Frieza's father, King Cold. In 600 times gravity, wearing a 300 kilograms gravity suit, Cabros practiced for 10 months in a row, and finally, his combat power reached the basic 300 million required for Super Saiyan transformation. As for why it took 10 months, one is because the closer to the limit of Saiyan, the slower the combat power increases, and the other is because Bulma was pregnant with a boy. Bulma suggested to name him Trunks, but Cabros was surprised and objected, because he felt that only Bulma and Vegeta's son was named Trunks, and it was not good to name his own son this name. But there was no way to tell Bulma this reason, and in the end, Cabros didn't win over Bulma and directly named him Trunks. This time, Trunks was born more than 10 years earlier, and was directly older than Lunch. Here, Trunks was born in March of 754 Aki, and the 3ND World Martial Arts Tournament was held in May of 753 Aki. 1 month later, when Trunks was 1 month old, Cabros started training again. After a month of relaxation, he felt that his heart was more peaceful. Of course, the relaxation here does not mean not training at all, but the relaxation that Son Goku and Son Gohan had during the Cell Games, training for 3 days and resting for 3 days in those 10 days. Battle power check, beep beep. 302 million. Sure enough, Cabulos's guess was correct. After the combat power reaches the limit of the race, the strength will increase very slowly. Therefore, the idea that improving the basic strength can defeat the Super Saiyan is basically impossible. Because if you don't transform into a higher realm and reach the limit of the race, you would have improved your combat power by millions in a year. If you don't become a Super Saiyan, you can only improve your combat power by 100,000 or 200,000 a year. It can even be said that if you break through and transform into a Super Saiyan, you can improve your basic combat power by millions a year. If you can become a Super Saiyan at full power, you can improve your basic combat power by 700,000 to 800,000 a year. If you can become a Super Saiyan 2, you can improve your basic combat power by more than 10 million a year. Once you get stuck and don't improve your realm, the speed of improving your combat power will directly become 1/10 of the original, not to mention that after the breakthrough, there will be a faster training speed. That is to say, if a Saiyan does not transform into a Super Saiyan, then even in 10 or 20 years, you will not be able to increase your basic combat power from 300 million to 1000 million. Even 1000 million is something you can only achieve if you work hard enough. After the transformation, the combat power can be increased to million in 2 or 3 years. This is why you must transform. The transformation of a Saiyan is like the foundation building, Dan formation, and Yuanying in the world of cultivation. It is a higher realm. If you don't break through a higher realm, do you want to learn the Chi training layer? Impossible. That's just a joke. Cabros doesn't believe it. It is absolutely impossible for primitive gypsies holding spears to defeat the modern 5 permanent members of the army with aircraft carriers, intercontinental missiles, and nuclear bombs. No matter how many people there are, it will be useless. Chapter 34. After seeing the data from 1 month of training, Cabros realized that he had to find a way to break through to Super Saiyan. The correct answer was to continue training after the breakthrough. Otherwise, further training would be a waste of time. Cabros knew that the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan were 300 million basic combat power and anger. Now that he had reached that level of combat power, as for anger, well, this was not too easy for a film screenwriter in his previous life. Many times when he was writing scripts, he put himself in the protagonist's situation, cried for the protagonist, laughed for the protagonist, went crazy for the protagonist, and spoke up for the protagonist. Especially after some female-oriented articles became popular, Ye Feng really felt what it was like to be aggrieved. The protagonist's incompetence made him feel painful. Although he wanted to see the final revenge moment, he knew that the ending of female-oriented articles would never be painful. Those regretful articles made Ye Feng feel that the protagonist was brain-dead, a complete loser, a coward, and not a man. Okay. Most of the writers of female-oriented articles are indeed not men. But the problem is that it became popular and was made into a TV series. Of course, there are some people who want ordinary people to see it and want ordinary people to be sheep. They want ordinary people to have grievances, but not go to extremes, but instead be fooled by the so-called program that they can modify and use the rules at will. I can't say more. It's not good to say too much. Some things are understood by those who understand. Now, for Cabros, the biggest role of female-oriented articles is to let Ye Feng know that there are so many illogical people who are wrongly accused. The method of framing people makes Ye Feng understand that there are so many unreasonable people, so many people who can't use their mouths to reason. In the past, he also liked to convince people with reason, but when he saw the bastard logic of female-oriented articles that ignored the facts, he just wanted to kill them all and make himself quiet. This emotion should be the anger towards those ungrateful people in female-oriented articles. In addition, there is also the anger towards the female protagonists themselves for not fighting back, which is also a kind of anger. Come on. Let's create a plot like this. Kabulos recalled a female novel that Ye Feng had read in his previous life, and began to meditate and hypnotize himself. Meditation story: Ye Feng transmigrated and became the good old saint of Kanglan sect, a top sect in the world of cultivation. This saint is also called Ye Feng, but he is indecisive and lacks love. He believes that if he treats others well, he will definitely be able to get others' goodness. So he helps the disciples of the entire sect regardless of the cost, and even some elders of the sect. His master also relied on him to break through the God transformation stage, and he, at the age of only 30, has reached the perfection of the fusion stage and is about to cross the heavenly tribulation and achieve the great power of the crossing tribulation stage. It can be said that there is no crossing tribulation stage in the entire Kanglan sect, or even the entire Kanglan continent, because in the last battle between immortals and demons, all the crossing tribulation stages participated in the battle. Because of the outbreak of cultivation, they were discovered by the upper realm and could only stay in the world of cultivation for 50 years, so they were forced to ascend. And now, it has been 50 years since the battle between immortals and demons, and the last crossing tribulation stage has ascended to the immortal world. Now, Ye Feng can be said to be the strongest in the entire world of cultivation. However, he, the strongest man in the world of cultivation, not only failed to pass the tribulation because of the betrayal of his master, senior sister, and junior sister, but was also falsely accused of colluding with the devil and intending to overthrow the Kanglan sect. Are you kidding? If Ye Feng wants to overthrow the Kanglan sect, he doesn't need to collude with anyone, he can do it by himself. This extremely simple proof, however, could not be expressed in the mouth of the original male protagonist Ye Feng. The original male protagonist would never believe until his death that his most trusted master, senior sister, and junior sister would betray him because of a word from a junior brother who had just started practicing Qi for 3 months, and would tear his tendons and bones apart just to please the sissy junior brother who could only pretend to be pitiful. Do women like sissy boys? Strange. If this is true, then he would kill all women over 3 years old, and then conduct a new brainwashing education for women under 3 years old. If there are still people who like sissy boys after 20 years, then kill them again. Education can change everything, Ye Feng firmly believes this. Now, Ye Feng has traveled through the female channel and has become Ye Feng who is about to pass the heavenly tribulation. It was on this day that the junior brother falsely accused him of colluding with the devil in order to prevent him from passing the heavenly tribulation, because after passing the heavenly tribulation, it is equivalent to being recognized by the upper realm, and the heavenly way can no longer restrain him, and the female channel heavenly way cannot defy the heavenly way and the rules of the upper realm. In other words, once Yefeng successfully passes the tribulation, then Yefeng will have the aura of the immortal, and then this thief chosen by the female channel heavenly way will not be able to affect him and the people around him. The immortal aura can restore the thinking of the entire Kanglan sect to normal people, no longer become love-brained and ungrateful, understand interests and sincerity, and will not be blinded by the heavenly way. Therefore, today, the junior brother Ling Tian took action. He entangled Yefeng's master, senior sister and junior sister to come to his retreat to force him to come out and explain the collusion with the devil. Haha! In the original work, Yefeng, who was in retreat to break through the tribulation period, actually forcibly interrupted the tribulation and went out to explain. What a fool! He interrupted the tribulation forcibly, which was equivalent to cutting off his own path to immortality. This was also the beginning of his death due to being framed by these ungrateful people. If he had not interrupted the tribulation, but successfully passed the tribulation and entered the tribulation period, then even if junior brother Ling Tian was jumping around and everyone wanted to harm Yefeng, they would not succeed. Because Yefeng successfully passed the tribulation, he had been labeled by the upper realm and was no longer under the jurisdiction of the heaven in this cultivation world. Yefeng, please come out. We know you are going through the tribulation, but you can go through the tribulation at any time. But if you don't explain clearly why you colluded with the devil, are you worthy of the training of the Qi sect? Are you worthy of the trust of your master and senior sisters? Ling Tian shouted like this and actually said that he could overcome any tribulation. It was really a joke, but those masters, senior sisters and junior sisters actually believed it. Yefeng, get out here right now. We gave you a chance to explain because you've been so kind to everyone. But now instead of explaining, you're only concerned about breaking through the tribulation period. Are you a human being? Are you worthy of our trust in you? Yefeng's senior sister Lu Ruyan said. Xiao Feng, listen to your master. Come out first and explain to everyone. As long as you can prove that you have not colluded with the evil ways, I will personally protect you and allow you to enter the tribulation period again. Master Lang Yanran said. Senior brother Yefeng, please come out soon. If you don't come out, master and senior sister will be angry. Is it so important to break into the tribulation period? It is more important than the trust of master, senior sister and me. What Ling Tian said is right, you have changed, you have colluded. You have been bewitched by the people of the demonic path, otherwise you would not care about our opinions. Junior sister Han Xiao Yan said. At this time, Yefeng in the enchantment had been replaced by Yefeng who had transmigrated. He listened to these family members who had once trusted him the most, even loved him with all their heart and soul, and had given him everything, protecting outsiders and talking nonsense, and his heart was burning with anger. Damn, is this human language? What do you mean by overcoming the tribulation is not as important as your trust? You think that overcoming the tribulation is like eating and drinking water, and you can stop at any time, right? Thinking of these ungrateful wolves joining forces with the female protagonist Ling Tian to steal his spiritual roots and cultivation, it was simply shameless. If it weren't for him, these masters, senior sisters, and junior sisters would have been killed and robbed of their treasures in this cannibalistic world of cultivation. If it was the wronged Yefeng in the original novel, he would probably go out, but he would not. Instead, he directly added a soundproof barrier. Finally, he used his strongest means to set up the strongest defensive barrier. In the original novel, those ungrateful people finally broke into the barrier when they saw that Yefeng could not be persuaded. They were almost killed by the self-counterattack of the barrier. Yefeng was afraid that they would die, so he forcibly interrupted the tribulation. These people really took advantage of the kindness of Yefeng in the original novel. Let's call it kindness. Anyway, in the eyes of Yefeng now, his kindness is a kind of brain dead. If you are rich, you should help the world, and if you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you can't protect yourself and don't love yourself, you still want others to love you. Are you kidding? This male protagonist in the female frequency is a complete coward. Sure enough, seeing that Yefeng had not come out for a long time, Ling Tian began to propose to attack the protective barrier. At first, Master Lang Yanran was reluctant, but after a few words of Ling Tian's persuasion, saying that Yefeng must have secretly hidden a demon, so he did not dare to open the barrier, several people believed it and began to attack the barrier. It was ridiculous that the barrier set up by a powerful person in the fusion realm could not be broken by a group of small karami of the transformation of spirit, Yuanying, Jidan, and training of Qi. Soon, several people were seriously injured by the autonomous counterattack of the barrier. At this time, several people became more noisy. They began to scold Ye Feng for being unfilial and ignoring the life and death of Master Lang Yanran. The master was almost killed by the backlash of the barrier, but he did not know to remove the barrier. Ye Feng didn't care about these things, and was determined to reach the crossing tribulation stage. Not only did he want to avenge these ungrateful people, but when he was strong enough, he would definitely destroy the heavenly Dao of this female world. The heavenly Dao's forced interference in human cognition was simply an insult to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the great powers of the human race. If it really alarmed those mythical Daluo who existed outside the world, these female heavenly Daos would definitely be forcibly wiped out. Ye Feng could not hear the constant yelling outside, he concentrated on breaking through, and sure enough, as expected, he succeeded, successfully breaking through to the tribulation stage. The heavenly tribulation descended, and he swore in his heart that once he passed the heavenly tribulation, it would be the beginning of all reckoning. Chapter 35. Ling Tian, who was outside, saw the heavenly calamity coming down and his face turned pale. He knew that his chances were running out. Ling Tian, Master, Ye Feng is about to succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Once he succeeds, no one will be able to cure him. Lang Yanran, Ye Feng, I will give you one last chance. If you still recognize me as your master, stop your tribulation immediately. At this time, Ye Feng's voice came, are you stupid? You have already started to transcend the tribulation, is it possible to stop it? Lang Yanran blushed and continued, Fenger, as long as you give up your cultivation, the heavenly tribulation will not fall if it cannot find its target. Ye Feng, get lost, you bunch of untamed sheep wolves. I am trying to overcome the calamity and become an immortal, but you want me to give up my cultivation. Why don't you give up your own cultivation? Lang Yanran, Fenger, your master asked you to give up your cultivation just to prove your innocence and get rid of the suspicion of colluding with the devil. Lu Ruyan, junior brother, master is right, you should quickly give up your cultivation, otherwise it will be too late. Ye Feng, it's too late. How can it be too late? It's because you can't afford to live. Han Xiaoyi, brother Ye Feng, how can you say that about master and sister? They are all doing this for your own good. Ye Feng, it's for my own good, how come I didn't see it? Ling Tian, brother Ye, master and the other sisters only want you to prove your innocence. You must know that colluding with the evil ways is a grave crime. They are willing to give you a chance, you cannot let them down. Ye Feng, ha ha ha. Let me prove my innocence. It has always been the case that whoever reports the case must provide evidence. How can I prove my innocence? If someone says that you are colluding with the devil, he must prove his innocence. Then I will say that you, Ling Tian, are colluding with the devil. You must prove your innocence for me. Lang Yanran, Fenger, why do you say that about Tianer? How can a mere Qigong practitioner like him collude with the devil? Lu Ruyan, that's right. Junior brother, Ling Tian is only at the Qi training stage. How can he collude with the demonic path? How can the demonic path be interested in a mere Qi training stage like him? He is of no value to the demonic path at all. Ye Feng, how is it worthless? If I gain your trust and accuse me of colluding with the devil, and make me abandon my cultivation and interrupt my tribulation, then the entire Kanglan sect and the entire righteous path will lose a peak fusion powerhouse and a tribulation powerhouse, which is not a good thing for the devil. After hearing this, Lang Yanran's face changed and she regained some of her consciousness. Lang Yanran, what your senior brother Ye said is the truth. Do you want my Kanglan sect to lose a peak fusion expert and a tribulation expert, so that the demons can take advantage of the situation? Ling Tian's mind, damn, how come Ye Feng suddenly has a brain? Doesn't he always bother to explain? He can only say stupidly that I am not wrong, I am a wish, and the innocent are innocent. But what's going on? How come he suddenly has a brain? His words are very logical. If I don't give a good answer, I will be the one colluding with the devil. Lu Ruyan and Han Xiaoyi also began to understand. They looked at Ling Tian and pressed him, junior brother, tell me the truth. Is what senior brother Ye said true? Ling Tian, slander, this is slander. Ye Feng is just stalling for time. Lang Yanran, delay time, Fenger, we will definitely investigate thoroughly the matter of you reporting Tianer, but now, you have to destroy your own cultivation first. Ye Feng, why should I give up my own cultivation? Lang Yanran, of course. Ling Tian, of course, after you survive the heavenly tribulation and break through the tribulation period, you will be invincible. At that time, even if you collude with the devil, the sect will not be able to do anything to you? Ye Feng, Master, do you think so too? Lang Yanran, that's what I mean? You can't break through the tribulation stage yet. Lu Ruyan, junior brother, just listen to Master. With your aptitude, you can break through the tribulation stage at any time. Why do you insist on breaking through now? Aren't you admitting to colluding with the devil in disguise? Ye Feng, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? I broke through the tribulation stage by colluding with the demonic path. Han Xiaoyi, you can avoid judgment if you break through the tribulation. Why would you avoid judgment if you haven't colluded with the devil? Ye Feng, crossing the tribulation, do you think you are eating and drinking water? You just listen to what I say, and with my qualifications, I can break through the tribulation at any time. Why don't you say that I can become an immortal as long as I want? Lu Ruyan, don't think I don't know you. As a senior sister, you are not as good as me in every way. You have long disliked me. Although I have helped you a lot, even if I didn't help you, you are just a little garbage in the foundation building period. However, great favors are great hatreds. You want me to abandon my cultivation and then belittle me to regain the reputation of the senior sister. Do you really think I don't know what you think? White-eyed wolf. And you, Han Xiaoyi, if it weren't for me, you could break through the golden elixir and comprehend the sword intent. You are just a chores that is not as good as the outer disciples of Kanglan sect. If I didn't feel sorry for you, you would have been bullied to death by the outer disciples. Master, don't pretend to be innocent. As a master, you want to convict me and let me abandon my cultivation just based on a word from a little disciple. You think it's so beautiful. I don't know, right? You just think that I am too strong and have stolen your limelight as a master. You even think that I am the eldest brother and that for the sake of harmony in the sect, I should just bear with it a little. As the saying goes, only those who wrong you know how wronged you are. In your heart, you all know that I am wronged, but you are reluctant to give up my goodness and are afraid that I will be too strong and out of control. That's right, you just want to control me and treat me as a slave who contributes everything to you. In your heart, my talents and the resources I have robbed should be contributed to you unconditionally, and then I will kowtow to you and ask you, Queen, are the resources enough today? Do you want me to go to the demon realm to rob some more? You just want to get my goodness, and you want me to kneel down and sing conquer, and treat you as the master. Do you think this is possible? You bunch of ungrateful wolves, just a word from Ling Tian made me interrupt my tribulation and abandon my cultivation. You all have your own private messages. Isn't it? Lu Ruyan, that's not the case. That's not the case. Lang Yanran, Fenger, stop talking. Han Xiaoyi, senior brother, I don't mean that. I just want you to stop being so arrogant. I'm afraid I can't reach you. Ling Tian, big brother, don't waste any more time, destroy your cultivation immediately, otherwise. Ye Feng, what else? Ha 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 ha. What else? I tell you, Ling Tian, it's all over. I have completed my tribulation, and now it's time to reveal the truth. Ling Tian, what? You have completed your tribulation. Ye Feng, of course, why do you think I am talking so much nonsense with you? Lang Yanran, Lu Ruyan, Han Xiaoyi, listen carefully, I will tell you the truth now. The person who colluded with the devil is Ling Tian, and he has a residual soul of a giant evildoer in the tribulation crossing stage hidden in his body. He tried every means to destroy my tribulation crossing because, once I become a tribulation crossing stage, the residual soul of the tribulation crossing stage that he relies on will no longer be invincible in the world, and he will not be able to do whatever he wants. Ling Tian looked panicked. Master, don't listen to what my brother said. I don't have Situ Qing, the supreme elder of the devil sect, in my mind. I am wronged. Ah! Ye Feng, you have affected my mind, you bastard. Lang Yanran, that's enough. We didn't know yet that he had affected your mind, but Tianer, you have disappointed your master so much. You actually colluded with the evil ways. Lang Yanran and Han Xiaoyi did not dare to speak for Ling Tian at this time, because they knew that they could have selfish motives and frame the senior brother, but they could never really collude with the devil. Good and evil are in opposition and fight for life. If anyone colludes with the devil, everyone can kill him. This is also the reason why several people used collusion with the devil to frame Ye Feng for abandoning his cultivation. Lang Yan Ran, Fenger, I know we framed you, but you shouldn't have used the protective barrier to seriously injure me. Now that we are all wrong, let's call it even. Come back. Ye Feng, what? I don't need to give up my cultivation. Lang Yan Ran, not for now, this is just a misunderstanding, but you have broken through the tribulation stage this time and are now invincible. I'm afraid the demonic path will become desperate, so you should seal half of your cultivation first. Ye Feng, I don't know what you are talking about. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why should I seal my cultivation instead of destroying it? Lang Yan Ran, just like you said, you are too strong. Kanglan sect only knows you as the senior brother, and even me, the master and sect leader, doesn't know you. Ye Feng, according to my self-proclaimed cultivation level, master, can you deal with the remnant soul in the tribulation period in Ling Tian's mind? Lang Yan Ran was so blocked that she was speechless. Lang Yan Ran, Fenger, I know you are gifted. Even if you only seal half of your cultivation, you can still defeat that evil monster. Ye Feng, but, if I seal only half of my power, even if I can win, I will be seriously injured. Lang Yan Ran, really? That's great. No, I mean, if you are seriously injured, I will definitely take out the best elixir from Kanglan sect to heal you. Ye Feng, okay, I know exactly what's going on with you female fans. It's disgusting, I don't want to play this anymore, let's end it all. Chapter 36. Lang Yan Ran, what do you mean? Ye Feng, just now, I delayed time and survived the thunder tribulation. Now I delayed time and recovered from the injuries during the tribulation. What I didn't expect was that not only are you ungrateful wolves stupid, but Ling Tegzu, the supreme elder of the Desire Demon sect in Ling Tian's mind, is also so stupid that he actually let me delay time. Ling Tegzu, oh no, Tiener, let's go. As he spoke, Ling Tegzu rushed out of Ling Tian's mind, erupting with terrifying demonic energy, and was about to drag Ling Tian away to escape. Ye Feng, it's too late. If you run now, it's too late. As he said that, Ye Feng opened his mouth, silent heaven-cutting finger, die. As a huge finger fell, Ling Tian and Ling Tegzu disappeared completely. They died so quickly and cleanly, and they could not survive a round in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng killed them instantly. Lang Yan Ran saw this, her face turned pale, she didn't expect Ye Feng to be so decisive, directly destroying Ling Tian and Ling Tegzu. Even she couldn't say anything about this matter. Ling Tegzu burst out with demonic energy, and the entire Kanglan sect felt it, and no one could deny it. And Ye Feng eliminated demons and defended the way, no one could find fault with him. And now that Ling Tegzu is dead, there is no reason for him to continue to practice self-proclaimed cultivation. It's really a good calculation. And now that the demon tyrant Ling Tegzu is dead, Ye Feng is not injured at all. How can he suppress this peak cross-tribulation period? Even if he deliberately arranges dangerous tasks, it's useless, because the peak cross-tribulation period is invincible in the world, the kind of invincibility that kills other people in seconds. This is really troublesome. As for Ling Tian's death, she does like Ling Tian a little, but love can't be eaten, and he is dead. Even if revenge is taken, how to take revenge? Peak Ye Feng, tell me how to take revenge. Lu Ruyan, Ye Feng, you bastard, how could you kill junior brother Ling Tian? Han Xiaoyi, that's right. Big brother, we don't mind you killing the evildoers, but how can you kill junior brother Ling Tian? Ye Feng flashed in front of the three people and looked them up and down. Ye Feng, this female-centric thinking is just abnormal brain circuits. Ling Tian colluded with the demonic path and was forgiven. I killed Ling Tian who was obviously in league with the demonic path, but was actually blamed by you two ungrateful wolves. I am convinced. Lu Ruyan, Ye Feng, what do you mean? You think you are right to kill my junior brother? You keep saying that we are colluding with the devil. Those who collude with the devil will be dealt with by the law enforcement hall. At worst, our master as the sect leader also has the right to deal with us. Who are you to kill my junior brother? Ye Feng, you know what? Actually, I can end this now, but I want to know what other remarks you have that ruin my worldview. Keep on saying them, and let me know what kind of ungrateful people I have helped over the years. Lang Yan Ran, enough, how can you talk to your senior sister? Although what your senior sister said was a bit extreme, she was generally right. You killed the evildoer of the demon sect, but why did you kill your junior brother? Are you so cruel and bloodthirsty? That's right, I misjudged you before. You are such a cruel and bloodthirsty demon. You are not colluding with the demon sect, you are going to become a demon, you are a demon. Ye Feng, awesome, awesome. Master, I admire you very much. You can turn white into black and black into white. Your thinking logic is invincible. If a primary school student who has not received 9 years of compulsory education is really intimidated by you. You say I am a demon. If I kill a person who colludes with the demons, I am a demon. Then who in the cultivation world is not a demon? Who has not killed people? Lang Yanran, it's useless for you to say so much, Fenger. You have gone astray now. Why don't you quickly seal your cultivation, put your hands up, and come with me to the law enforcement hall to stand trial. Ye Feng, why should I seal my own cultivation, put my hands on my shoulders, and go to the trial? Why? Is this good for me? Lang Yanran, if you don't seal your cultivation and accept the judgment with your hands held high, you will never be forgiven by me and your senior and junior sisters, and you will never be the eldest senior brother of Kanglan sect who is loved by everyone. Lang Yanran sneered and threw out her trump card. She thought that Ye Feng could not leave their love. After she said this, Ye Feng would definitely seal his cultivation and go to the trial with him. After he sealed his cultivation and went to the trial with him, she would punish him to go to the 9 nether demon cave to suffer the pain of the devil's heart and avenge her white moonlight Ling Tian. Of course, she couldn't kill him now, and she still needed Ye Feng to work for her and plunder resources. At this time, Ye Feng was no longer talking. He closed his eyes and felt the betrayal of these ungrateful women. His heart was bleeding and a surge of anger rushed to his head. These ungrateful women didn't know that this world was built by Ye Feng with his spirit, and he could feel all their inner thoughts. As the anger continued to soar, Ye Feng in the real world, that is, the Dragon Ball world, was also Cabros. At this moment, Ye Feng in the previous life and Cabros in this life's Dragon Ball world began to truly merge. From then on, Ye Feng was Cabros, and Cabros was Ye Feng. At this time, Cabros's hair began to flash and turn golden. At a certain moment, as if breaking through some bottleneck, Cabros's hair stopped flashing and turned completely golden. Cabros stood up, feeling the tremendous power. I succeeded. I transformed into a Super Saiyan. Very good, but now is not the time to open your eyes. There are still some things that have not been resolved in that spiritually constructed world. After saying this, Cabros' spirit sank back into the spiritual world. Cabros, Lang Yanran, Lu Ruyan, Han Xiaoyi, you 3 ungrateful bastards, your lives have come to an end here, everything is completely over. As he spoke, Cabros stretched out his hand, and a huge flame erupted from his hand, enveloping the 3 people. Lang Yanran, no, Fenger, do you want to kill your most beloved master? Lu Ruyan, junior brother, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Han Xiaoyi, brother Ye Feng, Xiaoyi was wrong. Xiaoyi is in pain. Please stop. Cabros, I'll give you some favors before I die. I'll show you the ending you were supposed to have. As he said this, Cabros showed the ending of the original world to the 3 people like a movie. In the original plot, Ye Feng was tricked by them into opening the barrier with a self-torture trick. Because he forcibly interrupted the heavenly tribulation, he was injured and could not exert his full strength at all. However, Ye Feng proved his innocence by preaching to all the disciples and not leaving Kanglan sect for 3 years. The slanderer Ling Tian was only scolded and told not to do it next time. Handle with care, double standards to the extreme. Later, the demons invaded, and Ye Feng dragged his injured body to suppress the demons. His injuries worsened again, and he almost died several times. Later, he was betrayed by the 3 people and Ling Tian. When he was recovering from his injuries, Ling Taixu came to his door. Ye Feng fought to the death and died together with Ling Taixu. Upon learning of Ye Feng's death, Ling Tian bared his fangs and asked the 3 women to practice dual cultivation with him. The first one to be defiled by him was Han Xiaoyi. She had the lowest strength. After being defiled by Ling Tian was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he sold her to the demon realm brothel. From then on, Han Xiaoyi received customers every day, either demons or monsters, and was finally killed by a pig monster. Then came Lu Ruyan, who was also tired of being played with, and was sold to the demon realm brothel, where she was humiliated to death by a dog monster. As for Master Lang Yanran, the leader of the Kanglan sect, after Ling Tian gained her trust and obtained the formation diagram of the protective formation, he opened the Kanglan sect formation, and countless demon cubs attacked the Kanglan sect, and the Kanglan sect was completely destroyed. As for her, the first leader of the righteous path and the first female cultivator, she was humiliated by countless demons and monsters. Even Ling Tian could not stop this, because Lang Yanran's attraction was too great. In the end, after Lang Yanran was insulted by thousands of people, her cultivation was drained away by the demon, and she became an old woman with white hair and wrinkles all over her face. Finally, when she looked in the mirror, she was scared to death by herself. This is their true ending. After seeing their own endings, the three women went crazy. Ah! It's not like that? It's not like that? I just want to pursue true love, what's wrong with me? Big brother, why is he so strong? I just like little puppies. It's my fault that I trusted the wrong person. The Ling Tian I liked turned out to be a beast with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Big brother, I know I was wrong. I know you did it for our own good. You didn't want us to get deeper into trouble and you didn't want us to be deceived by Ling Tian, so you killed him. We forgive you. We didn't know that Ling Tian was a beast in human form. We were also deceived by him. We are also victims. Big brother, please let us go, it hurts. Fenger, I was wrong. You are the only one who truly works for the good of Kanglan sect and the righteous path. I will no longer doubt you. Let me go and I will pass on the title of Kanglan sect leader to you, okay? Cabros, well, now that you know you are wrong, you should die. I really can't think of how to change your female-oriented thinking. Perhaps only by reincarnating and drinking a bowl of mangpo soup can you cleanse your twisted and dirty souls. Goodbye. No, never see you again. You all should die. As he spoke, Cabros increased his strength and completely refined the three women, not even sparing their souls. Dragon Ball World. Cabros, the female world is too scary. It is just a simulation of the spiritual world, but it is so terrifying. However, the female world is a good place to cultivate the mind. Maybe I can use this method next time I break through to Super Saiyan 2. Cabros now understood that he seemed to have accidentally comprehended a set of extremely terrifying skills, which could create a world in the mind and absorb the energy of the mind world. In his memory of his previous life, there was only one skill that could have such a heaven-defying effect, and that was the Dragon Talisman, the Dragonless Heart method created by Guchensha. He didn't know if he had comprehended this Dragonless Heart method, maybe it was just a prototype. But no matter what, everything was developing in a good direction, and this heart method was his reliance on surpassing the great priest of the Dragon Ball world and the king of all. Chapter 37. Cabros finally broke through to become a Super Saiyan, and also obtained a great opportunity similar to the Dragonless Heart method. With the Heart Evolution method, he can truly stand at the top, surpassing the High Priest and the Omni King. If he didn't have the Mind Evolution technique, even if he had Super 5 Super Divine Power and Super Free Will, he could only reach the strength of a high-level angel at most, and it would still be a long way to surpass the Great Priest. Now, the mind evolved the world, and then brought out the skills and supernatural powers from the mind world. In this way, he had the capital to surpass everything. However, it is still a bit far-fetched to say that. Let's follow the plot and reach the limit of Saiyan bloodline first. Now that he can transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza is no longer a concern. Of course, under normal circumstances, his combat power is already superior to Frieza, but there is also a possibility that this Frieza gets the memory of a parallel time and space, or is also traveled by a transmigrator, then the current Frieza is definitely more than 1.2 million, and he may even be Golden Frieza. However, this possibility is very small, but Cabros must not be careless, because he is not Son Goku, he only has one chance, and he doesn't even know if he will have a chance to be resurrected after he dies. Therefore, he must be cautious, and only when he thoroughly understands Frieza's true combat power can he attack decisively. How to find out? Of course, the protagonist, Son Goku, should try it out. It seems that the time has come, so he goes directly to the Temple of Heaven. God, Cabros, why are you here? Cabros, it's time to send Son Goku to King Kai for training. God, so early? I thought we had to wait another 2 years? Cabros, why do we have to wait another 2 years? Don't you think that the Earth has not been invaded by powerful enemies from the universe yet, so there is no rush? The immortal nodded. Cabros, by the time you see a powerful enemy in the universe, it will be too late. We must prepare for a rainy day and increase our strength in advance, instead of cramming and practicing only after the enemy arrives. God, but Son Goku has been practicing all the time. Cabros, I have been practicing all the time, how could I be caught up by Piccolo who has been practicing for 3 years? You have seen me learn step by step, you should know a more advanced practice method to improve the combat effectiveness quickly. The same time, different practice methods, the combat effectiveness improved is completely different. In the past, I practiced at the critical moment by myself, and I had no time to take care of Son Goku and others. What about you? I thought you had arranged for Son Goku to practice with King Kai a long time ago? The immortal was silent for a moment, his face looking somewhat grim. Immortal, I was wrong, but it's strange, when you told me to let Son Goku receive the same training as you, I thought it was a good idea and wanted to bring him to the temple to practice immediately. But when I wanted to find him later, I suddenly felt that the time was not right. Isn't it too early to let him become strong so soon? The words of the immortal made Kabulo's face change drastically. Was this Gaia's consciousness at work? The power of plot correction? It actually affected people's thinking. Cabros, it's strange, but if you're determined to change it, it should be possible. Immortal, yes, I will remember your words well, repeat them every day, and do my best to enhance the power of the Earth Warriors. Cabros, well, I will use the Tianlong Company to select geniuses from around the world, and then have them receive training from Master Kame. After the training is over, I will select the elites from them to receive training from Master Kalen Ta in the temple. After receiving training from the temple, they should be able to become qualified Earth Warriors. I will call them Z Warriors. Master, what do you think of this plan? God, very good. However, Goku went to King Kai to practice, what about the others? Cabros, no, King Kai is a high-level deity who is in charge of more than just the Earth. It would be okay if we send a few people over, but if we send too many, it would cause King Kai's disgust. God, then who should go with Goku to King Kai? Cabros, no, I'll just let Goku go this time. Last time I went to practice, King Kai didn't reject me because he was the first human disciple, but I could clearly feel that King Kai had some objections. So this time, I'll just let Goku go. God, that's right. Lord Kai, it's really not good to keep bothering you. Cabros, however, things will be different when Goku goes there. Goku has a pure heart and should be able to become true friends with Lord Kai. By then, it should be no problem for Goku to ask Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Krillin, and others to go and practice. Immortal, is that so? That's great. Just as Cabros was about to say something, he felt a strong force approaching the earth. Fairy, what happened? Cabros, someone from the universe is coming. Immortal, is he an enemy? It's all my fault. I should have sent Son Goku to King Kai earlier. Cabros glanced at the immortal, but didn't tell him the truth. He could feel that this person was a scion, and his aura was similar to Goku's. He was probably a scion Raditz. Given his experience with Vegeta, Raditz shouldn't be considered an enemy. But Cabros, God, you take Son Goku to King Kai first, and I will stop this visitor from the universe. The immortal nodded, not noticing the words in Cabros's words, and flew down from the temple. Cabros's inner thoughts, Raditz came so early, what happened? I can transform into a Super Saiyan now, so I shouldn't be afraid of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. But this plot change still makes me feel bad. Well, after the spiritual world cultivation method, my cultivation speed of the divine realm has greatly increased. Now, it seems that it only takes more than 2 years to break through to the realm of immortals, that is, the third dimension of the realm. It used to take me more than 10 years. Damn, it's really hard to cultivate the realm. Raditz arrived on Earth and immediately turned on the detector. Ding ding ding. Combat Power 2, 1.5, 3,5,6. Raditz, as expected of a low-level planet, its combat power is so low. Ding ding ding. Combat Power 701. Raditz, et. Is this a good fighter? Could it be Kakarot? Raditz flew towards the direction of the 701st Combat Force. In the distance, Cabros also discovered Raditz's trace. Cabros, haha. This is Tien Shinyan's direction. It seems that Raditz mistook Tien Shinyan's reaction for Son Goku's. Beep beep. Alarm. High-level combat power detected, combat power 3508. Raditz, what? Combat power 3508. So high, is there anyone so strong on Earth? Could it be the person Vegeta mentioned? But that person's combat power should be higher. Could it be Kakarot? Is Kakarot's combat power already over 3500? I'd better see if 701's combat power is Kakarot's first. As he said that, he quickly flew towards Tien Shinyan. A typical bully who only fears the strong and only bullies the weak. At this moment, Tien Shinyan, who was practicing, suddenly stopped. Dumpling, what's wrong, Tianjin? Tien Shinyan, a powerful energy is coming. Jiaozi, could it be Goku and the others? Tien Shinyan, no, it's not Goku and the others. This energy is very evil. Dumpling, is it an enemy? Tien Shinyan nodded, and Jiaozi took a defensive stance. Soon, Raditz appeared and came above Tien Shinyan. Raditz, it's not Kakarot, that's strange. Hey! Do you know where Kakarot is? Tien Shinyan, Kakarot, who is Kakarot? Jiaozi, Tianjin, the Kakarot he mentioned should be Son Goku. I remember Cabros said that Son Goku's scion name is Kakarot. Tien Shinyan, oh, you're looking for Son Goku, right? He's near Baizai Mountain in the west. Raditz, you guys are talking about Cabros, do you know where he is? Raditz landed, his mission was to find Caballos. As for Kakarot, it was just the scion's most worthless family affection that was at work. Tien Shinyan frowned, didn't you want to find Kakarot? Why are you looking for Cabros now? At this time, Jiaozi keenly discovered the tail on Raditz's waist. Pointing at the opening. Jiaozi, Tianjin, he seems to be a scion too. Tien Shinyan, scion, I understand. Cabros should be in the western capital. Yet, he is coming this way. Raditz was busy operating the detector, but did not find any signal from Cabros. Raditz, what did you say? You're going to Zeta one moment and then come over. Are you kidding me? As he said this, he was about to attack Tien Shinyan. Tien Shinyan, you want to fight? Come on. Tien Shinyan was also eager to try. A year ago, at the world's #1 martial arts tournament, he didn't make any move at all. He felt that his 3 years of training were useless. The appearance of Raditz this time was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait to fight with this scion. Chapter 38. Tien Shinyan, let me tell you right now, on Earth, humans can control their powers freely. The reason your detector didn't detect it is because the combat power displayed by Cabros is relatively low. Tien Shinyan said as he took off his gravity suit, and as he took off the gravity suit, the numbers on Raditz's detector also changed. Ding ding ding. Combat power 907. Raditz, combat power 907? You're pretty good, right? Unfortunately, you're far behind me, who has a combat power of 1500. Tien Shinyan, sometimes a battle is not decided by numbers. The winner and loser can only be known after the fight. Raditz, okay, I'll play with you. Dumplings, Tianjin. Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, please go aside first. I haven't exercised for a long time. Jiaozi nodded and left. At this time, Cabros also felt Tien Shinyan's improved fighting power on the road, and knew that he was going to have a hearty battle with Raditz, so he didn't intend to disturb him. Tien Shinyan took the lead in attacking, punching Raditz in the face, and Raditz looked shocked. Raditz, how is that possible? How come you are so fast? Tien Shinyan, I told you a long time ago that combat effectiveness can change with the battle. I can tell you clearly that my aeration can already increase combat effectiveness to over 60%. Raditz, aeration, you mean, the secret technique of advanced warriors like Nappa. Raditz knew that Nappa's normal combat power was only over 7000, but after using the secret technique, his combat power could be increased to over in a short period of time. He thought that Tien Shinyan also used the secret technique, but he was wrong. Tien Shinyan used aeration, which had no obvious time limit, while the secret technique had a time limit, just like the Kaioken. Tien Shinyan, secret method, maybe. Raditz turned on the detector and found that Tian Xinyan's combat power had indeed increased to more than 1,500 points. Raditz, even if our fighting abilities are equal, you can never be a match for us Scion warriors. Tian Xinyan, really? Although your movements are fast, your accuracy is a little lacking. Raditz, what did you say? You said my aim was not good enough? I am a soldier who has experienced many battles. I am different from you child soldiers who live in a peaceful world. Take this from me. As he said that, Raditz sent out a wave, and Tian Xinyan used both hands to knock him away. When he looked again, Raditz had disappeared. Tian Xinyan used his qi to sense, and his eyes moved, and soon found the trace of Raditz. He actually came behind Tian Xinyan and kicked Tian Xinyan's head with all his strength. Raditz, go to hell! How is it possible? How could you have escaped? Raditz was about to make a winning move, but Tian Xinyan dodged it by leaning forward, and was very shocked. Tian Xinyan, humph, you are only using your eyes, that's why you can't keep up with my speed. Raditz, don't you need to use your eyes? Are you kidding me? Tian Xinyan, is this a joke? You'll know if you try it. As he said that, Tian Xinyan turned around, faced Raditz, and closed his three eyes. Raditz, you dare to close your eyes in front of me? You are seeking death. Raditz attacked, but no matter how he attacked, he found that he was easily blocked by Tian Xinyan. Raditz, how could this happen? Tian Xinyan, humph, I have no obligation to tell you. You are doomed to lose this battle. Raditz, really? Although your skills really surprised me, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all skills are useless. Tian Xinyan, what did you say? Raditz also took off the gravity suit he was wearing. Vegeta forced him and Nappa to put it on, saying that it would increase their combat effectiveness faster. Ding ding ding! Combat power 2050. Raditz, ha ha ha! Vegeta is right. Wearing this gravity suit can really improve my combat power. Now my combat power is over 2000. Let's see what you can do. Go to hell. As he said that, Raditz rushed forward. Now, Tian Xinyan was completely at a disadvantage. Although Raditz's movements were not clean enough and he did not know how to use luck, his strength was much stronger than Tian Xinyan. Due to the huge gap in strength, Tian Xinyan could only be suppressed. Tian Xinyan, I didn't expect you to hide your strength, but this is better. Just now, I didn't feel like I was fighting at all. Tian Xinyan increased his fighting power to the limit, and the two of them started a second round of battle. The two were evenly matched, and the nearby islands kept collapsing. 10 minutes later, both of them were out of breath, and Tian Xinyan's eyes were filled with excitement. Tian Xinyan, great! I've long wanted to have a battle like this, Raditz. You fulfilled my wish. Raditz, I won't lose to you. The final victory will definitely be mine. Tian Xinyan, really? Look at this move of mine, you're doomed. Sun Fist. Tian Xinyan used the Sun Fist, and Raditz was blinded by the glare. Tian Xinyan took the opportunity to punch Raditz in the vitals, securing the victory. 1 minute later. Tian Xinyan looked at Raditz lying in the pit with a pale face. Tian Xinyan, I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. You could continue to fight even after my heavy blow. In the end, I had to use my ultimate move, the Kigong Cannon. Raditz, damn it, I actually lost to an Earthling, you bastard. However, your last move was really powerful, your combat power exceeded 2,500 points. Tian Xinyan, you are not bad either. The Scions are worthy of their reputation as a fighting race. Tian Xinyan, how was it? This battle was exciting. Cabros appeared behind Tian Xinyan at some point. Tian Xinyan, Cabros? Raditz, are you the Caballos that Vegeta was talking about? Raditz keenly noticed the tail around Cabros' waist. Cabros saw the detector on Raditz's face and frowned. Raditz saw Cabros's gaze and instantly turned off the detector. Raditz, I'm sorry, Lord Cabros, I forgot there were detectors on it. Cabros, forget it. I saw your fight with Tian Xinyan. You fought to such an extent that it's normal for you to forget. Besides, we didn't say anything extra. Raditz, but our conversation just now must have revealed that you are on Earth, and Frieza has been looking for you. Cabros, me? Why did he look for me? Raditz, that time, you and Prince Vegeta killed all of King Cooler's Mecha Sentai. Frieza discovered you through the monitoring device on the detector, and knowing that your combat power exceeded 20, he wanted you to work for him. Cabros, Frieza asked me to work for him. Raditz nodded. Cabros, what conditions did he set? Raditz, Lord Cabros, you don't really want to serve Frieza's army. Cabros, of course not, but there should be something I need in the treasure house of Frieza's army. In addition, if I want to defeat Frieza, I must find out his true strength. So, there is nothing wrong with working for him for a while. Cabros is not like other time-traveling protagonists. He is showing the world by himself. He is obviously a social animal. After transmigration, he is the boss and he is the second. He will never bow his head to others and will never do anything for others. Isn't this stupid logic? Such people, even if they travel through time, are destined to be cannon fodder. A real man is one who can bend and stretch. For Cabulos, working for others and being a laborer is not unacceptable. If you are not sure of winning, you naturally have to collect intelligence in order to achieve 100% victory. So what Cabulos despises most is the kind of people who think they are the chosen ones after transmigration. When other powerful people from other sects come to recruit disciples, you still act like a fool and say that you would rather be a casual cultivator than a sect dog. You are a purebred idiot. You don't have the strength yet? Are you sure that you won't be slapped to death by the other party if you say this? When you don't have the strength, you should hide as much as possible. When facing seniors, you should show respect for teachers. Just like Son Goku, when facing opponents, he can also praise his opponents. This is also the reason why Piccolo and Vegeta can be whitewashed and join the protagonist group. If Son Goku's temper is the same as Vegeta's, he will mock and look down on you before the fight begins. In the end, if the opponent loses, he will also blow himself up and die with you. Although these two have the same effect when facing real enemies, they are just fighting to the death, but when facing people who are not so bad, there is a chance to make friends with them. Obviously, most people in the world are not pure bad guys. If they can be pulled to their side, it will be an extra help. Cabros still understands the principle that those who are in the right way will have many supporters, while those who are in the wrong way will have few supporters. It is also for this reason that when Cabros came to the earth, he did not use powerful forces to threaten them to teach him Kung Fu, but made friends with them. Look, the Earth Warriors have regarded him as one of their own. Even the gods and the North King, who have priesthood and can see through people's hearts, have recognized Cabros. If Vegeta had that kind of personality, he would not even look at those who are weaker than himself. Then he would not get the guidance of these people, and his training speed would never surpass Son Goku. Of course, in the later period of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta corrected this problem. Raditz, Lord Cabros, I want to ask you something. You just said that if you want to defeat Frieza, you must find out his true strength. Have you already? Cabros, you guessed right. I can already transform into a Super Saiyan and I am no longer afraid of Frieza. But before the real battle, I must understand Frieza's true strength so that I can be absolutely safe. Chapter 39. When Raditz heard that Cabros could transform into a Super Saiyan, he opened his mouth in surprise. Cabros, is that so? Vegeta should have told you that as long as Saiyans practice, they can become Super Saiyans, and so can you. Raditz, can I become a Super Saiyan too? Cabros nodded. Looking at Raditz's shocked expression, Cabros thought about it and decided to lead the conversation himself. Cabros, how long can Vegeta delay Frieza? Raditz, this can be delayed for 2 or 3 years. After all, the universe is so big. But I will discuss the details with Vegeta later. Cabros, I'll go do some of my own things first, and you? Just stay here and learn how to use your ki from Tien Shinyan. Raditz, let me learn from him? Cabros, can't I? You lost to him? Tien Shinyan's basic combat power is not even as good as before, and you were defeated with a basic combat power of 2000. It's a disgrace to the Saiyans. You just study hard here. I'll go find you after I finish my business. Then we'll go to Frieza's headquarters together. Raditz, okay. Cabros, Tien Shinyan, when you have time, you can practice with Raditz. If 2 people practice together, the training speed should be faster than that of 1 person. Tianjin Fan nodded. Cabros, by the way, Tien Shinyan, if you have time, you can also go to our Tianlong Company's headquarters to take a look and scare off the villains. Tian Xinyan, I understand. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on the Tenryuho Company. Cabros nodded and flew away. Cabros returns to Bulma's house and finds Bulma. Bulma, what? You're going to space again? Cabros, yes, if I don't go, Frieza will definitely come looking for me. Bulma, Cabros, you've already become a Super Saiyan, right? Are you still afraid of Frieza? Cabros, it's not me who is afraid, it's the Earth that is afraid. Frieza's combat power is 1.2 million. No matter which planet we fight, that planet will definitely not be saved. So, I can't let him come to Earth. Bulma, you mean, Frieza will destroy the entire planet if he thinks he can't win? Cabros nodded. Bulma, no wonder you used the Dragon Balls to make a wish to survive in outer space. It turns out that planets are so fragile. Cabros, yes. The opponents in the future will become stronger and stronger, and the Earth will be as fragile as a piece of paper. Hey! Son Goku's energy disappeared, he should have been taken to the underworld by the gods. When Bulma heard the news about Son Goku, she was just surprised and didn't investigate further. Bulma, when will you be back? Cabros, it will probably take a few years. Bulma, how many years? Are you abandoning your wife and children? Cabros, don't worry, Bulma. I will go to a planet called Yadrit first to learn a move called teleportation. Bulma, teleportation, what is that? Cabros, teleportation means that as long as you sense the opponent's energy, you can reach the opponent in just a moment. When the time comes, I will inform Son Goku and the others to raise their strength to the limit. I can use teleportation to come back at any time. Bulma, I can come back anytime. It's just like going to work during the day and going home at night. Cabros, almost. Bulma, that's no problem. When do you leave? Cabros, tomorrow. Bulma, okay, it seems like there's some problem with the Tianlong group, but I can solve it myself. Cabros, what's the problem? Bulma, there are a few second-generation rich kids from several big families who insist on coming to our Tianlong Company. They come to the company just because they want to, and after they come, they act like everyone is the boss and I am the second in command, and they don't like each other and are always looking for trouble. Cabros, they didn't affect the company's mission. Bulma, not really, but after they went there, they formed cliques and made the place really chaotic. Cabros, it's okay, warriors. They just have too much energy to use up. Let them make trouble as long as it doesn't affect the mission. I'll deal with them when I have time. Bulma, no need, their combat power is less than 20 points, I can handle it myself. Cabros, I forgot that Bulma is already a powerful Z-warrior. No one on Earth should be able to threaten you. Bulma, that's right, Son Goku and the others won't attack me. Apart from them and you, I am invincible on Earth. Cabros, so. I am now very confident that you can manage the company. Bulma, you just want to be lazy. Cabros, well, to be honest, when it comes to cultivation, I think I'm pretty good, but when it comes to running a company, I'm definitely not as good as you. Bulma, that's good to know. By the way, I have already moved forward with the matter of selecting 100 geniuses to receive training from Master Roshi. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Cabros, I want to start a film company. Bulma, asshole, did you have any evil thoughts about her just because she is pretty? Cabros, hee. I didn't expect there are so many beauties in this world. Bulma, as expected, what Kessa said is right, all men are playboys. Well, I will help you with this matter, but how are you going to compensate me? Cabros, compensation? From now until I leave tomorrow, I will compensate you. With that, Cabros carried Bulma into the bedroom. The next day, Cabros set his destination to the planet Yadrit and was about to set off. Bulma, be careful on your journey. Cabros, don't worry, didn't I wish to survive in the universe? It will be fine. Bulma, by the way, this spaceship can only carry a 100-fold gravity chamber. It's because it's too difficult to put those advanced materials into the universal capsule. Cabros, it doesn't matter. Now I'm not so dependent on the gravity room. Bulma, take these nutrient solutions for emergency use. Cabros looked at the chattering Bulma and felt very warm. He suddenly bent down and kissed her. Cabros, I'm leaving, wait until I come back. Adrit Star. Cabros's spaceship landed and many Idrit people came over. Cabros, I am a scion from Earth. I heard that you have some magical skills, so I came to visit you and communicate with you. Come with me. The Prophet already knows you are coming, said a bespectacled Idrit. Cabros, Prophet, okay, I will go with you. Cabros didn't expect that there really was someone on Idrit who could predict the future. It was indeed the planet with the most special effects and the most mysterious in the Dragon Ball world. Prophet, you have arrived earlier than predicted, Mr. Son Goku. Cabros, well, my name is not Son Goku, my name is Cabros. Prophet, this. The prophecy clearly said that Son Goku came here to learn special skills. Cabros, well, it is certain that there is a deviation between this prophecy and reality. Besides, Son Goku and I are friends. So where is Lord Kai now? Prophet, you know Lord Kai, that should be Son Goku's partner, what moves do you want to learn? Cabros, teleport. Prophet, indeed. Cabros, do you have any other tricks? Prophet, we have Alps materialization, Alps separation, fusion, etc. We have all kinds of magical tricks. Cabros, I want to learn all of them, but there is a sequence. First, learn teleportation, then separation and fusion, and finally materialization. Prophet, well, then you should study hard, in case there is a crisis on Idrit in the future. Cabros, if there is a crisis, I will definitely come to help. The Prophet nodded. In this way, Cabros began to practice on Idrit. Because he practiced the Divine Realm training method and the Mind training method, his speed of practicing teleportation was faster than Son Goku. It took him less than half a year to master teleportation, and then it took him another 3 months to learn the forced separation and fusion techniques. It took another month for energy to materialize. Seeing that there were only 2 months left before the year, he also specially trained the Super Saiyan state, from the initial Super Saiyan to the primary stage of the Quarreling Saiyan. Super Saions have 50 times the initial Super Saiyan amplification, 50 times the primary stage of Super Saiyan amplification, first stage, 65 times the intermediate stage of Super Saiyan amplification, second stage, muscle form. This form is not unusable, the original Vegeta called himself Super Vegeta is this form, it's just that the consumption is large, the speed is not greatly reduced, and it also increases with the improvement of combat power, only the third stage of the big muscle form. The speed is greatly reduced, this form 85 times the amplification. The most perfect full power stage is indeed a 50-fold amplification, but because of the complete mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation, it is possible to use aeration on the basis of the Super Saiyan full power, and the aeration degree is 60%, which is equivalent to an 80-fold amplification. Chapter 40. After a year of training on Idrit, although he did not fully cultivate his skills, his combat power has improved a lot. Currently, his basic combat power is 420 million, and the transformation into a Super Saiyan is 2.2 million. The speed of Cabros's training skills is far faster than that of Son Goku. Some people may not agree that it is not as fast as Vegeta, who learned Alphard, forced separation and teleportation in 1 month, but there is no comparison at all. That was the later period, when Vegeta's basic combat power was estimated to be several billion. He also learned the spirit energy after the guidance of Whis. They are not in the same stage, so there is no comparison. In terms of training speed, Cabros is estimated to be still not as fast as Son Goku at the same period. After all, Trunks should have a combat power of 2.2 million in the future, and Son Goku is obviously above him. When Son Goku arrived here, most of his energy was still on teleportation. But in the last 2 months, he was wholeheartedly practicing. After saying goodbye to the Idrits, Cabros used his mental power to the maximum, looking for the energy of Son Goku and King Kai. Of course, he knew that it was impossible to teleport to Earth all at once, but he could teleport to King Kai's planet first, and then to Earth. King Kai's planet was a teleportation node in the northern galaxy, similar to the folded space. The distance from any planet in the northern galaxy to King Kai's planet was the same. Soon, Kabulos found the energy of King Kai and Son Goku. He found it, and then, whoosh! Kabulos disappeared from Idrit in an instant. Of course, at this time, his spaceship had been transformed into a capsule and put into his pocket. Swish! Cabros suddenly appeared and was almost hit in the face by the spirit bomb. Cabros slapped the spirit bomb away with a slap. Son Goku, hey! Brother Cabros, why are you here? Cabros, I learned teleportation on Yadrit. How about using King Kai's place as a springboard to return to Earth? King Kai of the North, instant teleportation. Now that you have learned it, it is a great skill. Cabros, yes. Once you learn teleportation, you can come to King Kai to practice at any time. King Kai of the North, no, you scions are all big eaters. All my accumulation of thousands of years is almost wasted by you. Cabros, Lord Kai, I came here in a hurry this time. Next time I come, I will bring you delicious food from our Earth. King Kai, Earth's delicacies? Is it delicious? Son Goku, it's delicious, much better than the one here. King Kai, alright then. I'll let you use this place as a transit station with reluctance. Ever since he heard the name of teleportation, Son Goku has been itching to learn it. He always feels that this skill is born with him, and he must learn this teleportation. Son Goku, Brother Cabros, could you please teach me how to teleport? Cabros, that's not impossible, but it's a bit difficult to learn. I don't have that much time. Son Goku, if I continue to train with King Kai, Chi-Chi will definitely be angry. Cabros, it would have been fine if you didn't mention Kiki. But after you mentioned Kiki, I realized that you have grown a lot taller. In a few months, you should be an adult, and then you can marry Kiki. Son Goku, really? I don't feel it myself. Hey! Lord Kai, you are really much lower. North Kai King, you just realized it. Cabros, Son Goku, how is your training going? Son Goku, I used to think I had worked very hard on Earth, but after coming here, I found that the speed of cultivation is very fast. In the past year, my strength has greatly improved. Cabros, really? Let me see if you can vent your anger a little. Cabros took out the detector. Son Goku, okay, ha. Ding ding ding. Fighting power. Son Goku, this is all my combat power without aeration. I should be able to use triple Kaioken with ease. Cabros, not bad. Even stronger than when I left King Kai. King Kai of the North, when Cabros left, his combat power was only a little bit. Son Goku, but, Brother Cabros has been practicing for many years, and his current strength must be far beyond this. Cabros, that's right, I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. King Kai, what? You can transform into a Super Saiyan, so you can fight against the evil universe King Frieza. Cabros, I think so. My current basic combat power is 420 million, and my Super Saiyan power is 2.2 million. King Kai of the North, 2.2 million, doesn't that already exceed Frieza? Cabros, I don't know. Under normal circumstances, I am not afraid of him, but I am afraid of accidents. In 2 days, I will go to Frieza's place. Once I know Frieza's true strength, it will be easy. King Kai of the North, you might as well go investigate. Son Goku, Brother Cabros, you haven't told me how to learn teleportation? Kabulos, well, I will send you to Idrit, where the Prophet will teach you. You hold my hand. Son Goku grabbed Cabros's hand, and Cabros looked embarrassed. Cabros, Lord Kai, in which direction is the planet Idrit? North Kai King, over there. The King of the North pointed in a direction, and Cabros closed his eyes and felt it, and indeed he felt the familiar aura of the Prophet. Swish! Cabros and Son Goku disappeared. King Kai of the North, it's so convenient to have instant teleportation. Prophet, Kabulos, didn't you just leave? Why are you back again? Cabros, he is the Son Goku you mentioned, and he also wants to learn teleportation. The Prophet looked at Son Goku and nodded. Yes, it's him, Mr. Son Goku, come with me. Son Goku nodded. Cabros, you practice here. I'm leaving first. Son Goku, remember to pick me up. Cabros, no problem. Cabros returned to Earth after transiting through North Kaio planet. Earth, Bulma's home. Bulma, Cabros, you said you would come back anytime. How come you haven't come back for a whole year? Cabros, isn't this where I go to learn teleportation? I just learned it. Bulma, this is just the first time. It won't happen again. Cabros, Not again, Bulma? Bulma, when are you going to visit Frieza? Cabros, what? You want to drive me away? Bulma, of course not. But things have to be resolved sooner or later. If you deal with Frieza sooner, you can stay with me on Earth. Cabros, okay, then I'll leave in 3 months. Bulma nodded. Bulma, 3 months? Oh, by the way, the gravity chamber you asked me to build is done. It has a maximum gravity of 300. It was made with the remaining materials from your gravity chamber. Do you want to take it with you? Cabros, no, you put it in the Tianlong Company headquarters. Oh, and move Tianlong Company out. It's not suitable in the city, so just leave a contact point in the city. We'll find a small island and put the Tianlong Company headquarters there, and then put the gravity room there. In this way, Son Goku, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan and others should be stationed in the company headquarters, so we don't have to worry about the headquarters being attacked by others. Bulma, if you want to increase their strength, just tell me. Now my combat power has exceeded 1000, what dangers are there on Earth? Cabros, how come your fighting power is so high? Bulma, I'm not using the gravity room you left behind. I just used my free time to practice for a month, and my combat power has exceeded 1000. Sure enough, you were right about the gravity room being a cheat for practice. Cabros, you are great, but please don't become a muscular woman. Bulma, you bastard, you dare to curse me. 3 months later, the new Tianlong Security Company headquarters was completed on the Tianlong Company Island, and all the Tianlong Company personnel arrived. Cabros, I won't say anything extra. All the training equipment here can be used for free. There is only one thing, since you have become a member of the company, you must put the company's interests first. Yes. Everyone agreed. Raditz came over. Raditz, Lord Cabros, Prince Vegeta said that Frieza is getting anxious and asked when we should set off. Cabros, let's go now. Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, the Earth and the Tianlong Company are all in your hands. Yamcha, don't worry. I'm here, everything will be fine. Tien Shinyan also nodded. Then Kiki came forward. Chi-Chi, brother Cabros, do you know when Goku will come back from King Kai? Cabros looked at the fully grown Kiki and understood what he meant. Cabros, it should be more than half a year. Oh, Goku has grown a lot taller, now he is as tall as my eyes. When he comes back, you can get married. Kikai, really? That's great. Krillin, oh. Has Goku grown this tall? But I still can't grow taller. Cabros, it's okay, Krillin, you can just borrow Bulma's Dragon Ball radar and make a wish to grow taller. Klin, yes. It's okay, brother Cabros, you're so nice. Cabros thought, if I hadn't stolen your wife in the future, you would have thought I would care about you. This is to repay your karma. However, now Krillin has the support of Tianlong Company, and he will definitely be wealthy in the future. Even if he is tall and handsome, he probably won't get married until the appearance of artificial humans. It's just right, so I will feel less guilty. On that day, everyone except Goku arrived, and they had a meal together. After the meal, K-Blows and Raditz boarded the spaceship and left the Earth, heading towards Frieza's headquarters. Chapter 41. In the spaceship, Cabros turned on 10 times the gravity. Cabros, not bad. After more than a year with Tien Shinyan, your ability to control your energy has improved a lot. Raditz, yes. My combat power has also improved a lot. Now my combat power has exceeded 3500. I have also learned aeration, but now it is only 30%. After practicing for a while, I will not be afraid of Nappa anymore. Cabros, really? That's great. I've set the gravity of the ship to 10 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. If you practice here, your improvement speed should be faster. Half a year later, Cabros and Raditz arrived at Frieza's headquarters. Here, Cabros was on his way to Madrid for training. He didn't count the time, so he just assumed that Bulma's modified spaceship was faster and it only took a month. And this time to Frieza's headquarters. Cabros's inner thoughts, is this the headquarters of Frieza's planet? There are so many spaceships, they must be worth a lot of money. If the materials inside are used to build a gravity chamber, I'm afraid we can build a 1000 times gravity chamber. Cabros was very happy to see so many people going to the spaceship, because some key materials of the gravity room and the spaceship are universal. When he read the original work before, he wondered why Son Goku and his friends had to destroy Frieza's spaceship and keep it, which has a lot of high-tech and top-level materials. This is a waste, and Son Goku's family deserves to be so poor that they can only study. That is, the poor can only study. In the world of Dragon Ball, only the poor can study. Who would the rich study? It would be so much fun to practice martial arts every day, conquer the world, and conquer the universe. The Goku family just has a problem with their thinking. Of course, it may also be restricted by the laws of the world where the author lives, that is, the laws and worldview of people on the earth where Cabros lived in his previous life, believing that the protagonists are all righteous and cannot make a living by brute force. But now it's different. Cabros really lives in this world. With 2.2 million souls, he is already one of the top masters in the 7th universe. On Earth, he is definitely the best master. Now that he has come to the headquarters of Frieza's army, Cabros just wants to say that so many spaceships must not be wasted. Frieza's command room. A soldier walked in. Soldier, Lord Frieza, Mr. Caballos has arrived. Frieza, is Mr. Caballos here? Have him come to my command room. Soldier, yes, Lord Frieza. Frieza, Dodoria-san, Subo-san, Mr. Cabros is here. Tell me, how should I win him over? Sabo, Lord Frieza, forgive my frankness, but are all Scions ungrateful wolves who can never be tamed? Bang! Sabo was hit by a blast of air cannon and hit the wall. As he slid down the wall, blood was already oozing from the corner of his mouth. Frieza, Mr. Sabo, you should know that I don't like jokes. Mr. Cabros's combat power exceeds 20W, which is a rare combat power and a rare talent in the entire universe. Sabo, Lord Frieza, I admit my mistake. Frieza, I don't care whether he is a Scion or some other alien. As long as he has a combat power of more than 20 and is willing to work for me, his status will be second only to me. Do you understand? Yes. King Frieza. Dodoria, Lord Frieza, I suggest that when Mr. Cabros arrives, we test his combat power on the spot. If he really has a combat power of more than 20, it won't be too late to reuse him. Frieza's eyes lit up after hearing Dodoria's advice. Frieza, oh, ho. Dodoria is right. I also want to see if he really has 20 combat power. To be honest, I never dreamed that someone could have a combat power higher than Captain Jinyu. Soldier, Mr. Cabros has arrived. Frieza, come in. Cabros and Raditz walked in. Frieza, hey. Mr. Cabros is here. Thank you for your hard work, Raditz-san. Frieza rarely greeted Raditz. You should know that when Frieza was reporting to Vegeta, he didn't even look at Raditz and Nappa. In other words, in Frieza's eyes, Raditz and Nappa have always been cannon fodder. But it's also true that Frieza has a combat power of 1.2 million. In his eyes, anyone with a combat power less than is no different from trash. Cabros, this must be the famous King Frieza. When Cabros spoke, Frieza's eyes lit up. He found that Cabros did not have the annoying arrogance of the Scions. Frieza, not bad, Cabros is really polite. I think Mr. Raditz's strength should have improved. Raditz, yes, Lord Frieza, my fighting ability has indeed improved. Frieza, Mr. Raditz, would you mind showing me? Raditz, of course it's no problem, Lord Frieza. Frieza, well then, Mr. Sabo, turn on the base's detectors. Sabo, yes, Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza, the large probe is ready. Frieza, Mr. Raditz, you may begin your performance. Raditz nodded. Ding ding ding. Combat power 2000, 3000, 4000. Frieza, not bad. Mr. Raditz, your fighting power is improving very quickly. Ding ding ding. Combat power 8000, 9000. Frieza, yo. It's incredible. Mr. Raditz's combat power has exceeded 10,000. Ding ding ding. Fighting power. Raditz's combat power stopped rising and remained at the level. Frieza, this is incredible. Mr. Raditz's fighting power exceeds that of Vegeta. Raditz shook his head. Raditz, Frieza, I'm probably no match for Prince Vegeta. Frieza, really? Then Vegeta also gave me a surprise. Raditz, this is all thanks to Lord Cabros. He told us how scions can improve their combat effectiveness. Frieza, I see. Do you know how to improve the fighting power of scions? Then Mr. Cabros's fighting power must be strong. Mr. Cabros, show us how to do it. Cabros, since Lord Frieza wants to see it, I naturally don't mind showing my strength. However, Lord Frieza, I hope that after I show my strength, you can fulfill one of my requests. Frieza, what's your request? Cabros, I want to fight with you, Lord Frieza. Dodoria, oh, this, someone actually dares to challenge King Frieza. Sabo, Lord Frieza, you don't have to agree to him, we. Frieza, it's okay, Mr. Sabo, you have to respect the strong. I understand what Mr. Cabros means. He wants me to do things for him if I win. Is that what he means? Mr. Cabros. Cabros nodded. Cabros, that's right, Lord Frieza, I want to know your strength, and it's been a long time since I fought an equally powerful opponent. Frieza, okay, I will satisfy Mr. Cabros' request today. Of course, the prerequisite is that Cabros' fighting ability can satisfy me. Cabros, come on. Use the detector to detect my combat power. Ding ding ding. Combat power 1000, 5000. Frieza, that's great, Mr. Cabros. I'm really looking forward to the speed at which your combat power is increasing. Ding ding ding. Combat power 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Dodoria and Sabo were already stunned. Frieza, Mr. Caballos, I am really surprised by your strength. Ding ding ding. Combat power 40, 50, 51, 52. Frieza, I can't believe that your combat power can be increased to 52. To tell you the truth, my combat power is 53. Maybe I can enjoy a battle of equal strength. Cabros thought, 52, which is less than 1/10 of my strength. It seems that after 10 months of training, my combat power has increased to more than 550 million. However, I cannot exceed Frieza's combat power at this time. We will talk about how much combat power we can use when we actually fight. No matter what, as long as they fight, I can feel how much power Frieza has hidden. I hope it is not the information of a transmigrator or a Frieza in a parallel time and space that allows the current Frieza to transform into Golden Frieza. If that is the case, I will have to think about it in the long run. Cabros, Lord Frieza, let's begin. Frieza, oh, ho ho ho. Great. I haven't exercised in a long time, so it's a good idea to exercise my body sometimes. Chapter 42. The two of them came to the sky in tacit understanding, and then flew to an empty, huge fighting arena. From a distance, this fighting arena looked similar to the arena of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, but it was very huge, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. In other words, this venue was meters long and wide. Of course, this area was still too small for 2-star level players, but under the control of the two, this fighting arena could barely allow the two to fight. The two men came to the center of the fighting arena and stood 10 meters apart. Frieza, you go first. Cabros, well then, Lord Frieza, be careful. After saying that, he quickly attacked Frieza. At this time, everyone who remained in Frieza's headquarters was paying attention to this battle, because to most people in Frieza's army, Frieza's strongest combat power was 53, and Cabros had a combat power of 52. If Cabros won, it meant that Frieza's army would change hands today and they would have a new boss. Dodoria, Sabo, in your opinion, King Frieza will win. Sabo, of course, to tell you the truth, King Frieza is also a race that can transform. Even though Mr. Cabros has comparable power to King Frieza now, as long as King Frieza transforms, he can easily deal with Mr. Cabros. Dodoria, that's good. Sabo, ha. You actually have no confidence in King Frieza. I will report it to King Frieza. Dodoria, no, I'm just worried about Lord Frieza. Other spectators in Frieza's army also raised such questions, but they were all executed by the commander. One even said that a new era was coming and Frieza, who had exterminated his entire clan, would be punished. Then, there was no more, and he was directly blasted to pieces by the commander. Cabros has no sympathy for such people. The outcome has not yet been decided, and you are seeking death if you say too much. In the fighting arena, Cabros and Frieza clashed with each other, generating a huge shock wave that caused the ground made of unknown metal to begin to crack. This scene is similar to the battle between Frieza's second form and Piccolo in the original work. Although Frieza has not yet transformed into the second form, both of them have already used all their strength. The full force collision of more than 50 combat powers produced a shock wave that was enough to destroy a 1,000-meter mountain, but the two had no intention of stopping. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, both of them seemed to be fine and could still continue to fight with more than 50 combat powers. Cabros, take this move from me, Kamehameha Wave. Cabros used the Kamehameha Wave, which had the maximum energy that could be condensed with his 52 basic combat power. This Kamehameha Wave caused the large detectors of Frieza's army to sound an alarm, indicating that its combat power exceeded 1 million. Boom! Frieza was knocked into the ground by the Kamehameha Wave. For a moment, the entire planet was silent. 10 seconds later, a beam of light appeared on the ground and Frieza flew out. He was bleeding a lot, but he was not seriously injured. Obviously, his hidden fighting power and strong body saved him. Frieza, very good, I am also beginning to get excited. Cabros, your move is really powerful. If I only have 53 combat power, I would definitely be seriously injured if I took that move. Cabros, really? Does King Frieza still have some strength left? Frieza, that's right. I'm sorry, Cabros, I lied to you just now. My real combat power is not 53. Now, I will let you see my true strength. Cabros, we'll see. Frieza began to transform, and his outer metal armor fell off directly. Then his combat power suddenly increased, and Frieza's body began to grow larger. Cabros looked at Frieza's transformation and it really looked like his original body had become larger. No wonder Piccolo said that Frieza only had this much strength after his body became larger. Ding ding ding! Combat power 55, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 million, 110 million, 120 million. Frieza's combat power directly increased to 120 million, and the transformation was completed. Now, many soldiers of Frieza's army have a new understanding of how powerful Frieza is. Dodoria, as expected of King Frieza, his combat power has reached 120 million. Sabo, Lord Frieza, is this the power you gain after your transformation? It's really powerful. It's much more powerful than when I transformed. Radith's inner thoughts, Lord Cabros is telling the truth. Frieza's combat power is not the 53 he showed. But if Frieza's combat power is really 1.2 million, can Lord Cabros really win? With a combat power of over million, no matter how strong the body is, it will not be able to withstand the attack. Raditz was worried that after the combat power reached hundreds of millions, the power gap would put both sides in danger. He was afraid that Cabros, who was obviously more powerful, could not withstand the moves of Frieza, who was much weaker than him. His worry was completely unnecessary. In the Dragon Ball world, combat power increased and physical fitness also improved. When Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the gravity he emitted was equivalent to that of an asteroid. Don't think that an asteroid is small. If an asteroid is compressed to the size of a human body, then this asteroid is absolutely hard to the extreme. It is precisely the stronger the fighting power, the stronger the physical fitness. In the original work, the situation where Krillin and Son Goku were hit by bullets and bled in Dragon Ball Super could not have happened. After Frieza completed his transformation, his combat power was reduced to around 65. Frieza, alright, let's start the second round. Cabros, come on. Cabros fought Frieza again. This time, he was basically sure that Frieza was the normal Frieza, not the Frieza who was possessed by a transmigrator or received signals from other parallel worlds, because the combat power he felt was 1.2 million, and this 1.2 million was a bit empty and did not match the body. Obviously, if Frieza used all the combat power of 1.2 million, it would definitely cause great pressure on the body. At this time, Cabros actually wanted to get rid of Frieza, but after thinking about it, he gave up. There are 3 reasons for giving up. First, Vegeta said he wanted to defeat Frieza himself. Second, it was the original plot. Since he had far surpassed Frieza, it was necessary to leave him to the protagonists to brush up their combat power and combat experience, because the strength of the protagonists would provide him with greater help in the future and attract firepower for him. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is that he has transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his combat power has reached 2.8 million, which is more than twice Frieza's strongest combat power of 1.2 million. With such a big gap, he would be killed instantly when he fought, and he could not accumulate much combat experience at all. It is better to keep Frieza, fight him a few more times, and learn all of Frieza's moves. Also, if Cabros had just transformed into a Super Saiyan, the difference between his 1.5 million combat power and Frieza's 1.2 million combat power would not be too big, and a battle of equal strength is what Cabros needs most. Otherwise, if he only improves his combat power, but has no experience fighting with masters of the same level, and no fighting inspiration that can continuously burst out in the face of adversity, he will suffer a lot when he really encounters a strong enemy. It seems that it is necessary to let Bulma study the time machine so that she can travel through other parallel time and space and fight evenly with fighters from other parallel time and space. Of course, the last reason is that Frieza still has a father and a brother. In the original story, Frieza's father was killed by future Trunks before he could transform. It's very simple. But this is the real Dragon Ball world, and there can be no mistakes. Otherwise, with the huge gap in combat power, there may not even be a chance to launch instant movement and escape. Therefore, in order to prevent the older from coming after the younger one is beaten, Cabros cannot turn against the Frozen Demon clan so early. Some people also say that the King of Curry is injured and cannot transform, but who knows if he has it now. After all, the original book says that the King of Curry appeared 7 years later. What if he is not injured yet? In addition, Frieza's brother Cooler has a combat power of 4.7 million, and he is definitely no match for him now. Of course, there is another point, that is, Frieza is a real estate developer across the universe, and he has plundered countless resources. He hasn't used them all yet, so he naturally doesn't want to destroy him directly. Some people will say that if you kill Frieza, all the resources will be yours, but you are stupid. You killed the Emperor and became the Emperor, so you are the one who got out of the way. You obviously have the ability to be the regent, but you let Frieza be the one who got out of the way. All the evil and sins are done by Frieza, but you have to drag him up and waste your time to be a manager. This is the world of Dragon Ball. If you don't have enough strength, it's useless to say anything. If you have enough strength, you can replace him at any time. In other words, Cabros is now in a state where he can replace him at any time. Now he is just enjoying the feeling of being protected by others while he grows up. Therefore, Cabros does not intend to use his true fighting power to finish off Frieza. Since he does not want to kill Frieza, the next step is to think about how much fighting power he can show before he loses to Frieza. Chapter 43. Cabros increased his combat power to 100 million and had a final showdown with Frieza. During the showdown, Frieza was generous with his praise, which made Cabros feel a little flattered. If he hadn't been nearly killed by Frieza during the destruction of planet Vegeta more than 20 years ago, perhaps the two could have been friends. Perhaps the two could really be friends, but that was Frieza after the Dragon Ball Xenoverse tournament. Although Frieza now looks polite and gentlemanly, he still looks down on Saiyans in his bones. In this case, only a fool would choose to be friends with him. Therefore, Frieza must die, and resurrection is another matter. In the Dragon Ball Z timeline, Frieza can only be an enemy. I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. This is the life principle that Cabros's grandmother gave him. Cabros has always been practicing it. He also added a lot to the second half of the sentence, such as, I will not offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will kill them all. This is also one of the reasons why Cabros did not lose his temper and kill Frieza on the spot. So far, Frieza is still polite to him, although it is pretended, but it is also true that you should not hit a smiling person. Of course, if it was the time when Frieza just destroyed planet Vegeta, no matter how polite he would have died. If more than 20 years had passed, he, as a transmigrator, would not have much affection for anyone except his instructor. By the way, the revenge of Instructor Karashi must be avenged. Frieza, I will let you live for 2 more years. As for now, he wants to see how Frieza's army chooses the planets to sell. If they completely follow the standards of the God of Destruction, then it really needs to be considered. Just now, if Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta in 737 AE, what would Cabros do if he had the power to kill Frieza? The answer is to hide, or fight and hide. After all, the God of Destruction Beerus had not fallen asleep at that time. It seems that the God of Destruction Beerus fell asleep in 739 AE. If the God of Destruction is not asleep, killing his representative is a suicidal act. There are also many transmigrators who say that the god of destruction Beerus will not attack ants and killed Frieza early. Haha. Frieza is concerned about Beerus' performance in destroying planets. His performance is to be evaluated. Facing the evaluation of the king of all, those who say that he will not kill ants are fools. Of course, you can also replace Frieza as Beerus' spokesperson, but as a spokesperson, you will have the task of destruction, haha. With so many planets to destroy, do you still have time to practice? If you don't have time to practice and become stronger, you will be eliminated by time. After Cabros and Frieza collided again, Cabros took the initiative to speak. Cabros, Lord Frieza, I understand your strength. I am no match for you. I surrender. Frieza, oh, ho, ho. I thought Mr. Cabros would fight to the end. However, Mr. Cabros's choice was really wise. Frieza said with a smile. Cabros, there's a huge gap between me and King Frieza. There's no way I can win. Frieza, that's true. However, Mr. Cabros, you misunderstood one thing. This is not my true strength. In fact, I can still transform again. Cabros, ah. You can also transform? Then your strength, Frieza, is not. Frieza, that's right. After transforming again, my combat power can be increased to over 260 million. Cabros, what? Over 260 million? That's horrible. Cabros' acting skills are first-rate. After all, he was a screenwriter, not an actor. But when screenwriters write stories, they immerse themselves in the roles. Therefore, Cabros is not inferior to professional actors in the performance of inner emotions. The only problem is that he can show his emotions. But now, he doesn't need to show them. He just needs to let Frieza see his inner emotions. Frieza, oh ho ho ho. Mr. Cabros, I now sincerely invite you to join my Frieza army. What do you mean? Cabros, I promise. Frieza, oh, ho. That's great. From now on, you will join the Jinya force. No, your strength is far greater than Captain Jinya's. How can you join his team? In this way, I can allow you to form another special force, called the Cabros Force. Mr. Cabros, what do you think? Cabros, okay. Frieza, well then, as for the team members, they will be Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who are also Scions. You are all Scions, so you should be able to get used to each other quickly. Cabros, thank you very much, Lord Frieza. Cabros nodded. Frieza, then welcome to join us, Mr. Caballos. The two laughed. After a welcome party, Cabros, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa gathered together. Nappa, Raditz, I heard that your combat power has reached 24,000. Is it true? Are you so powerful? Raditz, of course it's true. After the special training from Lord Cabulos, my fighting power has greatly increased. To tell you the truth. Nappa. My fighting power is more than that. Nappa, not only that, but you also hide your fighting ability? Then you are superior to Prince Vegeta. Vegeta, he is still far from surpassing me? Nappa, ah. Vegeta, are you hiding your fighting ability too? Vegeta, Cabros, I originally thought that my strength had surpassed yours, but I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly, and you now have a combat power of 100 million. However, I will not give up. One day, I will defeat you and regain the glory of the Scion Prince. Cabros, more than me, so, Vegeta, your combat power has exceeded 20? Vegeta, yes, I now have a combat power of 24, which is exactly 10 times the combat power shown by Raditz. Raditz, I know you still hide some of your combat power, but you definitely can't find a way to increase it tenfold. Nappa looked at Vegeta in surprise, then looked at Raditz. Raditz, Vegeta is right. Even if I use my hidden combat power, it's only about 6. Nappa, what? Raditz, you actually have a combat power of 6? This is impossible. How can you have a combat power of 6? Raditz, how is that impossible? Do you know what I went through? That was 100 times the gravity. Although I haven't fully adapted to 100 times the gravity, isn't it normal to have 6 combat power? Vegeta, haha. Raditz, have you also received gravity training? Not bad, 100 times gravity? I trained on the high-gravity planet Peme. Nappa, what? Peme Star has more than 160 times the gravity. Cabros, I see. Vegeta, you also received gravity training. No wonder your combat power has increased so quickly. Vegeta, it's a pity that those rubbish scientists can't even build a gravity chamber. I can only go to a harsh high-gravity planet for training. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth, otherwise my fighting ability would be even stronger. Cabros, really? My spaceship is a gravity room, which can be adjusted to 100 times gravity. You can use it at will in the future, and strive to improve your strength as soon as possible. Vegeta, very good, Cabros, since you are so generous, Vegeta, will not let you down. I will definitely defeat you and become the strongest Scion. Cabros, I'll wait for you then. By the way, Vegeta, you've been here with Frieza for quite a while. Do you know how often we have to carry out a mission? Vegeta, in the past, our team had to hand in a high-level planet every 3 years. But now, with you here, we only have to hand in a super planet within 10 years. Cabros, a super planet? Vegeta, planets with a combat power of more than 3 are called super planets. Cabros, 3, that's not difficult. Vegeta, it's not difficult for us now, but it was not easy for the previous Vegeta team. Nappa, yes. Although we can transform into giant apes, the difference in combat power of 3 is too great. The opponent has enough time to destroy the moon or simulate the moon's energy ball. Vegeta, Nappa is right. I didn't understand it before, but now I know that when the power reaches a certain level, it is difficult for the giant ape to gain an advantage. Unless, our Scion giant ape transformation does not require the Bruz ray to be exposed, and can transform freely. Chapter 44. Cabros looked at Vegeta and was shocked. As expected, Vegeta had thought about transforming freely. Unfortunately, if Gigantic Ape wanted to transform, he had to reach Super Saiyan 4. At this stage, it was basically impossible for Gigantic Ape to transform freely. Cabros, Vegeta, don't even think about the free transformation of the Giant Ape for now, it's basically impossible. However, there is still a chance to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Super Saiyan? Raditz, yes. Lord Caballos can now transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, what? Caballos, you can already transform into a Super Saiyan. But, you are not a club, to transform into a Super Saiyan, do you need a basic combat power of 300 million? Cabros, yet. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Vegeta, you already have 300 million combat power? You retained your strength during the battle with Frieza. Cabros nodded. Vegeta, no, since you can transform into a Super Saiyan, your strength after transformation must be at least 1.5 million, which is greater than Frieza's. Cabros, you are right, I have completely surpassed Frieza. Vegeta, then why don't you kill him? Cabros, didn't you say you wanted to defeat Frieza yourself and avenge the Scions? Vegeta was embarrassed. Cabros, I'm not kidding you. Actually, Frieza belongs to the Ice Demon clan. He has an older brother and a father. His brother's combat power is 4.7 million. I don't know the exact combat power of his father. Nappa, Raditz, we always thought that since Frieza is called the Emperor of the Universe, he is the only one in the universe. We didn't expect that. Vegeta, I didn't expect that Frieza has a father and an older brother. Cabros, you guys, he didn't come out of a stone. Vegeta, you mean, we must have stronger fighting power to overthrow Frieza? Cabros, what I mean is, if Frieza values us so much and doesn't treat us harshly, we should be a little bit cowardly first, and improve our combat effectiveness. If he wants to attack us, then kill him. As for his father and brother, they are not here. When they find us, you know how fast we Scions grow, and we will definitely not be afraid of them by then. Vegeta, I see. Cabros, well, give me the information about the super planet, and I will choose a mission target. At least I can get through the first 10 years. As for 10 years later, I will already have the combat power to surpass the entire Frozen Demon clan. Raditz, Lord Cabros, I will take you to look up information about super planets. Vegeta, we'll go with you. Cabros nodded, and the others walked towards the mission archive room. Someone soon reported to Frieza that they had left for the mission archive room. Frieza, not bad. I didn't expect that this Cabros is so smart. He wanted to complete the mission as soon as he arrived. Not bad. Mission Archives. Cabros looked through the information of the super planets to be attacked and found that many planets were rich in resources and had many strong people. Compared with Earth, which only had a few Z fighters, some planets even had an average combat power of more than 100 points. Vegeta, Cabros, what do you think of this planet? Vegeta saw a super planet with a maximum combat power of 4.5. Cabros took the file and took a look at it. This planet is a Justice League led by the strongest warrior with 4.5 combat power, which is dedicated to dealing with the crimes of the planet. Under their leadership, the bad guys on this planet have been cleared, and there are more and more good people or people who work hard to make progress. Those who change their destiny with their own hands can get more rewards. In general, the development of this planet will definitely get better and better. Cabros, Vegeta, can you tell me why you chose this planet? Vegeta, what's the reason? The strongest warriors on this planet are only 4.5. Raditz can handle them all. Let's complete the mission quickly and start training. Cabros, no, the planet is developing steadily in a positive direction and we cannot destroy it. Vegeta, ah. What kind of mission do you want? Cabros, a planet where the strong are always targeted by the weak and cannot stand the strong becoming stronger. Vegeta, is that so? But what's the point? Cabros, it doesn't matter if you don't understand now, you will understand later. The future that Cabros mentioned is after they meet the God of Destruction and Vegeta is interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction. Then he will understand that only with a stronger warrior can he protect his planet. Of course, if this warrior is a demon, then he really needs to be destroyed. After coming to the Dragon Ball world, he began to simulate the thinking of the God of Destruction, wondering why the highest god in this world had to accept the position of the God of Destruction. Now he slowly understood. Sometimes, the existence of the God of Destruction is to prevent the planets similar to the female frequency from appearing in this Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball world takes the road of becoming stronger through cultivation and plundering. The only thing that cannot be tolerated is stealing the achievements of others. The strong man is forced to make unconditional sacrifices and raise a group of weaklings. These weaklings are ungrateful and not only suck the blood of the strong man, but also morally blackmail the strong man to fight for them. This situation is not allowed by the will of the Dragon Ball universe. Why did the God of Destruction want to destroy the Earth when he first came to the Earth? It was because humans on Earth already had this tendency, sucking the blood of Son Goku and others, and not respecting and providing for Son Goku and others, not supporting Son Goku and others, making it easier for them to become stronger. There is no need for such humans to exist. Raditz, Lord Cabros, look at the planet, those ants are so hateful. Cabros, hateful, let me see. Cabros, hey. It's actually rocky planet. I didn't expect that the planet I escaped from back then would become a super planet. The combat power of the God of the world is 5, which is really good. The God of the world, who only had a combat power of 2000 back then, now has a combat power of 5. However, this way of gaining combat power, bastard, a bunch of damn bastards. It turns out that the planet of Loki is the kind of planet where the weak want to control the strong to serve them, and the key is that they succeeded. Scientists on the planet of Loki discovered the genetic evolution liquid that allows human beings, here collectively referred to as humans, to evolve. These scientists, under the instructions of the so-called high-level officials, tampered with the evolution liquid, causing all the evolvers who used the evolution liquid to lack an enzyme in their bodies, just like ordinary people taking drugs. If they do not use the antidote wisdom number 1 developed by scientists regularly, they will suffer unbearably, and will die in pain after a long time. The top leaders and scientists rely on this wisdom number 1 to control the superpowers. However, this measure cannot control superpowers with a combat power of thousands or tens of thousands. The so-called scientists here also use other methods to control superpowers. That time, when Cabros robbed a scientist, the scientist also secretly used a certain control button, which is also a certain control device. All the superpowers on this planet will have nanobombs implanted in their hearts and brains when they become superpowers. That button is the button that controls the nanobomb to self-destruct. And those who control this button are all the top leaders and top scientists of Rocky Star. This is already very inhumane, and what's even more infuriating is that the people of Rocky Star are proud of controlling gods with mortal bodies. The real rulers of Rocky Star can never be superpowers. Superpowers can only be slaves and tools. What's worse, these so-called high-level officials control and play with superpowers as stars. Just like a certain Korean chaebol controlling stars. The most popular thing on Rocky Star is that a certain young master used some means to force a superhero to sleep with him. Afterwards, the superhero can only be helpless and furious, and vent his anger on civilians. Damn, it totally ruins my worldview. Every wrong has its perpetrator. You were raped, but you didn't seek revenge on the culprit, but attacked ordinary people instead, which is unforgivable. Of course, the most unforgivable thing is that these so-called superpowers have no sense of resistance, or in other words, the strongest god in the world is actually a love-brained person who is being controlled by a chaebol lady and used to suppress those superpowers who have a sense of resistance. Since the god of humanity is too powerful and has all the resources tilted towards him, he is much stronger than other superpowered people. Except for him, other self-evolved superpowered people do not even have 1 point of combat power. And among the 9 superpowered people ranked from 2nd to 10th, 8 of them are peerless beauties. The fate of these beautiful superpowered people can be imagined. They can only become tools for the chaebol to vent their lust. Chapter 45. It's not that there are no other male superpowered people who have become stronger, but except for another male with a love brain who was controlled by a princess, all other male superpowered people who had the intention of resisting were dealt with by the god of the world. What the hell, more than what the hell, this kind of world actually exists, it's simply devastating. Cabros couldn't believe his eyes, he actually escaped from this kind of planet. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to escape before the god of humanity became ridiculously strong, otherwise he would definitely be kept in captivity or directly slaughtered, and there would be no chance of survival. But now, Cabros has followed the path of the main characters in the Dragon Ball world. After training on Earth and King Kai, he can transform into a Super Saiyan Cabros, which is no longer restricted by this so-called strange planet. Needless to say, this is it. This wonder on the planet must be destroyed. Cabros, Vegeta, let's go to this planet and these people deserve to die. Cabros said as he handed the information to Vegeta, who also looked at it and his expression changed drastically. Vegeta, is this god of the world a useless idiot? He is so powerful, yet. Cabros, you are a love-brained loser, right? Vegeta, these people don't deserve to die. I will kill them myself. Cabros, let's go then. After registering the mission target, they left on the spaceship. This time, only Vegeta received gravity training in Cabros's spaceship. It didn't take long, because Bulma's modified spaceship was still very fast. 2 months later, a month later, several people arrived near Loki Star. Cabros, everyone wake up and prepare to land on Rocky Planet. Vegeta, humph. This garbage planet, I really want to destroy it with a shock wave. Cabros, don't be impulsive, Vegeta. Do we still need this planet to get through? It's rare to have a planet destroyed without any guilt. We have to have some fun. Vegeta, play, how do you want to play? Cabros, just watch me perform. Soon, several people landed on Rocky Star. Looking at the familiar environment, Cabros couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was back again. He escaped from this planet like a thief. At that time, he was not even the strongest person on this planet. Now he is back again. Although the people on this planet have become stronger, he is much stronger, and it is not even a different dimension. If he had to be timid before coming here, now he can say with confidence, I don't eat beef. Cabros came to the residence of Wang Chen, the god of the human world, with ease. Vegeta, Cabros, you said you were waiting for him here, how did you know he would come here? Cabros, 14 years ago, I was sent to this planet to carry out a mission and stayed on this planet for a full 7 years. However, at that time, my strength was not enough, so I had to leave first. Cabros left Loki Star when he was 10 years old, which is 742 AE. Now it is 756 AE, which means 14 years have passed. This year was the 23rd Tenkaichi martial arts tournament held in the original story, and it was also the year when Son Goku defeated Piccolo and won the Tenkaichi martial arts tournament for the first time. This year is the end of the first part of Dragon Ball, and the next story will be the timeline of Radith's invasion of the Earth 5 years later. Vegeta, 14 years ago, you were sent to the super planet. Were the people who assigned you the mission crazy? Cabros, at that time, the people on this planet were not so powerful. Let's not talk about this anymore. The god of the earth is coming. Vegeta stopped talking, and soon the god of humanity came over, followed by two beautiful women, one of them wearing a black slim leather jacket and tight leather pants, and the other wearing a black sleeveless tights, a super short pleated leather skirt and black stockings. They had long and toned legs, perky buttocks, and slender waists. Their every move was either charming or cold as ice. The beauty in leather pants wore a half mask covering her nose and mouth, held a black bladed broadsword, and had a pair of cold and charming eyes. The other wore a half mask covering the upper half of her face, held a black whip in her hand, had a pair of red lips as delicate as lacquer, but was as cold as ice. Seeing these two beauties, Raditz and Nappa stared with their eyes wide open. Nappa, these two girls are so pretty. I can't stand it, I want them. Raditz, this body is quite impressive, but don't be confused, Lord Cabros and Prince Vegeta are here, so it's not your turn. Nappa reluctantly looked away after hearing this. Vegeta stared at the two of them, mumbling. Vegeta, Cabros, is this why you don't let us just do it? That's a good reason. I haven't been this excited in a long time. I want them to give birth to my monkeys. Cabros was also shocked. What the hell? I came here to destroy the planet, and you do this to me? Are you planning to use a honey trap? Cabros, ahem, well, can you handle both? Vegeta, you want one too? Okay, Cabros, I can save one for you, but I have to choose first. Cabros's inner thoughts, Scions are too direct. But he is right. Remember in Dragon Ball Super, there was a beautiful woman who seduced the evil Kakarot on the ring, but was directly resisted by the evil Kakarot. If you keep looking, I will dig out your eyeballs, said the beautiful woman in black stockings. Obviously, the conversation between the few people was heard by three people not far away. The god of the world Wang Chen and the beauty in leather pants were fine and didn't say anything, but the beauty in black stockings couldn't stand it anymore and threatened to dig out the eyes of the few people. Raditz, did I hear you right? Nappa. She's going to dig out your eyes? Nappa, why not dig yours? She is targeting all of us. Raditz, it's targeting all of us, but I think she can't dig out anyone other than you. Nappa, damn it, are you looking for a fight? Raditz, if you want a fight, go ahead. I want to see how your 7000 combat power can beat my combat power. Nappa, damn Raditz, wait for me to go to the gravity room to practice too, I will beat you to death. Wang Chen, humph, I thought it was the second generation of that big family again, but it turns out they are just a few lunatics. Black Blade, kill them. Wang Chen could tell from their conversation that they were not from any big family or tycoon, so he felt relieved and gave the order to kill Heiren. The beauty in leather pants raised her long knife and was about to attack, but was stopped by the beauty in black stockings. Beauty in black stockings, Sister Black Blade, let me do it. Beauty in leather pants, Black Blade then hurry up, my lord is in a hurry. Beauty in black stockings, don't worry, it won't take long to deal with those trash. Nappa, girl, you want to play, right? I'll play with you. The black stockings beauty's face turned cold. Court death. As he said that, he swung the whip and hit Nappa. Nappa looked surprised, but then dodged. Nappa, girl, your speed is good, but it's not enough to deal with me. Why don't you go back with me? No, with our Prince Vegeta, and maybe you won't have to die. Nappa laughed wildly. The black-stockinged beauty looked grim, and then burst out with all her strength. Ding ding ding. Combat power 2800 points. Vegeta, as a woman, you have a combat power of 2800, which is really great. You are qualified to be my, Vegeta's, woman. Beautiful woman in black silk stockings, ah. You two bastards will definitely die miserably, I said. Vegeta, what you said is useless. With your limited strength, you can only tickle me. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. Vegeta admired the black stockings beauty more and more, and said teasing words to her. Wang Chen, that's enough. Who are you? What on earth do you want to do with me? The god of the world saw that they were not easy to deal with. It was said that his subordinates Black Blade and Thornwhip were both top 10 masters on Loki Star, but now they were being played by the other party, which made him feel uneasy. Could it be that he refused the request of the playboy to send Black Blade and Thorn to bed, and sent people to rob them, but there should not be such strong people in this world. These people gave him a terrifying pressure. Except for the big guy, he felt that no one could beat the other three. He could feel that the long-haired one was much stronger than him. The one with the sky-high hair, called Vegeta, felt like a terrifying beast. If the other party wanted to, he could eat him at any time. As for the last one, called Cabros, he had seen it, as if he was staring into the abyss. He felt that the man's strength was as deep as the abyss. Therefore, when he saw his subordinate Jingji being teased in this way, he could only convince him with reason. Chapter 46. Cabros, I have something to talk to you about. Can I talk to you for a moment? Cabros stretched out his hand and motioned for the two to leave. Wang Chen, they won't do anything reckless, will they? Cabros, you better not mess around with them, or the world is gone, literally. Let's go. Don't waste your time. As he spoke, Kabulos released a trace of pressure, and Wang Chen was almost kneeled down by this momentum. He didn't dare to say anything more and went directly to the direction pointed by Kabulos, and Kabulos followed him. Cabros, hey, you guys can have fun, but don't eat alone. Wait for me to come back. Cabros also left. After he left, Vegeta winked and Raditz disappeared instantly. Then, the beauty in leather pants and the beauty in black stockings felt pain on the back of their necks and both fainted. Naba, you two little girls, you wanted to dig out my eyes. Look what you can do. Be good now. As he spoke, Nappa walked towards the two beauties. Cabros and the human god Wang Chen came to a deserted place. Wang Chen, what do you want from me? Cabros, I'm here to help you. Wang Chen, help me. Cabros, I heard that your fiancé Lu Ruyan has been very restless recently. Cabros had carefully reviewed the information on Loki Star before. Obviously, the investigators of Frieza Corps were not just there to do nothing. They had basically investigated the basic interpersonal relationships and power situation on Loki Star. Although most of the soldiers of Frieza Corps did not care about this at all, it was the soldiers' business if they did not care, and the investigators had to investigate. Therefore, Cabros was now standing in the perspective of God and knew everything that happened on Loki Star. Wang Chen, nonsense, Ruyan Lu and I are a well-known loving couple. Cabros, really? But that's not the information I got. Wang Chen, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense and trying to sow discord between us, don't blame me for being rude. Cabros, a love-brained one. Wang Chen, nothing. I'm leaving. Cabros, wait a minute. Do you really think that just because Lu Ruyan, a distant cousin, fell in love with your men Blackblade and Thorn, you would send them to the bed of your cousin who has nothing to do with you, or you don't love Lu Ruyan? That's what she said. Wang Chen, what do you mean? Cabros, do you really think that this kind of pua is right? They are your subordinates, and as their boss, you not only do not protect them, but push them into the abyss. Do you think you are competent as a boss? Wang Chen, but I love Lu Ruyan, and Lu Ruyan's cousin is my cousin. Besides, Lu Ruyan is so good, her cousin must be an outstanding person. It is also their good fortune that He Ren and Jing Ji marry their cousin. Cabros, you may not know that his so-called cousin was just recognized. After that pervert fell in love with your two beautiful subordinates, he was taught a lesson by your female subordinates. He was not convinced, so he found your fiancé Lu Ruyan to recognize him as his sister. And your fiancé Lu Ruyan accepted 100 grams of gold from him before she agreed to be his sister and used love to blackmail you into compromise. Wang Chen, you are talking nonsense, Lu Ruyan is not that kind of person. Cabros, okay. You are just a love-brained person. As the saying goes, you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. You are useless. Wang Chen, whether I am useless or not is none of your business. Cabros, it was none of my business, but as you can see, several of my friends are very interested in the two beauties Blackblade and Thorn. So, I want them both. Wang Chen, without my orders, they are roses with thorns, and no one can conquer them. Cabros, no one can conquer it, that's because they haven't met us. Oh, this thing is for you. Cabros handed Wang Chen a magic bean. Wang Chen, what is this? Cabros, this is a regret medicine. When you are in desperate situation, it can give you a chance to regret. Wang Chen, Lu Ruyan and I have a bond stronger than gold. No matter how much you say, it cannot shake my determination to follow the Tao. Cabros, gone, Gone. Having said that, Cabrose flashed away. Cabrose's inner thoughts, damn it, if I keep talking to this love-brained guy, I'm going to throw up. Cabrose returned to the spot and found that both the beauty in leather pants and the beauty in black stockings were knocked unconscious and carried on his shoulders. He couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Cabrose, let's go. Vegeta, where to? Cabrose, I have a base on this planet, but it's been more than 10 years. I don't know if it's still there. I'm gone. Several people left. Cabrose base. Blackblade and Thorn wake up. Thorn, let me go, what do you want to do? Let me go. Blackblade, I warn you, my boss is Wang Chen, the god of the world, the strongest man in the world. You'd better let us go, otherwise, you will be dead. Nappa, die, I tell you, everyone on your planet is dead. Only by following us can you have a chance to survive. Since Prince Vegeta has taken a liking to you and given you a chance to live, don't be ungrateful. Cabrose, Nappa. Let me do it. Cabulo stepped forward and pinched Blackblade's chin. Cabrose, ladies, although Nappa looks like a bad guy, what he said is true. We are here to save you. Thorn, to save us, you just have to knock us out and tie us up? Cabrose, I know you don't believe it. Your boss, the god on earth, Wang Chen, has already sold you out. Do you know who he sold you to? Blackblade, who? Thorn, Blackblade, don't listen to him. The boss won't betray us. Cabrose, his fiancé Lu Ruin's new cousin is the man you severely beat up 3 months ago. His name seems to be Tanaka Yokaiji. As Cabrose spoke, he looked at the expressions of the two. At first, they looked unconvinced, but when Cabrose mentioned Wang Chen's fiancé, they believed it. Later, when they heard that they were going to be sold to the wretched second-generation ancestor Tanaka Yokaiji, the thorns broke out. Thorn, what? You mean that old pervert, Koji Tanaka? I really regret not killing him last time. Blackblade, you think we will believe your nonsense? You need evidence to support your statement. Cabrose, you want evidence? Look at this. As he spoke, Cabrose took out some information from Frieza's army's investigation and handed it to the two of them. The information stated that Tanaka Yokaiji found Lu Ruin and traded her for 100 grams of hygiene to acknowledge her as his god sister. Lu Ruin agreed on the spot and asked Wang Chen to control the two of them and send them to each other's bed. After watching it, the two still couldn't believe it. Cabrose played the recording of his conversation with Wang Chen for them to listen to. When they heard Wang Chen say, I love Lu Ruin's cousin is my cousin. Besides, Lu Ruin is so good, her cousin must be a rare talent. It is their good fortune that Blackblade and Thorn marry their cousins. After hearing this sentence, they were completely disappointed. Blackblade, he really said that? Cabrose, isn't it obvious? Your boss is a love-brained person. What is a love-brained person? That's a brain-dead person. He will do stupid things when it comes to Lu Ruin. You two should know how many bad things Lu Ruin has done with him, but he turned a blind eye to them. Instead, when you said that Lu Ruin was not good, he got furious at you, and didn't even say anything to Loki. Even if you have ironclad evidence to say that Lu Ruin is not good, a bad person, has killed many people, and wants to harm him, he will be surprised for a moment, and then find excuses for Lu Ruin, saying that Lu Ruin has her own difficulties. Am I right? Two beauties. Is this what your boss, the so-called god of the world, Wang Chen, did? Blackblade and Thorn were both silent. Cabrose looked at Vegeta, done. The largest hotel in the City Alliance held the wedding of Wang Chen and Lu Ruin today. Cabrose, Vegeta and others came early to watch the show. According to the information obtained by Cabrose, today, the fiancé of the god of the world, Wang Chen, will betray Wang Chen, and she will collude with the second strongest people on Loki Star, the Homelander, to punish the god of the world. Of course, although the Homelander's strength is hidden, his true strength is not bad, and he is still not the opponent of the god of the world. Therefore, the opening of today's wedding should be that Lu Ruin, Wang Chen's fiancé, attacked the god of the human world and seriously injured him when they exchanged rings and worshipped heaven and earth, and then joined forces with everyone present to attack their former god of the human world. According to their plan, Wang Chen was first attacked and then besieged by everyone. In addition, a scientist secretly triggered the backhand in his body. Wang Chen, the former god of the human world, must die today. However, with the magic beans provided by Cabros, perhaps the result will be the opposite. The extremely disappointed god of the human world will kill everyone at the scene and then settle accounts with everyone involved in this matter. Obviously, this betrayal of Wang Chen, the god of the human world, was the unanimous opinion of all the high-level officials of Rocky Star, so this liquidation would make the high-level officials of Rocky Star disappear completely. Until this time, Cabulos and others were just watching the show, but in the end, haha. The liquor must not die well, the liquor does not deserve to live.